So we're ready? All right. All right, good morning, everyone. I will call the city council work session for budget for February 3, 2024 to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Bodie?
Here barely.
Emery?
A little more hair.
Kroll? McBurney?
Present.
Rosendahl?
Here. Thank you.
All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Kroll,
Second.
second by McBurney. Discussion, roll call.
Kroll? Yes. McBurney?
Yes.
Rosendahl?
Yes.
Bodie?
Yes.
Carberry Montgomery?
Yes. Thank you.
All right, well, let's get right in it. AJ, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple quick housekeeping items. We have refreshments in the back, restrooms are in the corner, break rooms over here with coffee and soda and iced tea. So if you need to get up and move around, please do so. As the mayor mentioned, this is informal. This is a work session where we can answer your questions, but we want to make this as painless as possible for you. So we appreciate you spending your Saturday afternoon with us. I look at all the directors out there and they all have smiles on their faces. Okay, one more time, smiles on your faces. All right, very good. So we have that. So again, thanks. As the mayor mentioned, this is casual in the sense that if you need to get up, stretch, do all those things, that's great. If you have questions as we go along, please ask them. Our process, particularly for our two new council members, and I will say that the gold star goes to Blake. He submitted a page and a half of questions in advance. So when I asked him to come prepared, he came prepared. So I don't know if he's just, teacher's pet or whatever it is, but he did a nice
But I
job.
found the Easter egg in the.
But yes, the mayor found the Easter egg out there. So we'll get to that in a minute. So Bob gets to go home early. The rest of you get to stay. So, anyway, so again, thank you. Again, quick housekeeping things. Just a reminder, got a phone, put it on silent. This is, we want to make sure that we stay interrupted as possible. Again, we'll have numerous breaks where you can get up, use the phone, check on messages, chase down kids, whatever you have to do so we can make arrangements for that. Real quickly, I'm going to hand out something here. This is not necessarily for tonight, but this is something I put together for our two new council members, and I thought, well, I'm going to make some for our existing council members as well. And it is just some basic information, especially just things that if you ever had questions on. It has an organizational chart. It has the numbers, names, numbers, and emails of all of you folks. It has boards and commission members. It has some information on just some things I got from the league explaining just, municipal funding, just 101, TIF funding 101. And then for those of you who like geographic references and pictures, we have maps in the back that give you our TIF districts and our school districts. So again, just quick reference if you ever have questions from constituents, or if you're trying to think, okay, where is that TIF district again? Or they explain TIF to us during the budget session, but unless you deal with it almost on a daily basis, it can become somewhat confusing. So again, just a book of reference for you. Nothing to do with today's adventure, but just something to keep in your hip pocket. Okay, the budget document was provided to all of you. And so what we will do, as we've done in the past, we will do an overview between Nikki and myself, and then we will get right into the departmental reviews. They are here, the ones that are here, and we'll have more that will filter in this morning. They will all be representing their departments and their requests that they have in the budget. Just as a reminder, particularly for our two new council members, we begin preparing, the directors start preparing the budgets anywhere in September through November. They're submitted. They are reviewed by Nikki and myself. We sit down with the directors and people and their staff who have put things in there that they think are pertinent for the information on the budget. I do a first review. We then get our assessed valuation, so I know how much money we have, because in years past, that's been a real critical issue, that everything looks good until we get our assessed valuation. Then we find out that we don't have as much money as we thought, or that it's going to create an issue for the council. So we wait for that assessed valuation that comes typically at the last week of December, more than likely the first 1 or 2 weeks of January, and then we have our numbers to work with. Those are the critical dollar amounts because, again, we have other revenue sources that we have that come in that are operational. But again, the assessed valuation, which drives the tax levy, is the critical one, and we'll get into that here in a minute, just to describe it. And then we prepare the document, and then it's submitted for your consideration and review. We have this session, we'll have a follow-up session on Monday, and then we will begin the process of converting the numbers, I should say the finance department will begin that process of converting the numbers to meet the state forms. And new this year, as we've shared with you, are a whole host of new reporting requirements and new dates that we have to follow. And so your final adoption and approval will be on April 16th. And so, you know, assuming that everything goes well and you get everything done and we're done at the end of the day on Monday or in the early evening, then really it is up until April that we have publication notices. We'll have to get information to the county. The county will then calculate that information and they will send to taxpayers a tax information sheet. I think the city clerk mailed that out to you earlier. The city, I'm trying to think if I have my, well, we mailed it out to you, and the city has 300 characters to be able to explain what they've done with the tax rate. So those of you who've gotten to know me and or Nikki and some of my staff, we can't do much in 300 characters. So we'll do our best, but at the same time, the notice goes out. They have an example for a $100,000 home, what the tax implications are. And then the taxpayer gets this information, then they're able to at least, as they say, truth in taxation, they'll know what the tax rates are going to be. Again, this is a new year for all the cities. And I'll even say school districts because their funding formula was also altered significantly. So the cities and counties, but as I mentioned, there's 948 cities in the state of Iowa and they all have to follow the same format. Whether you're the largest city as Des Moines or if you're one of the smaller communities of less 100 in the state of Iowa. So again, that will come later. This process remains reasonably the same that we've used before. But when we looked at establishing, when we get into the levy part of this, as we presented to you in the fall, one of the things that some of the language has changed that instead of we're using the fund, general fund, we'll still have that as a category, but it is considered to be now the consolidated general fund levy. And that is the levy that is now redetermined based upon the assessed valuation and whether or not you hit certain thresholds. And those thresholds were, in our case, over 6% valuation growth, then you received a 3% reduction on that. And so that, from our perspective, we were previously at $8.10 statutory limit for the general fund. So that took that down to $7.86 automatically. When the law changed, there were provisions still to have the separate levy for debt service. Makes sense because as communities do projects, they issue debt to build roads, bridges, facilities, et cetera. So that stayed in place. We now have the capacity to, as you reach the capacity within the general fund levy, again, I'll make reference to that, then we have the capacity to shift some of those costs over to other levies, employee benefits, insurance. There's a provision within, mostly the benefits 411 IPERS for insurance costs, trust and agency. So those are the ones that we can still shift monies over to that have no limitation, but they are just exactly. So if you have $10,000 worth of insurance costs, you could shift that over to that levy for that $10,000. You can't go any more, but you can go to that $10,000 cap or whatever that may be. So as we go through this, and if you have questions on that, please let us know. But we've converted everything that the levies and the process for identifying the financial component to these new systems. So again, we've all had to learn. Part of it is a little easier because we have less options, but at the same time, it's just new categories, new language.
AJ,
Yeah.
do you get the sense that your colleagues are doing the same thing in terms of moving money around to
Yeah.
get to the same,
They are.
get back to where we started?
Yes, they are. I've had some conversations. I know Nikki's had conversations with the finance group as well. And I think those communities are looking at the same thing. Now, remind you that not everybody is in the 411 system. I think there's 38, 39 cities in the state of Iowa that are in the 411 system. But if you have the IPER system, you have different categories like protected class, which is for police and fire in smaller cities. But yeah, they're shifting cost because, again, we had an assessed valuation growth of 6.39%. That's a combined blended rate between Polk and Dallas County. We automatically had to reduce that by 3%, so we're at 3.69%. So for us, we have an average of about between 4.5% and 5% valuation growth over the last 10 to 12 years. So that's, that's a manageable number for us, and it has been. But yes, it forces everybody to look at where you can shift those costs to, so you can free up monies within the general fund, so you can provide those things that don't have a separate category. So yeah, and depending upon the valuations as well. We've had conversations internally about, we're always kind of curious what other cities are doing. And as far as their levy rate, and some go up, some go down. We've seen some go down, 10, 20 cents. But we have one community that we know had a 36% assessed valuation growth. I've been doing this a long time, and I know Nikki has too. Neither one of us have ever heard anybody that had a 36% valuation growth. That is phenomenal. So if you take a 3% haircut off that, you're at 33% still. So that is, some communities, the changes in the state law when it came to reducing that number were relatively ineffective, and they don't affect them as much as when we're at 6.39% and we lose 50% of that assessed valuation. That's an issue for us. Again, as we've told our staff, and as I think we've shared with you as well, the city's in a very, very good financial position. So we have options to move cost around, and we will, continue to look at that. But again, we're working from a very good base. So I just kind of wanted to give a shout out to our finance department, to councils previously, that they've been good stewards of the tax monies. And that's important because that's one of those things you plan for the rainy day, and it's raining outside now. So you have to be prepared for that. But having said that, let's start. And again, I won't go through everything on the introductory letter. I suppose that you've all read it. The mayor did find the Easter egg on page, when we had the number of positions, we verbally said we're going to have 5, and our number said 7. So Bob gets to leave early today, so.
So really,
So it is just 5?
so it's 7.
It is
7.
It's 7.
To clarify, the 3 lieutenant positions in the fire department, it's a restructure. So we actually lose 1 assistant chief and the blanking out.
Assistant chief and a full-time.
And 1 full-time chief. So net, yes, technically, but it should say 7 because that is full-time positions being added. We don't normally talk about anything being reduced because we have never really had that. This is a restructure, so yes. So net, yes.
Still win.
I'll say, we did have 5, like, oh, shit, what did I put in there? Yeah,
All right, so.
probably not, but
Yeah,
$5 to anybody else that finds one,
Oh, that's what you do, yeah.
yeah, we keep them small. We keep them hidden
yeah,
too.
chocolate in the back for anybody, you get extra chocolate today.
All right, so if you open up the front page and again, look at the categories, the overview section that we have, again, I've outlined some of those items that I've just did a quick overview on. As a reminder, the public hearing will be held April 16th. again, when the state changed the laws regarding the financing for city operations, they did add additional time at the tail end for the public hearings and the notifications. So April 16th. And then if you look, we're making a recommendation at this point in time that the levy be set at $10.08. That's a 7-cent increase over the current fiscal year levy. And that incorporates the changes in the assessed valuation, the establishment of the consolidated general levy, again, as I mentioned, from the $8.10 that down to the $7.86, and then shifting cost over to the Chapter 411, and then the employee benefits levy. So if you, that paragraph, that second paragraph down, shows the changes that we're proposing at this point in time.
AJ,
Yeah.
I want to be able to clearly and succinctly articulate why we're having to increase our budget. And so, I mean, that's what we're here today to talk about. But based on my rudimentary knowledge of all of this, I mean, is it because, I mean, ultimately, is it because of the changes in state legislation and having to cut this 3% and move things around, or?
It's kind of a combination. Of the 7-cent increase, 5 cents is in the capital, in the debt service.
Okay.
That's what we shared with the CIP committee when we reviewed that document. Because of the cost of capital projects that we've experienced, that, and we hadn't moved the debt service levy for a while, we had reduced it. And again, we'll get into this when we get into the debt service related component of the budget. When the city enacted the local option sales tax for Polk County, there was a pledge to reduce our debt service levy. And the ultimate goal was to get ourselves debt free and then use the monies from local option sales tax to finance capital projects. This changed some of that, but we also know that when we made the proposal for the CIP document, that looking at the cost that we'd incurred for particularly larger capital projects, that a nickel increase was not unreasonable to cover those costs. So of that 7 cents, 5 cents is for the capital projects. Of the remaining 2 cents, it's a shift in the levies for the employees.
Yeah, and I would just to add on that, if you look at in the memo, where, right under where the misprint of 7 employees to 5 is, the main thing is more than half of our budget is people, right? And so I have 3.29% valuation growth, legit. But my contracts that cover more than half of our employees is steps between 5.75 and 4, increases plus their step.
But if we could have had our full valuation, would we have been able to meet those?
It would have been a lot closer.
Okay.
Yes, we would have eaten more fund balance. So even at only 2 cents, we really needed to go up about 8 more cents to actually cover that. But we're planning to use 2.4 million in fund balance to help bring some of that down. That, of course, because of all the public safety open positions, I'm not positive we're actually going to be able to fill all of those and fully spend it. We could have up to $1 million variance. It's about $100,000 per public safety employee that remains open. That's how much sway there is by the time you have all their pension and benefits in there. So by having 8 to 10 positions open, there's $1 million right away that goes back into the fund balance because we didn't spend it because we can't get them hired fast enough. So this is hopeful that we will fill all. That's what we obviously have to budget for, but I'm hoping to still at least use 1.5-ish million out of general fund balance because it did grow. It grew in '23. It'll grow again this year. We're halfway through the year and we still have that number of open positions. So yeah, it's a combination there, but keeping up with base salary, that's what our business is providing people to do the services. So we're really tied closely to whatever those percent increase. If we don't hit that on valuation, we have to go up.
Okay. Thank you. I'll try to stop asking questions for.
No, please ask away, because this is from what, as a current council member, what you've experienced previously in the budget process and how we put together the financial model. This has changed. And so we need to account for that. Another big change, and I want to make sure that everybody understands this, residential rollback went down 8.31%. And that's significant. The residential rollback was established, I believe, in the 1970s to be a property tax relief mechanism from the state. And so that has really, it's been in place since then. And I think you can't find 10 people in the room that can accurately explain what the residential rollback and the formula that they use to account for that. Price of agricultural property is one of the things that, as farmland goes, so does the residential rollback. But regardless of how they get to that number, the state issues the residential rollback sometime in the late fall. And this year, it was one of the most significant drops that we've had. So at 8.31%, it works well for residential property. So if you have a $100,000 home, instead of being taxed at 54% of its value, you'll now be taxed at 46% of the value. So again, if you're a homeowner and you pay residential taxes, obviously, pardon me, that it's a break for you. But for the city, that means less revenue coming in, again, to cover the things that we have, not only what we currently have as far as keeping the doors open, but any projected increases in service or personnel. So that is a significant issue as well. And again, every community that is set, so everybody in the state will have that as well.
It also means, that's what I was just looking at too, how that affects, even though our levy rate may be going up, it's not necessary. I mean, each house is different, obviously.
Yes.
But with the combination of that and even properties that have been reassessed, but with the rollback like that, the percentage of what our impact will be on our residential taxpayers will be not nearly, could be maybe even less than some sort.
It's $83.18 less. I
There you
can
go.
skip ahead in my little
In your typical-
packet. It's in there.
Okay, so we're actually going to be.
So I'll
collecting-
provide the visuals on everything he's talking
There you
about.
go. So even though
Here's
the
what-
levy rate is going up, it's going to be.
Yeah,
a
so
less
a
impact.
$100,000 house is taxed now, 46,000 of that is taxable. This is all in your little packet, the one that's yellow across the top, if you want to look at it. So the net decrease that they will pay is $79.94 less. They have rollback is $83 less, so they'll pay less because I always break it out to show you, even if we don't change, they're still going to pay more or less because of rollback. So $83 of that is because of the rollback, they will have a reduction. Our 8 cents, or 10.08, has an increase of $3.24. So the net they'll pay is right at $80, $79.94. So every taxpayer will see a reduction in taxes because of residential rollback. We are not exceeding that at all. Jump in there.
Nope.
So that's, I mean, as you explain it to folks, I mean, you have to get through the noise of reassessments and levy rate increases to say your actual impact on this. You'll have to look at this, obviously, every house is different, but it should be very minimal or even a reduction. So.
And again, just a reminder, we're about 25% of the customer's tax bill. So I'm sure that as we go through this process, and we've received those phone calls as well, that someone will say, well, my taxes went up. And when you get into a more detailed conversation, and they look at their tax bill and they can see, well, look at how many taxing entities are on your tax bill, and this city council controls only 25% of what that might be. And then you factor in what the rollback may be, you factor in what their assessed value is going to be, and that's a critical matter as well. And so those are all factors. It's not as, at times it can be complicated to explain to folks how it's all put together and the bottom line effect on their taxes, pardon me. And quite honestly, most residents really, they'll be polite to hear the explanation, but what they want to know is, why is my taxes going up? And when they're going down, I think they really just like to see that they're going down. So again, our experience is that we can explain lots of different nuances to this, but as Nikki mentioned, the net effect for us will be that the typical $100,000 home will be actually paying less in city-based taxes. Again, don't know what the county's going to do. The school district has a new different funding formula, you have the community colleges on, and then you have, in Polk County, you have Broadlands.
And DART.
And DART, thank you. And so those are tax levies and tax impacts on the properties. Another factor, changes this year in the state legislature, was that previously there was a provision that commercial property could apply for and receive for the first $150,000, pardon me, of their valuations. They could receive that first 150 at the residential rate. That is now by right. Previously, you had to apply for it, and now it becomes so commercial property gets the first $150,000. So that has an impact on our revenue stream as well. And so there's also discussion in the legislature going on now that they will be looking to reduce the commercial property tax from the current 90% to 80%. And so I haven't heard a lot of noise on that, but the emphasis on the state legislature this year is remaining property tax related issues and the state income tax. So tax issues in general are high on the list of the legislature and the governor's office for this legislative session. So
AJ, in the league update that you sent out yesterday, there was, so, and I don't want us to talk about it now, but if you could get us some more information about, I think it was some sort of business credit, and they were not going to have enough money.
right.
So yeah, that is.
If we could get some more information.
Already
and-
maxed out, so they're gonna, just like state backfill.
Yeah.
It's effectively, we're starting the peel back of that immediately.
So it's coming out of our budget versus.
So if we could get more information and talk about a way to communicate our concerns with our legislators at a date in the near future, I would appreciate that.
You bet. Okay. Again, if you, as we go through the narrative, again, I'm not going to go over everything for you, but presuming that you read through it, so I'd be happy to answer any additional questions. You know, the explanation I just gave is kind of at a 30,000-foot view, and those items that were within your control will be, again, at the end of the day, where you want to have the levy set. As Nikki mentioned, we are utilizing a significant amount of dollars from the general fund balance to offset the increases of expenses that we have throughout the organization. The operating budget, if you turn to the next page in, that's, it gives the explanation of the positions that we are recommending at this point in time, and then the impact that we have on the contracts that we've settled. And then previously, I'd say about a month ago, I sent out to you what the staff recommendation was going to be for the non-union and some of the changes that we were proposing there. Erin Freeman, our finance, HR director is here. When we get to that component of the budget, she'll discuss those impacts that we have. So hopefully you had a chance to read and review that material, because that's incorporated into our budget recommendations at this point in time. Just real quickly, just again, for our new council members, when I sit down with all the directors and look at their requests for personnel, the more sizable departments have staffing plans, and they look at best case scenario. If we had unlimited money, or if we had a reasonable amount of money, these are the staffing components that I'd like to see over the next 5-10 years. And so that helps guide some of the conversation. Those obviously alter, as we talked about, and I know the chief can answer any questions you have as well, Chief Johansson. But we've had a number of openings in the police department. That kind of, when you have between 6 to 10 openings, it kind of throws your staffing plan off case. So we want to make sure that we get, in that particular situation, get fully staffed, and then we will look at, and that's incorporated in our discussion, that I think we have a new officer that is scheduled for January of 25 if things work. So again, we look at the current vacancies we have, we look at our staffing plans, and if it's a brand new position submitted by anyone, my typical process is that I let it sit for a year. I let it, if someone brings it up and says, hey, I think we should be doing this, or I'd like to add a new employee, that unless it is a critical issue, then it's usually that introductory type of, at some point, I will need this extra person for this thing. So just to let you know, that's the process that I use internally, to kind of let it simmer, see how it works up, and then, again, that's been applied to every department that we've worked with for the last several years. If you go through and you see the budgeted revenue sources, this is a really good document and a really good visualization of where our revenue comes in and where, in general, our expenses are. And so if you look at, and I'm afraid these aren't numbered, but if you look at the one, the first pie chart that shows the budgeted revenue sources, again, really good pictorial of where we, as a percentage, where our revenue comes from. Pardon me. And as we've told you before, and I think it's no secret, that the majority of our revenue comes from property taxes. That's how municipal governments, counties, and cities are funded in the state of Iowa, property taxes. And so we're about almost 60% of our revenue is from property taxes, and the rest are broken down to the various components.
Hey, AJ?
Yes.
On the components of taxable valuation, I don't know how the cylinder chart there. Is there, this is probably a thesis, but do you have like a best practice or ideal state for the balance between that commercial and residential valuation?
Love to have 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah, you really would. In general, because of the residential rollback, that if you have a higher percentage of residential properties, you're collecting less revenue. In general, residential properties and residential neighbors either request, desire, demand more services than commercial properties. They have a greater effect on your park system, the number of households you have factor into, the level of service we can provide for fire, police, EMS. Commercial properties tend to be where people congregate, they do their business, they go home. We'd love to have them live in Urbandale, but at the same time, and they're concentrated into a geographic area that is typically smaller than most neighborhoods. So again, it used to be, in the good old days, 100% for commercial. Then it went down to 90, and it's going to go down to 80. But that higher tax rate for typically a lower level of service demand. So that's the more desirable rate to be. Again, revenue sources, this is fairly typical for us. If you turn the next page and you have the budgeted expenditures by function, you can see that breakdown by the function. And this is something that as we get toward the end through our public hearings and through our reporting to the state, we break down, as you look through the budget, we break down everything by the category. So we'll talk about, mayor and council, we'll talk about parks, we'll talk about monies that you allocate for outside agencies, we'll talk about police and fire, public works. When we break that down and report that to the state, they look at by function. So that's one of the things as we report by here. So as you can see, for example, debt service, one of our bigger one. Obviously, the monies that we levy to pay off the debt that we have. Cultural and recreation is a combination of parks and recreation, the library, for example. So again, those categories are broken down in that manner.
And Nikki, I think this question is more directed to you. When we look at the property tax levy per 1,000 evaluation, are there levies that we are not using that we could be using in the future? Okay.
Yes. So the remaining levies, so they changed it a lot. They took out the
Yeah, they took out like
19
a
different ones.
bunch of them, yeah.
We were using none of those, so that didn't hurt us. So the three that are left available to us that are on the employee side, so we have the employee benefits that we're currently using. We have the 411 system that we're currently using. There's also one for FICA and IBERS. We are not using that.
Okay.
Those are amounts as necessary. So I will talk about that too, of how much we have available to us to shift as our CGFL keeps getting ratcheted down.
Yeah.
We will shift to those.
Okay. And those would be the only 3 additional levies that we could use?
Debt service as well, obviously. but
Well, yeah, debt
yes.
service, but yeah,
Yes, operationally, that's pretty much it.
good to know, thank you.
Until they change the law again.
Don't jinx it. Yeah, I think at some point prior to that, Larry, I think there was something like upwards to 7 to 10 different levies. Many of them were voter required. And I've always used the example that there used to be a library levy, and you had 2 components of that, operational and capital, but they both had to be approved by the voters. So again, many of those never affected us, but the opportunity shrunk significantly.
Yeah.
Again, quick overview of just some of the things we'll be talking about, and some of the levy-related issues. Nikki will go more in depth with the budget summaries and the more of the financial information. So if you have any questions on the material that I provided, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
I'd like to ask Blake's question of the budgeted expenditures by function. What is the best practice there?
Like, how is
Yeah.
it distributed? Or
Yeah, how it's typically
Oh.
distributed, yes.
Okay, it depends, quite honestly, by function.
Kind of depends upon how you're
Yeah.
structured too, because, so the basis of the functions is so that we're as apples to apples as you can be as far as how you can pay for things. So the state defines public safety. If you have police, fire, ambulance, animal control, emergency preparedness, dispatch, jail. So there's a defined, like, if you have these, this is where they're going to show up. So there's no set percentage wise, because not everybody has those, right? So if you, like, an
But a
airport,
typical city like ours, are we in line with comparable
yes.
communities?
I would say
In
so,
terms of
yeah.
how we've distributed our funds?
Yes.
Okay.
I think, yes. And when we get to for our personnel cost, quite honestly, we're in the
Really low.
54, 55. We are low.
We're very lean.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we are very lean, and we look at the size of the community that we have and the number of employees that we have per capita, we're on that low side as well. So it really is, we like to tell people, and I think it's true, is that we're very efficient with the tax dollars that we have available for us to use. So the distribution of those costs are, as Nikki said, if you look at the function, depends on the cities. I'm just trying to think of some examples that, if I look at some of the surrounding cities, they have reasonably the same type of function, just at a different level. And so I don't think you're going to see anything significantly different unless they are doing something that, pardon me, that they just don't have that expense.
Okay.
Most cities are in the 60% range for
employees?
for employee costs.
Oh, I'd say.
yeah, close to 70% is the
Yeah.
average. Counties, it's even higher, up to 85% is pretty typical. So, I mean, it's definitely high. Ours, so keep in mind, it's similar numbers to last year, but the percentage went down because we're paying off so much debt this next year. So it's part of the same pie, but the distribution is always around that 25%. Public safety is typically about 25%. Public works is always 25%. It kind of depends, it's ancillary stuff, like Ankeny has a golf course and an airport, and things like that start to skew how the percentages work, but on a per capita, that's typically how you would analyze that.
Okay.
And when you're talking about those percentages, is that mainly attributable to the amount of people? Or like, is that based on like their base compensation too?
Probably a combination of both.
It's all personnel
Yeah, all
costs.
of our
So
costs.
it's insurance, it's full
Yeah.
benefits, it's,
Yeah.
yeah, everything. Any of the departments that you look at, the top section is personnel services. That's what we're using to calculate it. So it's everything involved with having a people. effectively.
Any other questions? I'm sure you'll have them.
Yes, we will.
No, I'm just going to say, then we can all go home now, so.
Again, it's askance.
No, this is, and again, we have a lot of information, and again, I don't want, we go through, if we go too fast, just stop us, please, because this is something that, we live, breathe, and eat type of thing. So if you have questions, there's no dumb question. What we want to do, and I usually have a more prepared speech at the beginning, but we want to make sure that at the end of the day, when you're asked to approve this, that you are very comfortable with this. Because as council members, you will be asked to vote on this, and you will be out in the community, and you'll be representing this, and you'll be able to answer questions, or at least you know where to come and get the questions or get the answers to those questions. And so please, again, as we go through this, stop us. We'll answer all the questions we can. If not, we'll get back to you. Just another thing that I wanted to point out, as we get into the departmental reviews, we're going to talk about their budgeted items. If there are non-budgeted questions or issues, we'll keep track of those and we'll bring back those, if there's a need for additional information that isn't budgetary impacted wise, we will schedule a future lunch and learn, we'll get other information for you. So please know that if it comes up and it's, if it's an ancillary issue, we'll kind of segregate that off. We'll get back to you on those items. We're focusing on the budget at this point in time. Okay, if you'll turn your tab to the budget summaries, I'll turn over to Nikki now.
So I'm just going to go a couple of overview items first. So I'm going to talk about what's in the packet, mostly just to tell you what it is. You'll be able to reference it. It's nothing that's specifically going to be used today.
This closer.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's getting an echo, sorry.
Sorry. Okay, so in the packet that was in front of you, so a couple different things just for your reference. So the one that looks like a really illegible state form, this is the illegible new state form with the certification. It's really hard to read, in my opinion, but this is to Larry's question about which levies are available left to us. So the top section is all of your pieces that remained intact after the legislation wiped out all of those ancillary ones. So you'll see our CGFL there at the top. All the way to the right is where the dollars, the difference between those columns is called utility replacement tax, and then the actual rate. So this is where we stand today. This is as presented in the budget. It's mostly just to show you what the new form looks like. The top section, this little really also illegible understanding what they're presenting there, but this is supposed to show you how they got to our CGFL number, that 786. So it's telling you you could have had 810. This is the maximum dollars. Here's what our valuation was. So we were at 639. We got a limitation percentage of 3% that AJ mentioned. So now our CGFL is 7.86. So our net revenue growth available is 3.29.
So this is supposed to make people feel empowered.
The front one, no, I don't think anybody will read that one. On the back, though, this is what we have to publish. So remember, the last couple of years, we've had that max property tax rate levy hearing that it was supposed to have a supermajority to justify anything over the 2%. So this replaced that because it didn't do what they wanted it to do.
Oh, really?
Shocking. But the point of this was based on the legislation to say, okay, so here's what they're taxing you today. So this is this fiscal year, the first column. If they made no changes and brought in the exact same revenue, this is what it would have been and what your rate should have been, and then what we're proposing. So at least they're including all of the levies. Last time they excluded debt service, which made it super confusing. But the point is at the bottom, the new piece is that $100,000 house. So we've always disclosed that. Most cities disclose that, but it's in a narrative. Now it has to be in the publication. So it's saying that a $100,000 residential property would have paid last year $547. This year they're going to pay $467, or a 14% decrease to their taxes. The taxes paid. So that is important because we didn't reduce taxes 14.63%. So that's probably going to be confusing to a taxpayer. Just to say, well, you reduced taxes 14%. We didn't, but they will pay that percentage less. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but this is the assessed valuation is 100,000, but our valuations went up 6.9%.
Yes.
So really, that $100,000 house is on average.
So that's just the way they do it. They say if your valuation didn't change at $100,000, because this is assessed, not taxable, but they're trying to tell you if you're, people only understand assessed value, right? So they want to say, I want to look at my house and know that it's $100,000. That's what my tax bill says. The taxable piece of that is all behind the scenes here to show them what they're really going to pay on that same $100,000 house. So yes, it does not take into account that your $100,000 last year is probably a $106,000 house this year. They're trying to make it digestible for somebody to look and say, well, I have a $400,000 house. Okay, we'll take that times 4, that kind of thing. But they're requiring it to be disclosed. The thing I will point out to you that looks weird, at least for those of us that look at this stuff all day, the commercial, see that number? Those are the same number. So the reason for that is business property tax credit, which we just talked about.
Let's say
So
the
it's new this
150,000.
year
Yeah.
in the effect that it's a credit now. So I'm not made whole as the city. Before, the commercial properties still didn't pay it. They've been paying the $150,000 at the residential rate since 2013, but the state made us whole. So the taxpayer won't see any difference. They still are having the same thing. It totally shifted how it comes to us. So as a city, we will be shorted because they don't have enough to distribute, shocking. But, sorry, it's been a long couple months. But the taxpayer won't really notice a difference. Commercial has never been paying, well, not never, but for the last 10 years, they haven't paid it anyway. So there is a distinct difference. So now we're at the mercy of the state to pay us back for it. It's now not a property tax for us. It's a state reimbursement, and it's already more need than there is to fill it. So they will.
I want to make sure that we can tell a clear story to our legislators on the impact. You know, we are, lucky that two of the people that have, that serve the city of Urbandale have formerly served on this body, but sometimes it's been a few years and they might not remember
I can guarantee you.
what this process is like. And, especially on this commercial, I think this is going to get really challenging for us.
Yeah.
And we need to be able to tell that story clearly. So I appreciate this. Now,
So this gets
as AJ
published.
said, this is the city is 25% of your tax bill.
Correct.
So do all of the other entities that
So
have
this
to
is just
send
part
out-
of our the first hearing that we have. So this is part of that one. There's also the truth in taxation memo letter that will go out to every taxpayer. So there's the
From the
example one
auditor, the
from the
auditor.
county auditor, and it will incorporate everybody's taxes. So that's the timeline one. Let's just jump to that.
Well, hey, really quick, Nikki, so you said that middle column, that would be assuming that absolutely nothing changed with expenses? So I have to imagine there are going to be people that say, oh, well, you could have left my tax levy rate at 935, and,
Yeah.
okay, so that's, okay, I just want to make sure
So
that we're,
that top section remained the same. Was the public saying, no, if you should live within the same revenue.
Right.
Regardless of what expenses. So this is only about revenue.
Yep.
If you could have kept revenue the same, this is what that would have equivalated in a levy number.
Okay.
So, yes.
all right, I just want to make sure, because I have a feeling that people are going to look right at that tax rate and ask questions, so.
Yeah, and it looked that way last year too. They've had this same, I think that the letter that goes to everybody's house, because nobody probably reads the classified publications for the legals, to really be able to catch that that's what this is happening. This will show up to your house. The county auditor stuff will come to your
Yeah,
house.
that's why I figure people are going to pay more attention to it now.
But it's not this.
It's not that,
It's
okay.
going to be literally,
It'll be this.
you, Mr. McBurney, here's your house, and this is what you paid last year, and this is what you're going to pay from all of the
Okay,
entities.
so they'll
it's
leave that
customized
out.
to you. Yes, this part is not, this is just what we publish in the paper. So, okay, so, and those dates, so we can jump to this one real quick. This was the loose one on the top. This is just kind of marrying together the two pieces of what we sell for debt and what we do for the budget piece. So it looks super weird because we've got this big dead spot in the middle for budget. Normally, we would whip it through and we'd be done with the first one in March. We can't do that this year because of the truth in taxation mailing. That one goes out on March 20th is the state deadline, or the legislative deadline, is they have to have it out by March 20th. So legally, we cannot hold a hearing on the first public hearing, which is this lovely max rate levy that we will have That can't happen before March 25th. They have to give them 5 days to receive the mail. So they want to make sure that people are aware and have a chance to come listen to the public hearing. So that will be on April 2nd. It is a special meeting. You will notice that. It has to, by legislation, be a separate meeting that has no other city business on it at all. Has to be completely separate from the next meeting that will be, we'll do this one at 5, and then we'll do the regular meeting at 6. And then at the one at 6, we'll be able to set the regular public hearing for your budget. So we don't go all the way down. April 24th is actually when we're going to adopt it. That also is a special meeting. The first and third Tuesday thing throws this off a little bit. So I have to throw you an extra meeting in there so that we can actually get it. The publication deadlines, the 16th, I can't get it published before we actually set the hearing. So that's not in the spirit of what it's supposed to
AJ,
be.
you were kept referring in your comments to April 16th as the hearing.
Yeah, it's the 24th.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I was looking at the receipt, yeah. So-
Oh, just,
We'll still sell our debt that day on the 16th at the normal meeting, but we do need to have one special one because it has to be adopted obviously by April 30th. So there's a lot of kind of weird stuff, and on that note, which we will hit on everybody that has a public improvement project, any kind of capital project. So this timing really messes with our bid timing. So you'll start seeing, I mean, tomorrow at or not tomorrow, I keep thinking this is Monday, Tuesday, at the agenda, you're going to start seeing these bids come in. So something important to note on all of those is legally, if you have a hesitation about funding these projects, I can't accept the contract. The council cannot accept a bid for a contract that is not funded. So this is the magic little dance. We would normally do all of these bid acceptances in March because we're waiting for the budget to be adopted. Well, we're not doing that till the end of April now. So something that is important, legally, we can accept the contract. We just need to have a discussion that if you have any reservations about it, we can't accept those bids. We would need to hold them and delay the bid acceptance, which is going to delay the project potentially to after that. So as we talk through them today, if you have questions about any of those, because once the CIP ones, the highlighted one is about the pre-levy, that's effectively saying, I know I'm going to sell this amount of bonds and you guys are okay with it, I'm authorizing me to levy for it. So I feel pretty good about CIP, but budgeted stuff, so road use tax, parks, any of those that are general fund or some other fund other than bonds, if we need to fund it with that, I need you to be super confident of that, because otherwise we should not be accepting the contracts, and I need to let engineering know that changes it a lot. So does everybody kind of understand what I'm saying there? This timing is really, really hard for hitting bids in the right window. You know, you don't want to have a contractor that puts a good bid in and then I hold it for 60 days because they don't know that they can start that work. So that will hurt us. But I bring that up. Other things in your packet. You were just talking about what are all the other cities doing. These are prelim, asterisks, asterisks. Nobody's adopted theirs either, but the one that has all the cities in it. This is as of yesterday. This is what everybody is tentatively planning. Most of them are not doing their workshops for another week or two. So all tentative. But you asked about is everybody shifting them around? 100% they are. The only one that didn't change is Pleasant Hill because they were below the 3% growth rate. They were only at 212. So they didn't have to have an 810 reduction.
So quick question there. Like I see we're last year at 810. I thought that was the max.
So it's the max if you weren't using any of those other special ones. So those other 19, if you had any of those, including the emergency levy, which is 27 cents, and a whole lot of them had that. So theirs could be higher than 810 because they didn't just take those levies away, they wrapped them all together. So now you could have been at 950 if you had a bunch of other ones. But the point is you still keep ratcheting down at the same rate. So the idea is to get everybody at 810 or lower.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's why Adel and Waukee.
Yeah, West Des Moines had theirs is the cleanest at 837, so they had 810 plus the 27-cent emergency levy.
Got it.
Okay, so that's that one, that's just for reference. This one that is, got the 3 orange stripes across it. So this is the one that is calculating, we always monitor your fund balance, what percentage of fund balance we're anticipating ending with. It's really small, I'm sorry. The main one to focus on is general fund, but I provide it for all of the funds that we budget for to see where, as a percent, the ending cash in general, how much coverage we have on expenditures. So our financial policy is no less than 25%. I'll tell you that 25% doesn't get us very far. So we are always, I want to be higher than 25%. Moody's loves anything above 40%. We are not the only ones above 40%. Again, what I mentioned earlier in the public safety, for every open position we have, if it stays open all year, that's right around $100,000 by the time you have benefits, salary, and all their insurances and stuff. It's very expensive. So as soon as we have open positions, that's why we end up adding back to fund balance, because we didn't spend it. I don't have a body to pay to do that. We offset some of it over time, because if we have, I mean, he's got 9 positions open. So if they stayed open all year, that's $900,000 estimated. That adds right back to fund balance, but we have to fill those spots through overtime and, provide coverage. So it's not a direct, but it's an awful lot of it that doesn't get used.
We are burning our fund balance.
So yes, so as I mentioned, if we fill everything, I'm planning to use almost $2.5 million out of general fund balance. I'm sure we're not probably going to get all 9 of those positions filled. Just physically running them through ILEA and all of the stuff we have to do to get an officer on. I believe we can run 3 recruitments a year, or if we're really booking it, and we get maybe 3-ish, 2 to 3 off a list, at best, at best. So it's probably not likely we'll get all of them. I hope that we can at least get some of them. But the point is I'm hearing you tell me we need to get the fund balance burned down. So I'm trying to do that. So this looks really aggressive. We were only supposed to use about $1 million this budget year, but they've sat empty all year. So I'm not going to use almost any of that. So I just kind of show you what that looks like and through the out year. So we are getting down to that 33%. So we're actively trying to do it in that out year. My caveat is if commercial property does change, that's a game changer as well. If we go down to 80%, never mind. We're not going to do the burning down. It'll burn down on its own. So that's what this one is. This ties to the document in front of you. The other ones are informational. This one you're used to seeing. This is all of your valuation, Polk County, Dallas County, and then combined. Just to show some people really like to see what classifications changed from year to year. And then at the bottom is the percentages, commercial and taxable, if you want to kind of look back through that. The TIF amount, our average over 5 years, 10 years, debt service. And then that percentage, this we added in here a couple years back. Councilmember Pogge at the time had asked, what about the TIF piece? Most of that is commercial. So I wanted to show what our divvy between we're about 70-30 right now. If you add it back in TIF, it's about 5% switch. So it adds 5% back to commercial, if that makes sense. So this is just for reference. We already kind of talked about these two. This is the residential rollback for lots of years. The gray column is what 1 penny. So if you're talking about what those 2 cents are costing, that's the cost of 1 penny for each of those types of households. And then commercial is the one that's kind of an orange color at the top. And that is where the looks weird, because in the past we've not done the business property tax credit because the city is made whole all of these years. So I didn't, even though technically they will pay the same, on here it's going to show that it's a negative because I'm not being made whole for that. So I didn't go back and change it for all of them because I didn't really care. And then 2 green ones are your replacement pages for the ones that we, only things that changed. Very few this year. That's what the extra week helps, that we didn't have 15 pages to change out.
Where do those green pages go?
So these all go in the budget summary section, because the only things that we were finishing was capital projects based on the CIP that was adopted, and then debt service. So it's page 3 and 4 will get traded out in your budget summary section, and then page 11, 12.
3 and 4, take that
Everybody
out.
find that one? And so you can just pitch those, because it's really just replacing capitals.
That pitchable file?
Yeah.
And for any of you that are not familiar with, the component unit line stays red. That is the water utility. They are adopting their budget on February, whatever the second Monday is. And then theirs just rolls into ours. So you won't see that. You don't have to approve theirs. It just flows into our physical state submission. So that's why I include them in there, so it ties to what I certify.
Are these other ones supposed to go in the book somewhere?
They are just for your reference, but we did 3 old
Really
punch 'em so
interesting
you
stuff
can.
that you made for us.
Yes, little packet of goodies. Use it, but if you find that there's questions on it, it's just kind of helpful to know where we stand. And the last one that I was going to, just for reference, the item that you had asked about of what other levies do we have? So we have $1.51 in today's dollars, the 25 budget that I'm setting. We have $1.51 of those costs that can shift to another levy overnight if we needed it. So if the CGFL keeps ratcheting down, 786 goes to 720. I have 60 cents there that I would need to shift onto something else, because our revenue needs are no different than they were this year. But if the revenue levy is different and lower, I have to raise those funds elsewhere. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So they'll just shift again.
What part of that does our
$1.50.
legislature not understand? I just don't get it.
Oh, I didn't understand it. They don't
Bridget, I can
care.
tell you, they honestly, there are a couple people that understand it in the legislature. And they come, I think maybe even some set the poll. I'm just, they don't understand it.
They don't care.
There are a couple of people that sit in the room, like last year, I can guarantee you, it was, Dan Dawson and a couple others that sit in the room and created, they came out at the last couple of days with it, and boom, it gets passed, so. That's the frustrating part, that's what I was just talking to AJ about, as an aside. We were talking with some of the other cities yesterday. We're gonna, Nikki, we have more homework for you, not for this weekend, but
I love homework, come on.
in the next few weeks, before the next talk with officials, Clive has done the study as far as the cumulative effects over the last 10 years of property tax reform and how that's affected cities and how has it affected specifically Clive on a dollar basis. We'll look at that from our standpoint too. So-
Look at the lost revenue and lost revenue opportunities, because,
Not LOSST, but,
oh, the lost?
well, you said lost revenue, and I'm
Lost
wondering.
lost
clarify
revenue
that
through
you
tax reform versus not. Okay,
Missed revenue.
revenue.
Okay.
Too many
Okay.
acronyms.
Yes.
It came up at the last talk with officials, and I always hear from Brad, well, when I was mayor, but anyway. But seriously though, we are going to, it needs to come out, and we will have concrete numbers that we can demonstrate how this has affected the cities. I mean, they keep doing this, and they shift it from one, for instance, if they give commercial rollback, then that affects the residential. I mean, it's gonna.
No, I mean,
I know you
fully
guys-
support,
I know you guys, but they tried to say, well, it's property tax reform, but now all you're doing is shifting the burdens around.
I mean, because they want to increase, they want people to move to Iowa, and we're seeing the positive impacts of that, but that impacts our budget. I mean, it's a whole, we
The
don't need
effect
to.
is they're trying to starve cities ultimately. I mean, that's what they're doing, so. When they now ratchet back, what House File 781 does is now they're starting to starve us, so. And it's gonna get worse before it gets better, so.
And with that study or kind of conversation research that we'd be doing as part of that, is that going to include some, I know we can't crystal ball it and see it like if nothing changed, but are there some things we can highlight, like missed opportunities that we could have, like if things had not shifted, could we have done to give better services to the city or things like that, like that we can really concretely say, like, you're locking us out of these opportunities to make our city more.
To do better economic development.
Right, yeah.
Something that resonates within that language.
Right. I know it's hard to,
Well, or if it
that
gets
way,
down
yeah.
to the core functions of a city, like infrastructure, public safety, those are the things that I think ultimately we're gonna be talking about is now you're impacting our core functions that we provide, that all citizens demand and expect, so.
I think it also rests on the expectation of the council. is that at what level do they want to provide services to the community, what the residents are requesting, aside from the basics, police, fire, EMS, those type of things. I think it gets back to the quality of life. I think it gets back to, it just gets back to making yourself, as Bridget mentioned, if you want people to move to your community, why are they moving here? Why are they investing in a home, into a business? Why are they attending your schools? All those things. And absent, and I know I'm speaking to the choir, but at the same time, the best decisions are made locally. They are. And, as the mayor mentioned, that, through property tax reforms, they've taken that responsibility out of your hands, out of local council's hands, out of local school district's hands. And I won't be quiet. I think it's a matter of trust, and it's also a matter of responsibility, that you folks sit down every year, go through a budget. You guys meet twice, 3 times a month. You guys are accessible, and that, local control is being eroded significantly. And that's unfortunate because, again, this is where the rubber hits the road. And I will be quiet, so.
So Nick, you said we have $1.50 that we can shift over to the other levies if we needed to. Okay.
Yeah, we have $1.51 available in today's amount. And so each of those go up. So the shifts that happened this year, like we shifted way more to the 411. We used to, if you remember back, any of you, that we had that fully funded before the legislature did the little like, oh, we're going to mess with you if you aren't at 810. So we shifted that immediately. So we were no longer fully funding that. So that's the one I picked first because you already had said this is what we should max out. So we're fully funding that one. Then we can continue in the employee benefits, 411 and IPERS. There also is one for general insurance, like general liability type stuff. So that one, I didn't even grab that one yet. But yes, we've got a pretty decent amount of cushion, but a commercial property tax cut might eat up quite a bit of that.
Is there any projection on how long that's sustainable before we start putting a squad car in a 20-year bond?
Well, won't be 20 years because it doesn't last that long. But nonetheless, yes, we could always, at the end of the day, public safety is, equipping public safety is essential corporate purpose. We absolutely could bond for vehicles. We've never done that. But I think we are, barring commercial property tax reform, let me just caveat that. I think we're really good for about 3 years.
Okay.
I think we'll be able to shift out of it for at least 3 years. If commercial property tax goes down 10%, that's pretty much a 1 year thing, because that's a huge impact.
Because I think when you talk about bringing examples to the legislature, telling them that we're financing a vehicle that we're not even, like, we're financing a vehicle longer than we're going to get the service out of it. That's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, for a fire truck, and you'll hear from the chief, they have a 20-year life. That
Yep.
makes sense for us. You hear from at least some of the information. I get information from other locations throughout the state, mostly smaller cities. They're not going to have choices. They're going to need to buy something that has a big price tag to it, and their only option is going to be a shoe daddy for it.
Yeah.
And they only may get 5 years, 7 years out of it, and they've issued a 10, 15, 20-year note.
Yeah.
And it
You
just
can
doesn't
also
make
lease would be the other, I mean, for smaller cities, that's why
Yeah.
a lot of
Leases,
smaller
right.
cities lease vehicles, that's why. So there's that as well.
Yeah.
Leasing is terrible, but we'll do it if we have to.
And with that levy shifting, are there any items that we have to fully shift, or is it something where we can incrementally shift it as needed?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Yep. In light of time, I thought we'll just kind of cover as we go through each section. You all have been through it. The two newbies, I walked through kind of how to interpret the sections of the budget. So I think we can just jump right into departments.
Right. If you have any questions, and again, please, as you look through this, take a look at it. If any questions that come up on the financial end of it, let us know. Just one real quick thing, local option sales tax. We'll talk about that when we get to debt. At this point in time, What we don't hear from the legislature is any noise about making some changes there. So that at least what I've heard from conversations with other cities that what they hear is that the House does not have a real appetite for taking on local option sales tax. Again, as we know, things can shift, things can change, but right now. And that is, again, just as a side note, we talked about how we can shift things around. Local option sales tax that's collected in the Polk County side, that is for any legal purpose, any lawful purpose, I think the right terminology was. We're using it for debt relief and management, but theoretically, you could shift some of those dollars over for general fund activity as well. You have that capacity. Dallas Center 1 was for debt and capital projects. So again, as we talk about when we get into the debt component, for example, paying off the Fire Station 43 in '24, then that frees up money for capital projects. And that potentially could alleviate some of the debt services we have, potentially.
And AJ, when you were talking about the sales tax, that was a consideration to bring it statewide to 7, and then that would make it so that we don't collect that extra percent?
What had been argued last year in the legislature was taking a statewide sales tax and taking it to 7%. You account for the 5% from the state, the 1% for the school, and the 1% for cities. And that conversation became much more active when more cities adopted the local option sales tax. And so that distribution was going to be, the state would keep their 5%, the monies that would be collected for the 1% on cities would be distributed to everybody, but everybody would have to collect it now. So for example, the city of Ankeny does not have a 1% sales tax. They are considering it now, but they don't have it. And I think the estimates we got was that there was going to be a shift of revenue that they would see about an additional
It's like $12 million.
$12 million. Unincorporated Polk County does not have a sales tax. They were going to get $11 to $14 million. So everybody, and we were going to lose
About
600.
600,000.
Yeah, so that was going to be the net effect for us. And so, again, their thought process, well, if most people have it, it was like the school levy. Most school, I think almost at the end, almost every school district had it. And so they said, well, we're going to put it all in this pot. We're going to distribute it based on a formula that equalize it, if you will. That's what I anticipated that would happen if they did that with the sales tax. There's also there's a number, and it escapes me, that was going to go for the water quality. Yeah, and that was passed, that was voted by the voters in 2010.
Yes?
And the, I wanted to set you up for that.
Thank you.
And that the state never fully funded it, never funded it at all, which was always a little bit strange. But at the same time, that could happen. And if that happens, our question was passed very specifically. You have to have a very specific question. What do you use it for? Are we freed of that question now, if that happens? I don't know. I mean, and then I'll be quiet. It's just the revenue, as the state comes in, the revenue comes in, based on our experience with backfill, based on other things that we've experienced at city levels, that, there's no, unless it's written in the Constitution, there's no guarantee that you're going to get the distribution of that money. That's at the whim of the legislature. And again, they'll make decisions that they think are correct, but at the same time, then cities, schools, everybody else are left with the consequences. And again, I have said more than I should, so I'll be quiet. We'll go into departments now. This is easy. We're going to start with public safety. No, IT, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, James, I'm sorry. Yeah, there's your job right there. He's got it taken care of.
James is always first.
Yeah, James is
In and
always
out.
first.
He's here to have tech support in case we need something in the
Yeah.
mornings. We just let him go.
James Breyer's our Director of Technology Services for the city. That tab is, oh, gosh.
Looks like GG 17.
Yeah, general government.
Tab, it is the.
GG 15 is the start
15.
of the technology section.
This is where James budgets all the flux capacitors for the city. And so that's my extent of the knowledge for technology.
All the acronyms.
I love the all emails that get sent out, and I've no idea what Matt Nizzi is talking about. Somebody does. someone, but
Yeah,
I'm sure glad he's doing, you know,
Yep.
whatever he needs to do in the middle of the night.
yeah. He'll send it out. I'm just like, yeah, go for it.
You'll see Matt walk down the hallways, and everybody goes, who's that?
Who's
The
that?
guy that works at midnight.
That's the guy. All righty, I'm your warm-up session. Mr. Mayor, council members, to those of you I haven't met, like AJ said, I'm James Breyer, I'm the technology director. I realize most of this is a little opaque. Am I okay? Am I too loud or am I good? Okay, cool. Go ahead and, what I like to do here is, most of this is very cyclical, so it's like, it's hardware support, it's, so much of the IT world now is very much pay for play, so it's licensing, it's warranties, it's things like that. Every year, it's pretty much the same thing, so a lot of this is static. So what I like to do is I like to highlight the actual changes, things that would be like a project or whatnot, so that you're aware of that. I'll go ahead and start on GG17, where we actually get into the actual line items. Going to start at the very top. One of the big changes you'll notice is GIS coordinator and GIS specialist. It was decided that GIS married well with the internal services nature of my department, so they went ahead and decided to pull GIS over into our department. So Mr. Larson and the engineering department, they grew GIS to this certain size, and it fits well. Like, we already work very close with GIS, so it was kind of a natural fit. So we decided to move that over and enhance its like the internal services nature of the department.
Will they physically move or still be with
Yep.
engineering?
Yep, we're going to be, as part of this office swap, there's going to be offices allocated to the GIS staff, which it'll be a GIS coordinator, which is Ryan Noah, and then a GIS specialist position. Both of those were in engineering. The GIS specialist position, we're going to have to go out to hire because that staff left, I think, about 4 or 5 months, or 3 or 4 months ago about.
staff left,
Yeah, so they were going to pull it over here and then we'll hire in the new fiscal, so. And then skipping down to the line 27 item, jump down about 10 spots. See hardware refresh, Windows 10 reset, sunset. That item is a continuation of the project that we were doing this fiscal. Basically, Windows 10's going away. That's what's on all of our workstations. So we've started the progress of migrating. That's about a 2-year process. So normally that's not required, but Microsoft made some big changes inside the operating system, trying to force people onto new hardware. So that's why we're having to do such a big refresh. Normally it's just you go around, you install the new version. So jumping down 2 more slots, the IDF rack, cable management, fiber retermination, and engineering. This is actually, IDF's just a fancy acronym for Tiny Data Closet. So basically there is a location over near engineering where all of the city's fiber comes up. It's actually one of the most, it's very unremarkable to look at, but it's actually one of the most important areas of the city because all the fiber comes up into there. And it's very typical for this to happen when you have an organization growing, but it's kind of like you basically size out. Like there's so much stuff coming up into there, it's kind of turned into a spaghetti mess. So we're going to get new racks, and it's going to be very labor intensive because they're going to have to re-terminate the fiber, which involves splicing and whatnot. So, and then the final large item that I've got, if you want to jump down to near the bottom, server refresh, DHCI host cluster. I know that's another one where it's acronym heavy, but basically what it is, it's going to be a project that encompasses swapping out basically our main servers. They're coming up, they're due for refresh. So it's like, there's basically this concept of where you mirror servers so they replicate to each other. So that way, if you have one go down, you can bounce to the other. That's what that DHCI acronym is. And this will also be a retooling of our backup infrastructure as well. That's why the project's so big. Essentially, when anymore, security has gotten pretty good. So when a bad actor will try and break in, a lot of times they'll go for your backups and they'll just take them off site and try to spin your servers up somewhere else instead of trying to attack your actual infrastructure. So we're going to retool that to something, the concept's called a mutable backup, which means nothing, but it basically means backups you can't change. So essentially it's an encryption process. It's moving stuff onto a platform that's hard to attack. So yeah, that'll be an actual hardware refresh project, but also a retooling of our backup infrastructure. And aside from that, the rest of it is very much just our typical refresh process, the cyclical things. Like I said, I know it's opaque, so if it's something where you have a question, email AJ, he'll answer it for you. Or he'll ask me to answer one or the other. So by all means, if there's something here, I'll gladly field questions, or if it's something you notice later you want to ask.
I see that you have a drone on there.
Yep.
What will your drone do, or where will we use your drone versus, don't we have drones in the police department, or?
Yeah, this is actually, it would have been originally engineering's drone. That's part
Oh,
of GIS
okay,
coming
okay.
over. Yep. And if I.
For mapping and.
Yeah, for mapping and
streets
whatnot.
and-
And they also like to do before and afters of the projects and
Oh,
whatnot.
I love it, so.
Yeah. But yeah, they currently had a drone, and this is replacing that drone, so, yes, ma'am.
The server refresh, is that also tied into our cybersecurity insurance requirements?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically what happens is it's, think of all a server is a big desktop. I mean, honestly, like it uses a version of Windows, same thing, just beefier. But basically what you run into, same thing with the workstations, like it just starts to age out. Like companies like Microsoft that makes the operating system, eventually they'll drop off support for certain hardware and whatnot. And we've been running this since, I think this host cluster was in 2015, I think. So we're kind of also coming to the end of what I'm comfortable with as far as physically breaking down. You know, it's moving parts, stuff like that. So the thing definitely has a shelf life. So we're just trying to get rid of it before it starts to become unstable or flaky. And also so that when Microsoft drops support for that operating system, we can just spin up the new one and continue to get the patching and whatnot for security purposes.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Has there been some consideration, and I don't know what the balance is, for what we host on premises versus what we do in like
the cloud?
a government cloud data center or
Yep.
something like that?
Absolutely. So we have, we're already making extensive use of the cloud. Several years ago, I think, right before COVID hit was when we transferred from on-premise email to Microsoft 365, like their cloud stuff. So that's naturally, we've got a domain controller is just what manages your credentials when you log in, yeah. So there's a cloud component to that living up there. There's the actual entire email system, and then also cloud storage through OneDrive and whatnot. It's incredibly tempting sometimes to move a lot of your infrastructure up there for like storage, but it's very cheap for cold storage, so stuff you're not going to use. So it's great for backups. But as far as file servers and whatnot, that's what you would call hot storage, where people are using it. It's one of those that it's pricey, but I guarantee when we have this conversation 8 years from now, they will have dropped the price to the point that it's going to be hard to justify a file server on site. I mean, there'll be some stuff, but you'll be moving your file storage up there.
Yeah. I was going to say it'd be located in Van Meter, won't it?
Yeah. Any other questions?
It's kind of a follow-up when James mentioned about the move. The office refresh that we're doing throughout the whole building, our plans are that we hope to be done by May, and that we will be consolidating the IT department all under one roof, if you will, and that will include the GIS specialists. So we will have them all congregated, which is going to be an advantage and scary at the same time.
They'll be able to talk to each other.
They'll be able to talk to each
So they'll
other.
scheme.
Yeah.
They are IT people.
They're going to text each
Do
other.
is they look down and then they speak. They don't do eye
I've seen
contact.
Ryan Noah in the wild, so I know that he talks. but-
He does talk, yeah. Yeah, that'll be great. Like that was, like when the department started, it was sort of, you basically set people where you have room. Well, then that inadvertently kind of makes hardwired specialities. It's like, it's kind of hard to cross-train when someone lives in one, like Kid over at the library. Naturally, there's so much stuff, there's so much overlap, and Buddy in the police department, it's like he's very much public safety oriented. So it's one of those where it's like having the whole department support public safety, have the whole department support, it becomes training when an employee leaves becomes vastly easier. Now it's like, well, here's the place, ask, do you have any questions? It'll be much easier to train. It'll be much easier to support having a centralized office like that, so.
Not to mention they'll have one boss, I'm assuming at that point.
Well, really right
James
now
is
they
their
have
supervisor.
one
Exactly.
boss, but it also, like I said, it's one of those where it's like within that area, it's kind of easy. I mean, it's great because it builds rapport.
Yeah.
But on the other side of it, it's like, I haven't really ran into a situation where there was confusion. You know, it's like, which master do I serve kind of thing. It's not like that. But yeah, you're right. It's
Yeah.
one of those where, and it'll be great for collaboration too.
Yeah.
Instead of, you know, them being spread out. So,
We're looking forward to it.
Yeah,
oh, I'm
great.
sure you are. I will try to keep it down.
Yeah, there'll be strange
we're gonna
noises
down the
out of the
hallway.
back room there. We don't, James will just say, don't worry, don't worry.
If you're gonna scream and yell about hardware, close the door. The city manager's right there. Please, please, please.
Yeah, just say flux capacitor,
Yeah.
we're good.
And say something technical and walk.
Yeah.
Do not engage.
Don't make eye
Don't
contact.
make eye contact. He will need something.
They are a great group of guys, though, they are. They do a great
Yeah, they're
job
fun to
for
work
us.
with. Yeah, like I said, any questions? Shoot an email, I'll gladly answer it. Gladly being the operative term. So, that it?
Sounds good.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Chief. All right,
Thank you.
we're going to move on to Human Resources, which is GG 19. Aaron Freeman is our director.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for spending your Saturday with us.
Thank you.
I sound really loud, but hopefully it's okay. I'll try to tone it down. I'm a loud talker. All right. Well, there's nothing new in the HR budget this year. So AJ and I thought maybe I could use some of my allotted time to talk about just the status of the city's workforce and some things that we have in the works. Right now, we have 10 full-time position vacancies. 8, I thought, of those were police, so maybe let's connect later if we think you have 9, but that's a moving target, so it's hard to keep track on that on a daily basis, what that number is. And we have 38 seasonal positions that we're recruiting for at the moment, too. So we've started to open those seasonal laborers, parks, streets, and intern positions. An interesting statistic that I was just looking back as I had some time this morning over previous year's budgets is that our workforce has grown by 50% over the last 11 years. When I looked at 50%, so when I looked at the 2014 adopted budget, there were 172 full-time positions compared to the 260 that's in front of you today. So that's a pretty significant, you know, even at one of the lowest staffing per capita rates for the city, you know, I think that that just really speaks to the staff in all of our departments and how great of a job that they do, that services never suffer as a result of running lean. So just credit to all the departments and what they do there.
Aaron, that does seem like, I mean, I acknowledge we're very lean, but that still does seem like a huge increase in 10 years. I mean, have we just been acknowledging
Steadily,
that
just
we were too
10
lean? Or where do you attribute?
Well, you have been here longer than myself, but in my
Part-time
4
fire.
years,
When we shifted to fire,
Yeah.
that's, I mean, that's 60
that's the bulk of
people.
it. Yeah.
So, I mean, a huge amount is
Yep.
going from volunteer fire that was never full-time. We had 2,
And
3,
opening the third
maybe.
station.
Yeah.
And then going
And those
to,
were just
yeah.
added, you know, there was a plan to add so many per year
Okay.
to get to
Right,
that with
right.
3
But
stations.
over
the
11
full-time
years,
fleet.
that, yes.
Yes, and
Yeah.
then probably public safety has been our biggest area of growth.
Definitely.
As the city's expanded, Fire Station 43. But also remember, we have the 2080 agreement with the city of Clyde, and they compensate us 40% of the cost of that. So again, the numbers may be reflected higher, but the revenue source is there to help support it.
And it's been just pretty steady, aside from that, you know, a couple new positions, anywhere from 5 to 10 a year, just one here and there in a department as needed. So no real signs of, you know, concern in any particular area, you know, that we were.
No, that makes a lot of sense though. with
So,
fire.
yeah.
And Waukee, just Tommy, just an aside, they're opening a second fire station. They need to hire 11 firefighters in the next year or two. So, I mean, other cities are experiencing that too.
Yeah,
Your
absolutely.
gloves on, chief. We're going to be fighting.
I know.
There's 26 openings in the metro for firefighters full-time in the next 6 months.
Yeah.
So it can be the
It's not a contest, guys.
Please don't accept that challenge. a little bit concerningly, and I only say this to bring an awareness to the status of kind of the recruiting and the workforce environment, is at the same time that our workforce has grown by 50%, the number of interested applicants applying for jobs has decreased by 68%. So that's just a statistic that we continue to monitor from year to year to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to recruit and retain new employees. We've come before you with a lot of ideas over the past couple of years. We've implemented some hiring incentives, sign-on bonuses, relocation packages that we've leveraged a little bit here and there for hard-to-fill positions. Nothing astronomical, a couple a year over the last few years that we've been doing it, but that's helped a little bit. We've been enhancing compensation programs, benefit programs, implementing the wellness platform, paid parental leave, anything we can really to look at, what are, aside from the obvious compensation, right? What are the other things that we can do to keep and attract people to want to work for the city of Urbandale? We're doing, lots of departments are doing great things in terms of creatively staffing their departments for flexible scheduling, like in the police department, for example, up front, their administrative staff might work 410s, for example. That's something that staff's really interested in. So we continue just to pursue those other non-traditional compensation and benefit things too, to make this continue to make this a really great place to work. So on that note, a little bit related then, AJ had previously communicated with you, and you've seen it in the budget. We have proposed a condensed wage schedule for non-union staff. What we found when we went out and did a salary survey was that we have roughly about twice as many steps in our non-union plan as other cities. It was 16 steps, whereas the majority are closer to 8 or 9. So we basically took the plan that we have in place because we paid a consultant back in 2018 to devise that for us. So we felt good about the actual ranges themselves, but we basically then just cut it in half to reduce the amount of time it takes to get non-union staff to the max in an effort to try to look, it'll only take you 7 years to get there, try to hold on to people. We find that about the 5-year mark is where our vulnerability really drops off for losing staff anyways. So if we can kind of keep them around that 5-year mark, they're almost vested at that point in IPERS, they're receiving accelerated vacation accruals by that point, and they're vested in the 457 deferred comp contributions. So that was kind of that target mark on that 5-year mark. Let's really get people as quickly as we can to that in hopes to retain that talent. So another thing that we looked at was implementing a longevity plan for non-union personnel that mirrors pretty much the same thing as in the other 3 contracts for laborers, fire, and police. So that was included in the budget as well. It's pretty nominal cost. And then the last thing that we looked at was holidays. Last year, we took a deep dive into paid time off and compared our paid time off structure to other cities. One thing that we found was that we do have less city-recognized holidays than other cities in the Des Moines Metro. Not that that's concerning or anything, but it's just something that we put in front of you just for your awareness if that's something that you wanted to consider. 2 years back, maybe, I think, Bridget, you had us look at MLK Day. Right? Does that sound familiar? Somebody did. Somebody requested that we looked at that a couple years ago. So we've been kind of holding on to that information since then. So if you're interested to see a comparison of other cities and what holidays that they offer, I have that just for your consideration.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, but
I mean, I guess I still, I appreciated like that we have the floating, our personal days.
Personal days.
Like 3 floating days, but I think as a city, we should consider adding MLK Day as a city holiday.
what you'll see, and we did add that to the comparison since the last time that we looked at it, because we have always offered those 3 personal floating holidays. And so we added that to comparison to see, well, are we offering less holidays because we have those? So what we found was that in all of these suburbs in the metro, so we looked at Des Moines, Ankeny, West Des Moines, Waukee, Johnston, Altoona, Clive, Grimes, Indianola, Norwalk, Pleasant Hill, and Windsor Heights. You can see an X marked on the particular holiday and which ones they offer. It is really a mix. Like you have the core ones that everyone offers, right? Thanksgiving, Christmas, Memorial, Labor Day, and New Year's. But then there are the other holidays that's really a mixed bag on if they offer MLK, President's Day, Juneteenth, Veterans Day. And it looks like everybody offers the day after Thanksgiving and Christmas as well. So on average of all the cities in the Des Moines Metro, 9.5 city holidays are recognized, and those same cities have an average of 2.5 personal floating holidays as well. Urbandale offers 8 paid holidays and 3 personal floating holidays. So just a little bit below the average there, but nothing concerning. We really just put this before you just for your awareness on what other cities are doing. It looks like the next most common holiday to offer is MLK Day, in fact. So if that's something that you'd like to consider. There is not an upfront tangible cost with doing that, but there is, of course, just the cost with 24/7 operations with police and fire, of course, that would just get the extra holiday pay for working on another day that's a holiday, but that's pretty nominal in the grand scheme of things, so.
Hey,
Those
Erin,
are the
there-
kind of staff-related compensation and benefit things that are different this year that are in front of you in the budget, that aren't necessarily in the HR budget, but just in the budget overall. So if you have any questions about any of that or the HR budget, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah, Aaron, are you noticing any trends in the private sector about benefits that are being offered that we can kind of get in front of?
Yeah, we did a review of our benefits 2 years ago and added some voluntary insurance policies that we hadn't offered previously. Those are all employee paid, but we are seeing some interest in those. We'll have like critical illness and an accident insurance policy, Legal Shield, identity theft, restoration, and monitoring. So we do see those growing a little bit in popularity. The next thing that we're doing is we are sending out an employee benefit satisfaction survey next week to our staff, just to see if they, first of all, understand the benefits that they even have. Maybe there's just more we need to do in terms of education, not necessarily offering new or enhanced benefits, and then going from there. We just want to make sure that we are curating an overall benefits package that people want, right? And as new generations come into the workforce, the benefits they're seeking are very different than our tenured employees. IPERS and health insurance is less important to the younger generation in the workplace, right? So we're just trying to add to that mix to have a little something for everybody.
It's more maybe outside of compensatory type of benefits and more, I guess, perks, like things that private companies are doing to, I don't know, spice up the workplace to make it more comforting to be in there. You know, just things like that that you're noticing that other companies are doing that we could adopt to help, I guess, make working easier or more enjoyable, since I know we all love sitting at a desk for 8 hours a day.
Right.
Some of us anyway.
You bet.
Yeah, I mean, you joke about it, Chief, but you know, if there's
exactly
you know,
the same
something like that where, you know, they offer a coffee shop or something crazy like that.
Yeah, we haven't explored some of those other, non-traditional perks, but that's something we're certainly open to.
Okay.
Any way we can be creative.
Yeah, I mean,
Close
just
the door and keep 'em.
anything that you notice
Yeah.
that you're just like, hey, these folks really love having this type of thing available.
Yeah.
I would definitely love to hear it as you keep your ears open for that type
We
of stuff.
really lean on our insurance broker, Gallagher Benefit Service, as well, to help with some of that national and local benchmarking data on what are other people doing that's
Yeah.
been working. So we'll certainly inquire about that too.
Okay. So Starbucks, got it, Chief.
Check.
I had a,
Chair?
so in that vein, has there been a consideration for like a dependent care FSA type of stuff too?
Yep.
I know that's something that my workplace just recently started doing, and I very much appreciate that with having kids in childcare.
Yeah, we definitely already offer the dependent care and the medical FSA
Oh,
programs. And the paid parental leave that just went into place January 1st has already been utilized by 2 people. So excellent. I think that's
I'm
something.
going to text Matt right now.
Yeah. Please do. It's, we've received a lot of really good feedback about that and people are appreciative. Of course, it's unfortunate, there's always that cutoff and people in the past didn't get it. But looking forward to the future, I know that is going to be a big draw.
Absolutely.
With that 68% reduction in folks actually applying for jobs, how does that compare with other communities in the metro? Do we have any idea?
Yeah, it's spot on. We utilize NeoGov for our applicant tracking system. And while they have clients in all industries all over the world, they are predominantly for the public sector. And that is the same statistic that they publish nationally. So it's not even unique to Iowa or the Midwest. Yeah. So on average, we have last year in 2023, we had on average 19 applications per job that we posted. And it's also important to mention that 19 is not qualified applications. That's just the number of people that applied. So of that, maybe half qualified, and then of course are screened out throughout.
There's actually one good bill at the legislature this year about suspending civil service requirements for public safety. Is that right?
I saw that.
Yeah, a little nervous about that. It sounds good at face value, but of course, the concern is to reduce limitations for public safety when we have stringent hiring practices for a reason, to make sure that we get really good people in those positions with high morals and integrity, all those things, and to reduce those limits to put people potentially in positions that you otherwise wouldn't. And then it's temporary, and then to put the limits back up again after a period of time.
So it's maybe not as good as it sounds on face?
Yeah.
It sounded pretty good to me. I like the flexibility of the certified list stuff.
Yeah.
Hearing.
Agreed.
I don't know the bill, haven't read through it closely, but if there's more flexibility in the hiring list, and when we can recertify and
Yes.
start that process.
That would be beneficial if it pans out the way it reads. And I'm sure it'll change several times between now and then if it's even passed. But yeah, we're.
I guess that'd be one that I'd like for us to keep on top of and be able to let our legislators know that, we think it's good, big picture, but maybe some moral changes.
There really needs to be
Because I
changes.
just picked up on the list aspect. I mean, just in what AJ sent us, that seemed like a good change to be able to move through those lists swifter. But if there's other stuff in there that could be better, I think we'd like to know about it. And then I just wanted to loop back to MLK Day. I think I'd like to see us add it, and I don't know what we need to do. Would that be in place of a personal day or just an additional holiday? I don't know if we need to take council action on that and when that would be.
You would have to take council action on it because these are established by the council. So obviously, if you decided that you wanted to add it, you could. Obviously, it wouldn't take effect until 25, pardon me. But adding there, and whether or not you wanted to eliminate other ones, everybody will have an opinion about eliminating.
I don't think we should.
And I think that would be not recommended, only
Okay.
because once you've given a certain level of benefit, unless there is a significant monetary issue or something that you didn't plan on, that it would, I think it'd be harmful to our employees.
Well, I guess I don't know, recommend that we move forward with whatever steps are necessary to add that holiday.
Yeah. Could we get like just a general overview of the impacts on that before we?
Monetary wise?
Yeah, just like,
Sure.
what's the preparedness change that needs to happen? How much is that going to impact? And then we can have that deeper conversation then?
Yeah, and Aaron certainly has some background on it, but at the same time, for example, for our contractual employees, it's either they have it off if their schedule allows, or they're compensated for it. So there is a compensation component to it. And then for example, City Hall, the building would just be closed. And so that probably has less of an impact. Again, just one less day that we're open. The monetary impact would be in our contractual relationships.
Yep, and it would be exclusive to shift personnel, which is.
Yeah, good point.
Not even like the entire police department or the entire fire department, just those shift personnel, so there'd be
We
a
also
limited
add,
impact.
Veterans Day on top of that. I feel like that would be attractive to veterans in particular. I know not having to use a personal day off to take Veterans Day off would be something I would prefer.
And I'm assuming the analysis for adding a day would just be static. Like, it doesn't matter which holiday we add, just it is,
Correct.
we're going to add a holiday.
A
This is the
holiday
impact.
equals this amount of money.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, we can do that.
On that employee survey that's coming up, are you going to be asking about things like childcare, some of these things that might be sort of innovative for a city to even look at?
Yeah,
Could make a
there'll be a
difference.
scale of benefits that we don't currently offer, and then they'll be asked to rate, on a scale of 1 to 10, the importance of which they would like to see that we don't currently offer, so that we can gauge if we were to add additional benefits, which one that we would add would have the most impact to staff. You know, we wouldn't want to put all of our efforts into adding childcare, for example, if that's not something that most people want. That it wouldn't be the case for that particular one, but I just want to make sure we focus our efforts on not what we think people want, but what they tell us they want.
Well, these associations that I'm sure you're involved in, I mean, what are people saying about the 68% reduction, and where are people having some success in turning that around, and what are they offering to make that happen?
The true but kind of scary answer is that we're siphoning employees from one another, and it has become a little bit of a wage war. And so we're seeing, especially in public safety, we're seeing unprecedented increases to salaries, and then we're all just chasing one another.
Do we have some sort of like internal development aspect too, so that like we're trying to, especially for some of the higher level roles, promote from within if it's appropriate?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Last year, we actually did some succession planning with departments. We identified high-risk departments based on leadership positions from kind of first-level management and all the way to the top to the director that were eligible to retire either now to the next 5 years, and sat down with those departments that are kind of critical, that had a lot that were eligible for retirement, and worked on a plan for developing employees that have interest and talent, putting them through some professional development, doing some coaching, mentoring, internal training on those things. And then that's something that over the next year, we're going to roll out to those other departments that aren't a high-risk need, but still that's something that we're working on to develop internal staff.
And is there some sort of published like career pathing too, so that like an employee at any point can just pull it up and say, hey, this is where my career, if I stay with Urbandale, could take me?
In the police and fire department, that's always very clear and evident, right? You have those ranks because it's a command type structure where you'd go from a police officer to sergeant to captain to chief. In the non-public safety departments, not so much, because we are so lean and such a flat organization. There isn't that clear career pathing like in some organizations. Any other questions about the HR budget or just compensation and benefits in general?
I heard that right away back from Matt, and he's super excited to hear that people are already utilizing the paternal leave,
Very good.
which I think is fantastic as well.
I had about the step compression, or if that, is that the right term? That's like compressing the amount of steps from 16 to 8?
Yeah, condensing it, yep.
Is that just making the steps, like, is that stepping up faster, or making it less complicated, or what's the main benefit?
It's stepping it faster. So the actual width of the scale isn't changing to any significant value, maybe like 1% or 2 tops. But what it does is, so the current 16-step model is front-loaded, meaning steps are higher at the beginning and lower percentage towards the end. But on average, the steps are just a shade over 1%, like 1.5, 1.6. And this puts the steps evenly at 4% in between, just to get to that top quicker. I will also say that's consistent with our union wage schedules as well. They all have, for the most part, 8 steps, 6 to 8.
When I worked for the city of Des Moines, it took us a really long time to get our vacation maxed out. I felt like from the 2 weeks to I don't know what our max vacation.
5 weeks.
5 weeks. How long does it take someone to get additional?
Only 10 years now, since we did that analysis last year, and we condensed, so last year we condensed the vacation accrual schedule. This year we're looking to condense the wage schedule.
Okay.
So now it's, everyone starts at 3 weeks.
Oh, fantastic.
Yep, which is
I mean,
phenomenal.
I think, as a young worker, that was more important than the money. And I think even for everyone.
Agreed.
Being able to take time off to be with your family or do whatever you want. But starting at 3 weeks, I think, is fantastic.
Agreed.
And
that was really driven by 2 things, not just the comparison of our paid time off with other cities in the metro, but as we looked back at the trends in exit interviews on, what kinds of things drew you to consider leaving, that was one thing that we saw was paid time off was a consideration. So start at 3 weeks, you move to 4 weeks at 5 years of employment, and max out 5 weeks at 10 years. Yeah.
We just have to give in
Can
some
we
of our
carry
employees to
over?
take vacation.
Yes.
You can.
Did I hear you talking about somebody right here in the front row?
What? I
No,
take
she
vacation.
takes vacation. Yeah.
Our vacation and our sick is separate.
It is. Yep.
Is that something that people want, would be combined PTO?
I personally don't hear the request for
Okay.
it. Yeah. So, one other city in the metro I'm aware of does a bank of PTO, and that is Johnston, but most have the traditional separated vacation and sick leave
Would not
banks.
recommend it.
Not recommend separate.
I would recommend separate. I would
Yes.
not recommend banking them as the spouse of a City of Johnston employee.
Does he know how much PTO he has?
Absolutely
Okay,
not.
I just was.
No. He's maxed out all the time. So yes, I guess he does know, yeah. Yeah. And he does get President's Day off.
Okay.
He had to check with someone.
He had to check with someone. He didn't know.
Well, if you think of any other questions, feel free to message me or run them through AJ, and we'll certainly work together and get back to you on the potential cost of adding another holiday. So,
Does that need, I mean, if we were to implement it next year in calendar year 25, is that something that needs to be approved within this budget, or?
I would say not in the budget process, but even just via approval of the handbook, which lists out the holidays, that would give us ample time then to work with the labor unions on adding that into their contracts as well. So I would say, sometime in the next couple of months even, it would be ideal for planning purposes if we could.
From a budgetary standpoint, I'll get back to what we've talked about with the vacancies we have, is that, we look at the total number of the dollars we're spending. So that probably won't have as big as impact in the first year as our employment settles out and we fill our positions. So having the day off, if that's the day you want, or there was someone mentioned President's Day or Veterans Day, or whatever days that you folks settle on, we'll get that set for moving into, let me see, if you had, probably wouldn't make President's Day, but you would probably make, if you wanted to do Veterans Day, you could make that in this calendar year. And then the other ones would take place in the calendar year 25.
Okay.
Will we get a presentation or some kind of report on that employee survey?
Yeah, absolutely, if you're interested.
Yeah, I think that would be good to know. Because it's a challenge right now to do the work you're doing. Just thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you,
All right,
guys.
thanks, Aaron.
And there is no PTO days for Johnston either. You should know that already.
Next we have is public safety. So if you go to your public safety tab, and that encompasses fire, police, EMS, animal control, and Westcom. So if you look on the first page, this is PS1. This is the public safety summary. That's all inclusive of all of that. And then, again, for our new council members, that front page is, again, by that category, public safety. So that is all those items that I just mentioned. Our first category will be under the police operation. Police Chief Rob Johansson is here today to provide an overview of the departmental activities and answer questions. Rob.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to follow the little script that we were given, so I'll run through that real quick and then let you guys open or ask me anything you want to know. So first, I'm going to start off with known budget deviations for the current fiscal year. It looks like we're going to, doesn't look like, we're going to run over on our overtime budget. And that's just directly related to being short some people. So not, to me, not significant when you compare it to the number of positions we have. I'm guessing it's going to be around that $60,000 mark, maybe $70,000. But when you think about 9 positions open, that's really a small amount that we're going to go over there, at least in my opinion. We're going to run over a little bit on recruitment expenses, about $7,500. And again, that's all related to these open positions and continually having to run recruitment processes. So we're running a little long on that as far as what we had budgeted. And then the other one is our animal control budget is going to go over. And that is because Furry Friends did not bill us for services last year. So they billed us this year for services last year. So we got caught up and basically used the money from this year's budget to get them paid back up. It's not a significant amount, and Nikki isn't worried about it. So I don't think it's a big deal, but we are going to be watching that a lot more closely and requesting the billings on time from this point forward. So it was just something that we weren't paying a lot of close attention to. We were paying the bills when they came in, and so when I got the budget preparation ready and was kind of looking at the numbers of what I needed to increase for animal control, Shannon informed me we hadn't got a bill for a while. So then I'm like, oh, okay. So then I reached out to her, and then she billed us back, and I just heard that the same thing happened in Clive. So very similar thing happened there.
AJ, is that reflective of a larger concern or situation that we're having with furry friends, or?
Well, Chief can answer that more directly, but
Furry Friends has been, I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead,
AJ.
please.
Furry Friends has been awesome. They're doing a great job for us as far as taking care of the animals and boarding the animals and adopting the pets out, and it's a no-kill shelter.
That, I get that part, but the behind the scenes stuff with them wanting to relocate and
yeah.
their situation with West Des Moines. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm glad we're getting good service, but I know there's some underlying.
Well, just right now, they have severed their relations with West Des Moines.
Right.
And West Des Moines is using Heinz 57, which is located in DeSoto, pardon me. And so I think their public works operation now handles animal control in West Des Moines.
That's correct.
And so for us, it's not an issue as far as the chief mentioned, the service level we get from them is good. They are looking to relocate, and about maybe a week and a half ago, Steve Franklin and myself met with Britt, who's the director, and we talked about locations in Urbandale. She'd really like to move here. Her notion is that she doesn't want to be in a city that doesn't want her services. And so she's looking at some spaces that could probably accommodate her. And so we've given her kind of a task that contact neighbors, things that you need to do so people know that an animal shelter may be moving in this area, because an animal shelter, has dog runs, has activity, all those things that might be disruptive to a neighborhood, even a commercial-based neighborhood. So our last conversations were reasonably positive. She's looked at 2 or 3 different sites, and she's doing her homework now to see if that's available.
So her desire to move will not impact our costs. I mean, they have a beautiful facility, and I just question,
We've talked about.
I question them moving, but that's their financial decision to make, I guess. But as long as we're not going to see increased costs.
He indicated that wouldn't be an issue when we met with her.
We made that very clear. The first meeting Rob and I had with her operationally, because she had mentioned she'd making a move. The mayor and I had a meeting with her as well, and again, why you're moving, and no assurances whatsoever, and I've even had some private conversations, you're not gonna get any more money from us if you move. Just because I understand the emotional component of the discussions, but operationally, it didn't make sense to us. It's a nice facility. Everybody knows where to get to it. We're not having any operational issues with it, but it is something that she's made a decision. She also shared with us she believes she has a buyer for her building.
Well, I mean, I think with the hot market for pet daycare and things like that, maybe it'd be a good place, but that's great. And-
No, she had indicated, she didn't say who it was.
Yeah.
But, we kind of had that conversation, a veterinary office, that type of thing would be ideal. But those are their decisions, operationally, it's still working
She's never
well.
indicated there'd be any cost changes for us, and I think we get a really good product from Furry Friends for very reasonable cost. So very happy with their
Our
service.
relationship with Polk County doing the,
It's been awesome as well. Yep, for the field services part of animal control, Polk County does that. And they've done a great job. We've not had hardly any issues at all. We also have, been in the community cat business for a little while too, and that's been going really well. There's not a ton of them that are happening. If community cats, for those that don't know, that's the feral cat program. So that has been pretty smooth sailing on that as well. So no, animal control is really operating probably as the best it has in years.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I love calling Kevin the dog catcher now, so thank you.
Sorry?
I love calling Kevin the dog catcher now. So that's,
There was a little bit of burdens shifted to our officers to answer a few more calls on animals, but the transport of them and things are still handled by Polk County. You know, we're not having officers put dogs in cars or anything like that. So, but they do handle the initial call a lot. Polk County will come out on certain things directly, but it's not a huge burden on the officers, and they've taken it pretty well, and we're handling it fine. So
good.
We'll shift back to police operations now.
Okay. So the next section I had here is staffing. So just going through our budget from this year, we requested the conversion of an officer position to an investigative division sergeant position. We would not do that until our manpower recovers from the 9 positions that we're down right now. We are in need of a sergeant's position in Invest, kind of almost desperately, but we will make do as we have the last several years without that until we recover some manpower. We've also requested an officer position in this budget. AJ and I have had discussions about that with the 9 openings, and like we've said several times already today, there's a very good likelihood that those 9 positions will not be able to be filled in 1 year. I see that as a 2 to 3 year process if we can make up that ground. So that 1 officer position isn't a necessity this year. The reason I put in for an officer position is because when I do my staffing plan, at the rate that the city grows, we should be adding an officer every year to keep up with our officers per 1,000 calculation that I use to provide decent service to the city. So that's why I just keep that steadiness in there. And sometimes we have to do catch up, you know, in a year down the road or something. So the city, when I do that calculation, the city grows about a little over 1.5% every year, and that's using the census numbers over the last several decades. So pretty consistently there. So that's why I come up with that number. Currently, we have 9 open positions that we talked about. We are accepting applications at this time. So, and we've had, it's kind of crazy to me, but we're excited because we had, last I checked, we had like 40 applications. We were pretty excited about that. When I was in administrative services in probably around 2013, 2014, and I was running that area, we were getting 250 applications for police officer position, and we would have maybe 1 opening, you know, so dramatic shifts in people that want to do this profession for a variety of reasons. Yeah, so we're down 9. We're working on that to correct that and get that back up to staffing levels that are fully staffed.
How are the numbers in the reserve force?
We have held pretty steady in our reserves. We have 10. I would probably never have more than 12, honestly. But they're doing we have a really great group of people that are doing our reserve program right now. So, yeah, we're thinking about adding a couple more, thinking about maybe using that program. We're talking about recruitment, right? So one of those things that we've come up with as an idea is kind of using our reserve program or a / cadet program to kind of get people interested in the profession, kind of give them a stepping stone, if you will. So we're talking about that with HR and how we can make that work. And then, yeah, so we're exploring that as well. And I think we'll be doing something with that.
What would a cadet program entail?
Des Moines' the only one that I know that's had a cadet program in the years past. And it's more, a reserve program is more of a, you're really out there, you know, with the gun on and everything else. Cadet program is more of a younger, be like that fresh out of high school, that 18, 19, 20-year-old, if you will, kind of the stepping stone of the reserve program almost, if you wanted to, you know, go that route and didn't want to go the full. But it's just a way to introduce somebody into law enforcement as they're maybe going to community college or going to a university for criminal justice studies. They could be in that cadet program and going through that. We've also talked about maybe dropping down where you can be a certified police officer in the state at 18. know that I want to do that. We do it at 21, right? That's where because it's just, there's a lot of responsibility, obviously, right? So 18 years old, I'm just not, I don't know, it scares me a little bit. There's 18-year-olds that I know could do it, but then there's some that would get overwhelmed, and that's the last thing we want to do is overwhelm somebody and force them out of the profession or have something bad happen. So it's a hard one for me, so.
Is there any, I know, like with the EMT and they're doing some programming with DMAC to get kids certified to do that work. But with what you just said, is there any models out there of programming that could be offered at the high school level that would prepare?
We're talking about doing a little bit in the high schools. We're also talking with HR about doing some type of tuition reimbursement for DMAC, doing some type of program where if maybe you're a reserve, that again kind of molds in with our reserve program, as if, hey, you're a reserve officer for us and you're going to DMAC or community college, and so we're paying that with the anticipation that you would apply with us when you're done. And work for us for X number of years or whatever, and we would pay your tuition. So we're looking at all those things as ways to help people get the education that they need to get into the profession, as well as then be an employee for us. Another thing that we've always done, we've done a really good job of compared to, I think, some of the other metro agencies, is utilizing interns. So we have interns there almost every semester, usually 2. We've even had up to 3. And we recruit them hard when they're in there doing their internship. And we've gotten several employees through that come and work for us as an intern or do their internship through Simpson, Iowa State, you name it. And then we get them to apply with us. Especially when we have the openings, it really helps with that. You know, we encourage them to apply and we get to know them. And it helps us too, because we really get to know them. It's not a 30-minute interview and trying to figure out, okay, is this person going to fit into our organization? It's someone that's been there for, however many hours they have to do for their internship, and we really get to know them, all divisions we get them into, so it works really well.
Are those paid internships, or are those part of their?
They get college credit from wherever school they're going, but no, we're not paying them.
Yeah, that's a great avenue to try and get people. But I mean, I guess, to bring back my question, if there's like high school level DMAC programming that can get people excited, I mean, I think people are more and more looking at those sort of options as they come out of high school instead of going to a 4-year. But like being able to get your EMT certificate during the high school day at the high school is pretty cool and makes it real easy. So, but with the age requirements, I don't know, or certification needs, I don't know if that works, but.
I think we're definitely looking at it very hard right now and figuring out how can we make this work. And so that's definitely working with HR on that. And we're going to have something put together. I know when the strategic planning was talked about with council, there was hey, police recruitment, what are we doing, and what can we do different? So we're taking a hard look at what we can do differently. We've modified our recruitment over the years as we've adjusted to this new environment, but there's programs out there like this that we're like, hey, why don't we try this and see what happens? So we're willing to do that. So, and we will do that going forward.
Great.
Let's see here. Retirements, we got 6 eligible for retirement for this next fiscal year that we're talking about. 4 of those are in supervisory positions. Turnover for calendar year 2023, we lost 6 officers and 1 civilian evidence technician. 4 of those 6 officers, 4 of those were retirements. 3 of them were officer retirements, and the one civilian was a retirement. Our property evidence person retired. 2 of those officers left for Des Moines Police Department, and 1 left for a rural sheriff's department. Let's see here. In 2024, so that was just 2023 calendar year, we did lose 1 just between the first of the year and now. We lost an officer to Iowa State Patrol. New equipment and technology for fiscal year 25. We're requesting expansion of the flock camera system. That program has been extremely successful for us. I got just a few numbers I'll throw at you for that, for what our flock cameras are doing currently. Patrol, so I split them up for patrol and investigation division because they use the cameras a little bit differently. Patrol had 74 cases in calendar year 23. Just a rundown of what they came across from notifications from the flock cameras. They recovered 13 stolen vehicles. They recovered 1 missing adult. They recovered a missing juvenile from Minnesota. That was a really, really good thing that happened there. We've solved 4 hit and runs using the flock cameras. We captured 1 suspect and that was involved in a sexual assault using the flock cameras. And then we had 54 warrant arrests because of the flock cameras. And that was for a variety of crimes that they had warrants, active warrants in the system. Everything from sexual assault, dangerous drugs, domestic abuse warrants, parole violation warrants, you name it. But there's 54 of those. And this is just for calendar year 23. Our investigation division had 56 cases that they used the flock cameras for. We solved 2 robberies of our convenience stores in town that we would have never solved without those cameras. One of them at the Hy-Vee Fast and Fresh across the street, and the other one was at the Get and Go at 86 Meredith. We solved they assisted in either got us information or helped solve an arson, 5 assaults, 6 burglaries, a criminal mischief, 2 domestics, a harassment case, 4 sexual assaults, 29 theft cases, 4 fraud cases, and 1 internet crimes against children task force used the flock cameras on a suspect that they were working on that was involved in child pornography. So we want to expand that system just a little bit. We want to add 6 more cameras to that. So just wanted to give you a little snapshot of how effective those cameras are in helping our investigators. And I can't tell you how many countless hours investigation divisions saved by having that information available to them.
Hey, AJ, there's a bill that's going through that, I think it's on the Senate side, that would eliminate use of
Speed camera.
automated cameras. Is that only just the speed cameras? Okay, I hadn't looked into
Yeah,
it. I just remember seeing cameras and.
Automatic traffic enforcement.
Okay,
So
okay,
ATEs, they call them.
Got
So
it,
that's the
okay.
speed cameras. So that
So
wouldn't,
our flock system would
it
not.
wouldn't
be-
affect the
Good.
flock cameras. I can tell you that all the other metro areas, the flock systems are expanding in every one of those communities because of how effective they are. So Urbandale had, I think, that'll put us up to 26, I believe, because we're at 20 now. I think, and don't quote me on the number, I know West Des Moines has over 50. And so, I mean, they're just exploding because they're just so useful in solving crime.
The big difference there, Chief, of course, is that with the speed cameras, they issue a citation based on an
Requires an
action.
officer
And
to
this
go.
is informational gathering and assisting in solving crimes or assisting other communities to solve crimes.
Right, absolutely.
Go ahead.
Chief, will the investment in the flock system ever decrease our need for investigative officers or patrol officers?
I don't think it's going to reduce it because we're behind right now. So we've been trying to beef up our investigation division as far as more detectives. And with our manpower shortage, we just haven't been able to do it. We're sitting right now with we're down 1 detective position that we know we need right now. And we also need a sergeant position in there, so we already need 2 more bodies in there. So it is saving us time, but we're really just treading water, helping us tread water a little bit, if you will, if that makes sense.
Yep, absolutely.
So I don't know, maybe in the future, yeah, if we ever got up to full staff and then like, okay, yeah, now we don't need to hire another person because we have these technologies that we're using, right? It just makes their job more efficient, so they can handle more cases, but they carry a very heavy load right now. So,
Question about the flock. That is these are cameras pointed at the rears of vehicles?
yeah, so it's capturing the license plate of the vehicle only. It does not capture a picture of the occupants of the vehicle in any way, shape, or form. It simply captures the license plate. And what it does is it runs that license plate through the National Crime Information Center automatically. So instantly it runs that. And the officers that are working patrol, it'll pop up on their screen that this car just went through this intersection and there's a subject associated with that vehicle that has a warrant for their arrest. And so then the officers can get behind that car, then they're required to run the plate, verify it, that there is a warrant actually in the system for that through our Westcom, through our communications. And then once they confirm that, then they stop the vehicle. And then if that person's in that vehicle, then they can make the arrest.
So it's not, I mean, you can use it, like when we were talking about like the theft and fraud and everything like that, those are more like reference uses of it.
Right.
When we were talking about patrol, like this is active, notification-based use.
Patrol stuff's happening, boom, live feed coming to us. Like, it's not like they're watching every plate that goes through.
Right.
It only sends a notification out when something hits off that information center, right? Invest uses a little bit differently. It's like, okay, we had a robbery at Get and Go. This is the one really good example we had. So they started watching the flock cameras because this happened later at night, right before they were closed. And so they were able to figure out the car that left the back of this neighborhood and able to figure out that was, and then they figured out who the driver of that car was, showed the photo lineup to the clerk, and that's the guy right there. And then the next day, we figured out who the person was, and we were looking for them to we had enough for an arrest warrant, or at that time we had probable cause. So they put they got back in the flock system and searched it, and he was driving around Urbandale that day. He went over by our other Get and Go. So we think it might have been a chance for another robbery, and we actually got him in the Fairway parking lot right across from the Get and Go that he had robbed the next day. Just boom. We knew he was there. Officers knew he was driving around town. They started looking for him, and an officer came across him, parked in the Fairway parking lot, still had the gun, still had some of the money, made an admission to doing the robbery. We'd have never solved that case without Flock. We would have never known who the guy was at all. So that's how Invest uses it a little bit different. They start looking at that, okay, what plate's moving here? And they, had a description of the car. We get that a lot. Like, okay, this is the car that left there, a theft at Hy-Vee. It was a red Toyota leaving the parking lot at this time. You go pull up the Flock system, put in specifically that time, red Toyota, there it is, the plate. Helps us with a lead, and we can track it
It's
down.
not just the license plate, it's also the make, model, and the color, right?
Right.
Of the vehicle.
It can be stickers in the back window. If it gets the back, and if you capture a sticker in the back window, sometimes you can identify the vehicle by that. It helps, but it's not the occupants of the vehicle. It doesn't take a picture of their face. It doesn't have anything to do with the occupants of the vehicle. It's just it's the vehicle itself.
And that check of, like, they get the notification, they pull in behind, then there's the manual check.
There is.
So that's a catch to make sure there's not a mistake
Yep.
in the notification.
And our policy requires them to do a manual check because Flock does periodic checks with the National Crime Information Center, whereas we can do real-time checks. So there's potential, very rare, but potential that maybe that warrant got taken care of from the last time that Flock ran their check. That person went to court and they took care of it, the warrant's no longer active. So that's why we have to make sure there's another check that verifies it. And the officer can visually see, okay, yeah, this is the vehicle, make, model, plate's right, everything matches, with the potential warrant hit.
Thank you.
Maybe you can't comment on this because it's active, but was the Flock cameras beneficial in the situation we had when it was real cold and the gentleman lost his life at the Get and Go?
Yes, we've used Flock information on that, tracked that car that gentleman was dropped off out of throughout the city. And then that gave us leads to look for other cameras because then we knew where it was at. So in other words, we knew that it was, so we ended up, it's still active right now.
Yeah.
So we're still tracking, but we ended up identifying a business that potentially That's where he was dropped off at. That was near that location. And we did that through the flock camera system. We can see him moving through the city and match that up with what the person is telling us that dropped him off. So it helps verify stories sometimes and prove people's innocence as well, right? When people say, hey, I was here, then we can go back and say, yep, you were there because we see you driving right through there. You're telling us the truth. So it does help with that as well. I know that's an important system, and it's like, so yeah, answer any questions you guys have on that, but it really works well. And I think the safeguards are in place that we're not violating anything, anybody's rights. It can only be used in certain instances. We can't just be in there looking for stuff. We have policy in place that you have to have a predicate to go in there and look for certain things, or we have that notification because of the National Crime Information Center.
That answer your questions, too?
Yeah, I think so. I was just trying to understand how it works. I mean, like where the cameras are.
So we have cameras, we have 20 of them out right now. I can get you the list of exactly
Okay,
where they're at.
just
We
curious.
don't hide that from anybody, and we can publish that to anybody that wants to see it. And it just takes a picture of every car that drives by, it takes a picture of their back license plate and runs it through the National Crime Information Center. And if you got a warrant hit on that vehicle, if I have a warrant for my arrest, when warrants are entered into the Iowa system and the National Crime Information Center, if I had a warrant for my arrest, let's say for domestic abuse, they would enter the car that I drive that's registered to me as well. So when a police officer stops that car or happens to stop that car for speeding or something, then it would notify the officer right away that, hey, the person in that car may have a warrant for their arrest. So you get associations with vehicles with warrants for persons.
But
That's
also
how
if
it
this
works.
car pulls out of Hy-Vee, does that trigger something?
I'm sorry?
If the car pulls out of the Hy-Vee and that license plate is seen, does that trigger something?
So it's constantly taking pictures of every car that drives by, it takes a picture of their license plate and runs it through the system. And if it doesn't hit on anything, then there's no notification of anything. But if you had a warrant for your arrest and the person that the police department or whatever that entered that warrant into the system that we use to verify those things, if they entered your vehicle in there as an associated vehicle, that's what it hits on. So it would say, okay, the red Toyota with this plate goes by, that vehicle's registered to Pat Bodie, and Pat Bodie has a warrant arrest out for her for domestic abuse. And so then the officer can stop and verify.
For example, I hope Rob is watching from home. So
That's how it works.
And it goes back to you guys, you get a notice somewhere at
The
this.
patrol officers get real-time
Okay,
notification
all
that
right.
happens.
All right,
Right.
thanks. This is news to me. It's cool. All right,
So
thanks.
based on what you've said today, I mean, it would seem like putting these in the vicinity of convenience stores might be a good idea.
So the strategy that we use, and I can tell you that Jordan Creek Mall area, that's,
All of them.
they're putting them around there because they have a lot of issues out there with theft and then vehicles. But you're hitting your main thoroughfares, right? So how do people get to and from where when the crime are occurring? They're operating in cars almost all the time. So you try to hit your main thoroughfares, and that's where we get our best success. So we put those on the main thoroughfares throughout our city, and that gives us our best chance of success of catching that vehicle at some point. They're going to drop out on 86, Douglas, Meredith, those areas, and we can capture their plate.
That's fascinating.
Mayor just commented that if they all start switching to bikes, we're going to have a harder time.
Right. Moving on from that, some more technology. We're getting new tablets for the detectives. We've never had them, so they're going to have tablets. They're called Remarkables, and they're pretty cool. So you can mark up a PDF basically and make notes on it, highlights, things in that, and then it goes right back into your system. You can take all that back in. So when they're out doing an investigation, they can take all their notes on that and then do it. It goes right back into the thing. Helps with our paperless process. There you go.
I use it all the time.
The county attorney's office had them, and we piloted one, and man, they really liked it. So that's in our request this year. We're replacing our outdated accident investigation hardware software. So when we have a major accident, serious injury or fatality, There's plotting that takes place to do all the measurements and do the technical accident investigation of measuring the skid marks, what's the distance, from where the vehicle's collided to where the vehicle ended up. All those things have to be measured and plotted. And the system that we use to do that is, I think it's 15 years old that we're using. It takes our officers hours and hours to do it. And the new technology they have out there really cleans all that up, and it will be able to do that in about 30 minutes now if they get the new equipment. So less time for the roadway to be closed if we have a serious accident, and plus just more efficient for our officers and more accurate, everything about it. You can about imagine technology and what it's done in the 15 years that we've had that equipment, how much more advanced it is. So we'd like to have that. Another major equipment that we've requested is night vision equipment for our suburban emergency response team members. This is already being implemented by other members of our SWAT team is a collaborative effort with 8 different agencies, and some of the other agencies already have night vision capabilities, so the team is moving in that direction. It's expensive endeavor. There's a lease program out there from the Department of the Navy, of all places, that will allow you to lease used night vision goggles from the military, and it's much more economical to lease. So I put it in the budget. There's some other things you have to make that work with the goggles, as far as the scope and things on the firearms. So there's some equipment purchases there as well, but this is assuming we'll be able to lease the equipment, and right now there's no equipment available to be leased because of all the things that are going on in the world. So hopefully we'll be able to get some equipment to be able to lease, because to purchase the goggles is cost prohibitive at this time, and I'm not even asking for that. So if we're not able to lease, we won't do anything with this. We'll wait till we're able to lease. So that's the equipment stuff. I did want to mention significant developments next budget year, just kind of giving you a heads up. Our body and in-car cameras will need to be replaced next budget year. They have a life cycle to them, and we probably could make them go a little bit longer, but similar to what Microsoft does at times, we're using WatchGuard system, which Motorola purchased that company. They're phasing out the cameras and in-car cameras that we have. So we're going to have to replace them because they're no longer going to service them, and we won't be able to get parts or fix them or anything in a very short period of time. So we can drag this out for a little bit, but it's all going to have to go. And it's going to have to all go at once, because and this drives me crazy, the old stuff is not compatible with the new, so we can't phase it in. So it's like we can't go, we'll change out this body camera or this in-car camera this year and then, do a few a year like we like to do, because they're not compatible with the new body cameras, and the new body cameras won't work, and the docking stations are all changed. It's kind of like when you got your cell phone and these change charging cord every year. It's kind of similar to what they're doing to us on the body cameras.
What does that run?
So the other thing that's changing with the body camera stuff is we purchased them in the past, and we just bought them. Pretty much force you into a lease program now. The good thing about a lease program is, kind of like your cell phone, you can get the free upgrade, right? After 5 years, they replace all your equipment, and you just keep paying that lease amount every year instead of buying the equipment. And that may be a good thing, but in the past, when we've kind of figured out the price, it was better for us to purchase it outright than it was to lease. I think that's still true, but they won't even sell it to you hardly anymore. At least the major companies, you have to lease. So projected $100,000. Right now, we spend about $45,000 for data storage, all that. That's all part of that lease program, right? The data storage of the video and everything else. So it's going to be a little bit more than double what we're paying right now when we move to this. So again, it'll be a lease program that you would pay that amount every year. So 45,000-ish right now in the budget. Next year is probably going to be closer to 100. Another thing that, very similar to the body cameras is is a taser. So, right now, we don't issue a taser to every officer. We have a set number of tasers, and an officer checks that out when they go out onto the street and do something. We're not going to be able to do that in the future. So when we upgrade, and again, they're phasing out our model. Now, I will say with taser, we've had this model for a long time. But there is a much better product out there now, multiple shot taser. Ours is a cartridge thing where you get one shot and that's it. The new one has multiple shots, so its capabilities are much greater. But again, they will not sell you the taser outright. They're going to lease it to you. So that's going to be $65,000 a year, and it will be a situation where you can't share it with another officer. Every officer will have to be issued their own taser. Again, we won't be buying the taser, we'll be leasing it. So that's kind of where it looks like it's heading, just for a heads up. We haven't done a deep dive into that yet, but looks like about $65,000 a year. It's something we can't go without. We don't use the taser very often. I tell you, from our use of force analysis that we do every year, maybe twice a year we use taser. But we have to have that capability. We cannot be out there without the capability to use some type of less lethal in a situation. So something that we're kind of stuck with. So we'll do a deep dive in it and make sure that we look at all of our options there. But I'm just kind of giving you a heads up right now that there's some big dollars items coming in the next budget.
And whenever you said use it maybe twice a year, is there documentation of specifically when you use it to, like, situations when you use it, just in case?
Oh, we have an extensive policy on when you can use it and when you can't. Our use of force policy is very thick, and it covers every type of force that we could use: physical force, firearms, taser, pepper spray. All those are individually covered in that policy, say when you can use it, when you can't use it. There's a use of force review every time that we do it that goes all the way up to me, goes all the way up through the chain of command. So if an officer uses it, their sergeant reviews that, captain reviews it, then it comes to me and we review it, and then we sit down with the officer and go over an after action with every one of those. So, and see what could we have done different, what went well, what didn't go well. I can tell you that use of force is 99% of the time for us is physical force. And it's usually very, very minor. Like someone doesn't want to be handcuffed. So we have to struggle with them a little bit to get handcuffs on them, or maybe take them down onto the ground to get them handcuffed. Like I said, taser, maybe twice a year. Pepper spray even less anymore, because pepper spray gets on everybody. So they don't like to use it that often, right? So it doesn't happen very often. We used to carry ASP batons, like striking instruments. We got rid of those. We weren't using them anyway. So we phased those out. Taser kind of took the place of those, if you will. A lot of departments still carry them. It is an option, a use of force option that maybe besides using lethal force, but it just doesn't play well, and it's just something that the officers weren't comfortable using anymore, so we phased them out. Any other questions on that? I could talk all day about police department stuff.
Yeah. Chief, can you just touch on CALIA certification, just for the new council members primarily?
Yep, so we're CLIA accredited, so basically there's an independent agency called, CLIA is an acronym, Commission for the Accreditation of Law Enforcement Agencies. And there's, so that what happens is they have a set of standards that's extensive that we have to follow. And we have to prove that we're following those. We have to have proofs of compliance in this management program, where we show every year that we have proof of compliance on a variety. I mean, it covers the gamut of everything you could imagine in law enforcement, from hiring personnel to use of force to pursuits, everything you could imagine. So they do an annual file review remotely. They'll take about 25% of those standards, and I can't remember the exact number we're at right now. It's over 450 standards that we comply with. they take a quarter of those every year and review those remotely, and we have contact with that person that does that. I mean, they walk us through what they're seeing, what we need to change, if there's any deficiencies. We go through that every year, and then every 4 years, they actually come on site and do an on-site assessment. So in April, we'll have our annual file review of the last quarter of our files, and in June, I think it's June, I can't remember the date, we'll have an actual on-site assessment person will be here. They'll review everything about our department, ride along with officers, do all of that thing. And then they will write up a report. We'll go to the commission for CALEA. And then in November, we'll go down to, I think it's in Florida. I can't remember we're at in Florida now. And I will be in front of the commission to answer any of their questions on that report. If we have any deficiencies or if they have any questions about it, and then they decide whether or not you've met the accreditation standards.
It's also important, Chief, to remember that remind the council that there's a public comment section in that too, when they're here.
They've changed that a little bit.
Oh, did they?
They have. So they used to come on site and they would have a public comment period where people could come in and we would sit there in a room and people could come in or they could phone in. They've changed that now to an online system that's constantly open. So instead of just doing it that little window when they're doing the on-site assessment, that one day, that 3 hours, now it's constantly open. So it's referenced on our website, and you can also go to the CALEA website directly. But people can comment at any time on that now. And then they let us know if they've received any comments on anything from us. So it's changed a little bit, trying to be a little more efficient and more accessible, actually.
It's year round too then?
Yep, year round.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason I want to mention, I mean, for both police and, Chief Cardwell's working through it now on the fire side, but the accreditation takes a lot of effort, and there are very few agencies that have that accreditation. So
right.
We are we rise above most agencies to do that.
I think again, I'd have to look. They've added a few. I think there's about 14 agencies in Iowa that are accredited is all. So not very many. You saw a little more of a push towards accreditation after 2020 during the civil unrest periods. And it's like, okay, police departments, how are you being professional out here? And a lot of people were pushing for accreditation. I think you've seen that down in Des Moines. They're working towards CALEA accreditation now. Clive has went to it. Waukee also. A lot of the metro agencies have picked up CALEA accreditation. West Des Moines been in it for longer than we have, but it really professionalized our police department when we went to that. And we started that process in 2010. We got our first accreditation in 2013. It used to be on a 3-year cycle. 2013, we got first accreditation, 2016 reaccred, 2020 reaccred, and now 2024. So when we started it, I was the accreditation manager, so I know quite a bit about it.
That's how I got to meet you. I went to North Carolina to get the award.
We also codified some aspects and that
We
we
did.
require that we have the certification.
Right.
So, and I don't remember when we did that, if that was before Amy's time. She's looking at me like I'm kind of crazy. That might have been in the aftermath of 2020.
Right.
We really wanted to focus and make that something that the police department was required to do, and certain certain aspects of the certification we put in the code that we must comply with.
Yep. So in other words, I, as the chief or us as the police department couldn't say, we're not going to do CALEA anymore. We're going to decide not to do it. Or even the city manager couldn't say, it's in council now, it has passed action that says we will be an accredited police department through CALEA. So
948 cities, 99 counties, the university police have that capacity, the DCI. So you think about those folks who are in law enforcement who are eligible to participate in CALEA, and if there's only 14 or 15 of us, that really speaks a lot to our department. And that tells us that we're keeping ourselves at the highest standard possible. And on a side note, and I learned this in my former community because we were CALEA accredited too, since we belong to ICAP, it's kind of bunched in, there's an insurance component of this. I mean, that's not the reason we do it, But if you look at the ancillary effects of having the CLIA certification, they're more than just having our officers adhere to a higher professional standard. They can be modified, and I can't think of what it might be, but I know in my other community, we were not part of the ICAP system. And I think we figured out it was between $15,000 and $20,000 a year savings in just insurance cost. So again,
Right, and it just keeps you current on law enforcement practices nationwide.
Exactly.
What's going on nationally in law enforcement practices as far as use of force, the big ones, right? The big things. And that's what the commission does, is they keep their thumb on that and their finger on that, and then that's where the standards are formed, and then those standards are pushed down to us. So it helps us stay current with everything policy and procedure-wise that's happening in the world of law enforcement. It's a great program. I can't speak highly enough about it. That is it. The only other thing I was going to mention was, I want to mention a couple things. We talked a lot about time off. And I'm all for time off. I love time off. But one thing to keep in mind when you're talking about time off, and that is very important to our new employees, is time off. And I think that's more important to them as the salaries have increased and allowed. So, you know, the salaries are where they can make a living now, and they don't have to worry about that as much. So now it's more about time off, this next generation of workers. Remember, when you're running a 24/7 operation, the more benefits you give as time off, that means I'm going to have more police officers at some point, right? Because somebody has to be out there. And if I'm giving more weeks of vacation, more parental leave, more all those things, which are all great, and I'm not talking against them, just keep that in mind. When I ask for people, it may be because we're giving more time off and trying to do that work-life balance a little bit more than we used to in the past. So please keep that in mind. I already mentioned that we used to get 250 applications. We're down to 30 or 40 now. So, and then amenities. We talked about amenities. I wanted to put a plug in for the new police station, because that is something, when you're talking about amenities for employees, that has to happen for us at the police department to be competitive in the metro area for getting. All these new buildings around here all have workout facilities inside the police department. And so they can exercise, they can stay healthy, they can do all those things. Their break rooms are really nice. When we're trying to hire an employee that has options to go wherever they want, that's one of the things that they're looking at, is what is the work environment? What does the building look like? So just putting my plug in there. And I know you guys have committed to that police department building and the CIP, and I really appreciate that, but it will be a big factor for us down the road as far as hiring our officers. So.
You should probably go out and take a tour of the Altoona one. I mean, I saw that recently, and I was blown away what a town of Altoona could do for.
Altoona has really nice, the one that's probably the most comparable to what we need is Polk County's new building out there on Northeast 14th. They have a really nice building. It's about the size of the building that we need. When we looked at all these departments, as far as the size of the building and the size of the department, Polk County's was right on par with where we need to be as far as how it's structured and things. There's things we'd want to do different, obviously, and things, but as far as size and that, but yeah, Pleasant Hill has a really nice police department. Clive has a really nice police and fire station on top of the hill.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I had a question about the crossing guard contract, given some of the
what now? I'm sorry.
the crossing guard contract. We had it listed as 179. Is that more than what we had last year? Is it going to be enough to ensure that all parties are satisfied with what the services that they're getting?
That is just a increase. That is an estimated increase with current positions in place.
Okay.
So that is not adding any
That
more
is not
guards.
adding any more,
That's not
okay.
any, and that is just I'm taking the increases that I've seen the last couple of years that they've had to do, the companies had to do just to get their, employees hired. They're paying quite a bit more an hour, to get people interested to do it. And so I've just kind of taken those increases that have happened the last couple of years and extrapolated that for the next year and what our current billing is, but that is not any new positions, new guard locations or anything. So if there's any additions to that, that will change that number.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a 50-50 split, right?
Yeah.
At least the way it's been done. So if there's new positions added, the school would pick up half of that. So when you're seeing that number in there, that's the total cost. That's not our cost, that's total cost.
Okay.
So I've been in contact with Jason Menke, the president of the school board, on several occasions since the email came up from the superintendent. And in talking with AJ, you know, this Urbandale School District has not gotten back to us. You know, she was fired up, and maybe that was just a one day situation, because I implored Jason to get back to, to have her get back to us with what she needed. And as of today, we haven't heard anything. And I guess my other question would be do we anticipate anything in relation to Waterford Elementary?
Not yet. One of the things that we'll do, they're going to open in the fall of '24, and I'll say sometime late July, early August, police representative, engineering representative, school representatives get together and they review all the safe route school systems. And they look at where they anticipate, you know, their enrollment, you know, with the changeover with Jensen and Rolling Green. Valerius is now fully on board. Again, I believe they'll still be, the new one will open in fall of '24. That's the
Waterford, yeah.
Yeah. And so those are the ones that we'll look at. And, you know, with the new Waterford, that's the Waukee School District.
Right.
So, you know, we do have, we don't provide.
Bite my lip here, or?
Well, we've had lots of conversations about a lot of things associated with the school route issues, but Waukee does not promote or provide any type of assistance when it comes to crossing guards. Is that correct?
No, we have an agreement with Waukee.
Yeah.
For
I mean-
guards.
The school, yes, but the city of Waukee does not
But the
do
city of
anything.
Waukee does not provide guards to any of the other schools in the city of Waukee. The thing that I've discovered and when I've worked with the school crossing guard program is there is huge inconsistencies on what cities are willing to pay and what they're not. We pay for crossing guard for Johnston School. City of Johnston doesn't pay for any guards for any of their other schools. Waukee, the same thing. City of West Des Moines, City of Clive has crossing guards that are funded at 100% by the West Des Moines schools. We share a guard down on, a quarter of a guard down
Yeah,
at
Hickman.
Hickman and
Yeah,
73rd.
right.
And we pay a quarter, Windsor Heights pays a quarter, and the school district pays, West Des Moines School District pays 50%. But yet they pay 100% in the city of Clive for guards. And then when they do the West Des Moines, actual schools in West Des Moines, they're 50-50 with West Des Moines, City of West Des Moines. So it runs the gamut of what's out there. But I know from talking to my colleagues that the school districts in Johnston and at least in Johnston, I should say, has asked the city of Johnston to help with that, and the city of Johnston doesn't have any interest in it. They don't want to get in the business, right? We've been in the business for years, and I think that's where it comes from. So really, the three main cities in the metro that I know that are doing crossing guards are Des Moines, West Des Moines, and us.
Well, I appreciate that we're in the business. I think it's very important. Because I ask the question every, site plan that comes up in the vicinity of a school if kids have walking paths and, but, the crossing guard that we have on 156th Street is crucial to,
I don't doubt the value of the program. I just wish there was some consistency in the way they
it is
applied.
something, that's wildly inconsistent, and I appreciate, and it's an expense that's well worth it in my opinion, but with the, a potential with a new school coming online.
Right.
And if we needed to offer one, day one, do we just do a budget amendment, or how you absorb that magic?
Well, with all my
thinking math?
open positions, it would be easily absorbed, but I don't know if we can get a cost per approximate, like under the contract, if we needed to open it up and add it one.
I could figure out what it is per,
Just
approximately what it
So we
costs
could
per
cushion it
guard.
if we need to and put some additional in. I can say that the operating budget will be able to absorb it in the year it's given because we have open positions.
Okay.
So it's going to offset, so. I wouldn't be terribly concerned about that, because how many do we have in total? Are covered by this?
14 off the top of my head. I
I'm gonna say
have to look at the
between-
list.
Between 12 and 14 right
Yeah, I
now.
think there's 14 from
And they do
So you're
move
about
around based
15,000
on the
per.
evaluation at this, when they come in the late summer, early fall before school starts, to look at where the traffic patterns are. And then if we've added crosswalks and push buttons and those type of things, those also go into play.
It has to do with how busy the street is and that, so,
Right.
we've added, like, out of Webster, we had one out there, and then we realized we needed two, so, or, in talks with the schools, and it's like, okay, so we added another guard out there. So, those discussions do happen every fall.
So Jason and I were supposed to get it together yesterday.
Yeah.
We weren't able to, but we are now scheduled for Monday, so that's on my list though to talk to him about. So.
Is this thing, we just take our own break? We never have a break?
We're a little far over, but
Just walk out.
No, Pat, you didn't know you were signing up for, did you?
Animal control is on page PS 23. If there's any more questions on that, our contract continues with Polk County. As the chief mentioned at the onset, we work well with Furry Friends and with Polk County. We don't partner anymore with Clive, but we're in the same operational efficiencies that the city of Clive is. So we two organizations, Clive and Urbandale, still utilize Furry Friends. We both use Polk County. I also mentioned there is a line item in the budget, and operationally, we support by a percentage based on our population. We support Westcom Communication at the tune of about $1.49 million. That's something we can make arrangements in the spring. We didn't do a fall tour this year, but we'll do a spring tour. We'll go on some projects, and one of the things I want to show you is Westcom, because as the chief mentioned, our need for a new public police station, Westcom is in very active discussions about what they're going to do facility-wise in the next several years. And that is critical for the cities of Urbandale, Clive, West Des Moines, Waukee, Norwalk, and Windsor Heights. So those 6 cities now belong to Westcom, but that's a tour that we'll schedule so you can get down there and actually see them at work.
But the subscribers are Waukee,
Uh,
Windsor Heights.
Waukee is now a non-subscriber.
No,
They're,
at the end of the fiscal,
at the end of the fiscal year, they are now,
Buying in.
Yeah.
they qualify to be a full equity member.
yeah. So that'll be Norwalk and Windsor Heights are subscribers. The rest of us, the 3 original communities, and then Waukee will qualify.
Did they have to do a buy-in for that though?
There's a calculation that goes through under the 2080 that
Yes.
counts how much they've put in, that buys it
Right.
down over years, and not until they've reached that. So short of a cash buy-in, I guess. So yes.
Just to note, if you combine all those cities' populations, I think they're the second largest city in the state of Iowa. That's
179,000 people.
Westcom, if you calculate
Yep.
it as all one city that they're
Yep.
dispatching for. It's a big operation.
A lot of discussion going on with Westcom and how it interoperates with Polk County and the city of Des Moines. So you can imagine there's a lot of discussion, a lot of some agreement, some disagreement. So they're working that through. So I'm glad the city of Clive handles that for us.
It is, they're an excellent operation
Yes.
and one of the best dispatching centers, if not the best dispatching center in the region. So not just the state and the region, so.
No,
they're looked-
operationally, they are top drawer. It's just the other ancillary
great
things that
job.
go along with it, get in the way sometimes. All right. Any more questions for the chief on any of those operational issues?
If you think of something later, just let me know and I'll get you the information as quick
We'll get
as
it to you.
possible. Thank you.
I think we have a vote for a break.
Take a 5-minute break.
I'm just thinking.
Okay, no.
Reconvene, it's 10:55, we'll reconvene at 11. How's that?
Oh, wow.
Well,
man,
yeah, you got 5 minutes.
guys are
Yeah,
driving
then we're gonna have a
us.
lunch break after that, not long.
But to be fair, you kind of work through lunch anyway.
Well, all right, we're just going live again, so. All right, AJ, well,
Yes, we're going to continue on with public safety. This will be PS 13. This will be fire EMS. Fire Chief Mike Cardwell is here today to give an overview of the departmental activities, answer questions you may have. Chief?
Okay. So if you put oxygen, no, we'll skip how fire works. All right, so the biggest impact to the budget this year has already been explained is our service area reassignment. And what we did, for those of you that aren't aware, we had an assistant chief that left almost 2 years ago, and is now the chief in Iowa City. You're aware that we lost our longtime fire chief this summer. So that created an opportunity for us to really take a look at how the department was going forward. As Nikki said, the largest bulk of employee additions over the last, frankly, 15 years has been the fire department. But when I came here, we literally had 4 people on duty. We now have 18 people on duty. And we've more than 2.5 times the number of calls. So we definitely needed that. But the command structure was built for a previous time. In fact, it was still the same command structure that we had been using when I got here in 2008, which was built for the volunteer paid on call time. So we took a look at our command structure, our department structure, and said, how can we be really effective and efficient? And we actually went through an internal analysis and said, we need to look at where things are, what level things get done, who needs to be responsible for those things. Also as part of our retention program, because employees need to feel engaged. So one of the things that we want to create is this teams concept where we can push that authority, if you will, that responsibility down into our organization, because that's going to make our employees want to stay. So we went through all of that process, ended up with a new model that we have put forward and proposed, been working on for several months with Aaron and AJ and Nikki as we've looked at what it needs to look like, which is the previous model that was built out called for 1 chief, 4 assistant chiefs, and then 3 battalion chiefs. And a battalion chief, so you know what that is, that's a person that's responsible for one of our key operational areas. And they are also on duty 24 hours a day. There's somebody going to be there if we have a major incident or a more significant incident, that we have a chief officer, a command officer there for firefighter control, but also for safety purposes. When I started, that was 2 to 4 times a week. Now it's 2 to 3 times a day. So we have a real need to have somebody at that level, and that's what we're going to do. So that was the old model. The new model that we're proposing is 1 chief, 1 assistant chief, and then 3 battalion chiefs with the fire marshal also at that level. And then that team's concept of pushing stuff down into the organization. So we're relying on all of our personnel to do that. It does require us, in order to do that, it is the addition of the battalion chiefs at the trade-off, basically, of the additional assistant chiefs. It does also require the addition of 3 lieutenants. Right now, each of our stations has an officer in it. We need to make sure that we continue that. And then right now, our captains, who are in charge of each of our 3 shifts, are riding the trucks. They would be moving up to the battalion chief positions, and then we would backfill that Station 42 opening with an additional lieutenant position. So that's the restructuring piece that we've looked at and that we've been working on. And that's probably the biggest part of the budget increase that we're talking about here today. So before I go on, let me ask if you have any questions about that piece of it.
It's a lot of shuffling, so yeah, I did.
It is. It's a lot of shuffling, but it's taken us a lot of time.
Yeah.
And we really did it right. We looked at all the different things the fire department does or needs to do to support what we do. And we actually defined at what level those things need to take place at. And when we did that, we looked at 27 different parts of it, and it fell into a pretty natural order that says this is the order that makes the most sense, that creates more of a vertical, if you will, interaction, and eliminates some of the issues we've had with communications within the department, improves the flow, and again, it really allows us to engage our people on a little bit better level.
So the captains would all be moving up to this battalion chief?
Battalion chiefs, yes.
And then we would be replacing essentially the captain position with a lieutenant position.
With a lieutenant, yes.
And then Fire Marshal Rick he'll be basically at that same level as the battalion chief.
Yes, he would be one of those at that level.
So I noticed with that increased level, or I guess it's probably not even necessarily increased level of responsibility with John, because I think he's been doing it already, but with maybe shifting some more responsibility his way under that battalion chief role, do we foresee a need of having our part-time inspector moving up to a full-time?
So that is also part of the overall proposal, but it's a multi-year approach. So we decided this year just to focus on this level of arrangement. But in our staffing plan, we do call at some point, we do need to, and have needed to for a number of years actually, move that position up. But frankly, we have focused as a city on more vehicles, on people on trucks. And that's where the focus has been. We need over here, or we need this fire prevention specialist. And frankly, it's been more important that we improve our day-to-day staffing. But that piece does remain a part of it.
Are we anticipating that next year that's going to be something that your department's going to be proposing, is bumping that part-time to a full-time?
I would anticipate that would be part of our proposal for next year, yes.
Just knowing that like we're building more giant warehouses over on the west side, and that's just going to take even more time to go through and ensure that, checking off the boxes that everything's being used. Okay. Thank you.
Can we get a picture of the proposed
Organizational
chart?
Yeah.
We'll get that for you.
And maybe what you have now so we can compare?
One versus.
Sure.
I mean, I don't doubt that this is a good idea. You read through, or you spoke through it, and maybe I'm more visual on this.
Yeah, actually, we've got that already created, so I can send that to you.
Okay, we'll get that out to you.
So one of the advantages that we're really pushing into on this, and what's really helping to make this possible, because when you look at it, you're like, if you looked at the original plan that was in the standards of cover that you adopted last year, it actually called for 3 assistant chiefs and a fire marshal. And now we're saying, well, wait a minute, I can get by with 1. Well, one of the ways that we're going to be able to do that is improved cooperation with Clive. You've heard us talk previously, those of you who were in the CIP, we talked about how we're enhancing our 2080 agreements with Clive. And we're actually been working through a number of different issues with that over the last few months as well, and hope to be bringing that to you in the next couple of months of putting those together. But one of the things that we're really looking at doing is this concept called operational alignment. And that's the idea that while Clive is an independent agency from us, we're going to operate similarly and as close to possible alignment, which means almost a sharing of responsibilities. So Clive has a fire training officer at an assistant chief level. They've just hired a new assistant chief of operations with an extensive EMS background. So those positions are going to partner very nicely with our battalion chief positions, frankly, in terms of EMS continuity, training continuity, fire operations continuity. We've talked about some of the advantages we're trying to work through in terms of equipment and fleet. We're really going to lean into that 2080, this improvement, which will also have the benefit for you as you look at some of the bigger issues affecting Urbandale and planning. I know Station 41 replacement is one of those issues as well. One of the concerns that we've had is making sure that those agreements are really solid and in place. We're kind of using the frame with a really long off-ramp. So if one or the other community decides to leave, we're really extending the amount of time out so that the other community has a fair opportunity. We don't foresee any reason for either community to walk away because we are both clearly benefiting from what that's doing. And all of these discussions that we've had about adjusting our command staff have been done almost at the same time as this 28E upgrade has been moving forward, recognizing that the two are really interrelated and need to go together. So it's important we talk about that today so you understand when we talk about going from potential of 3 full-time assistant chiefs down to 1 full-time assistant chief. And how is that possible? This is how it's possible because we're able to work into that partnership a lot better, which Clive, they're benefiting as well. And the benefit they're going to get is that right now they do not have a single command officer that lives within 15 minutes of their community. So what they are going to benefit from us is we are responding our fire companies into their calls. So for our firefighter safety, our firefighter or continuity of operations, we typically, and have been doing for years as a voluntary thing, chiefs would respond into other communities to help support major incidents. Now we will have somebody on duty 24 hours, not to run their department or to run their operations or anything like that, but just to make sure that we have a command officer wherever our firefighters go, that we have a command officer that is there making sure that operations move smoothly. We're already training together. We already operate together. This is just, we got to make sure that that position is there as well. So there's a true benefit to both communities that we both benefit from. So that's probably the biggest piece of our budget. I know one of the issues that's come up is recruiting and retention. We have actually done pretty well at the retention piece. I'm very happy to say that Des Moines just started a new fire academy last week that contained 0 members of the previous members of the Urbandale Fire. That has been a problem because frankly, they are the bigger agency, so we have struggled to do that. So we've made adjustments in our recruiting and retention issues. HR has worked very closely with us on really neat ideas. The union has partnered with us in terms of some of the new ideas that we've done in our contract proposals to make our positions look more attractive. And we've put a lot of that in. As Aaron said, unfortunately, the fire service is really about stealing from each other. So we've positioned ourselves to be one of the poachers as opposed to one of the poachees with regard to that. I think it's paid a lot of benefits. Our work staff has really matured. Effectively, we identified that same 3 to 5 year window as being our gap years that we need to focus on. We've done that through, again, some of the things that we've done, the lateral entry that we've put into place. We now have a paramedic reimbursement program that you've approved. So we've really taken the steps to kind of nail that down. The other piece that we're going to be looking towards, we are maintaining, even though we're staffed with full-time people, we are maintaining the part-time pay range. And that's so that we can hopefully start to build out what we're hoping to be almost an intern program. So young firefighters coming out of DMAC, rather than sitting on our list waiting for us to hire them and then we throw them in and hope they work, we'll actually be able to hire them in part-time, use them to backfill vacation positions, which is what we use them for right now. So when our firefighters are off, we can backfill them with part-time people. But it also gives us a really great job interview. They're going to be here for 3 months, 6 months, hopefully longer. If they're a good employee and they're working really well, then when the next full-time opening occurs, we can move them up. But if they don't work out, which is a problem because honestly, we're dealing with a lot of young people now that really don't understand work ethic in terms of what it means to be in a fire service. And that's not being critical of them. It's just how you work on a 24-hour schedule is very different than what they're used to. So we need to bring them up to speed on that. So it's a really great tool for us, and that's why we want to make sure we leave it in the budget. We have reached out to Urbandale schools regarding the EMT program. Have not had a lot of traction on that yet, but we continue to try to push it. With regard to the EMT program, it's in the high schools. We recognize that we need to be in the high schools to recruit, and that's the problem. There's 26 openings in the metro. That does not count Des Moines. So 26 new full-time positions that are going to be filled in the next 6 to 8 months. There are not 26 qualified candidates in the metro. So we need to make sure that we are as positioned as we can be, not only to get the best ones of the ones that are going to be available, but we also recognize that we play a role in, through our partnerships that we've been working with DMAC and the consortium to really bring that younger group up. So that's why that money is remaining in the budget there.
So the program that the Waukee Fire Department has with our Apex program for EMTs is really just feeding into the Waukee Fire Department, not...
Actually, it's not really feeding into the Waukee Fire Department. It's part of the DMAC's outreach program, and it's designed to feed students into their program.
Okay, well, I thought they were putting money into it, or at least it was initially marketed as...
Waukee is putting money into it in terms of personnel, training facilities. That's how they're partnering with the schools. They're the ones actually delivering the training. So yeah, they are putting money in it in terms of personnel. With the ultimate intent, if you get them early and you get them young, they develop an attachment to your agency. And then hopefully, if I have 3 offers, I'm going to pick the one where I started, my home department, if you will.
So Urbandale Schools does not seem open in your mind to doing a similar...
I don't think it's not that they're not open to it. I think we just haven't built it out enough.
Okay.
We had originally proposed an open arrangement allowing Urbandale students to go to Johnston, and because Johnston tried an EMT program as well. It's a new program. It's difficult to, get, because there's no continuity in any of these programs yet. So we've had discussions with DMAC about that. They had some discussions with Urbandale. Urbandale said, I guess we're just not in a point that we're ready to move that forward. But we are continuing to work with them. They've got a career fair coming up in April that we're on board with, and our recruiting team is already preparing materials for that. That's something that we recognize, though. If we're going to be successful in the fire service, building recruits up, we have to start at the high school. We can't wait for them to come out of DMAC or out of Mercy. We've got to be below that, which means at the high school level.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be able to come out of high school with a certification, and all those DMAC credits. I mean, my daughter got her CNA, so she has a skill, and, a whole semester of DMAC credits is just invaluable. And so the more, and then the side of it for us as employers to have those folks eager to work for us. So whatever magic you can work,
Well, I'm
make sure you get out and show your face with the Waukee kids too. So they don't only think about their fire department.
We've been strong partners and advocates with DMAC and DMAC Fire Science for a really long time. We sit on their board, we interact with them. They host events for us. Our attempts to work our way through DMAC to get an EMT program in Urbandale, or at least that Urbandale residents have access to, whether it's through Johnston or through the Waukee program, something we're definitely looking at. West Des Moines had a program. It did not go because of a lack of enrollment. Same thing with Ankeny. That's been the problem with these programs. It's been tough to get them up and running and get continuity into them, so.
Mike, you mentioned we have an internship type program where folks can come, or a part-time program where they can come and backfill for vacation. How does that work when we have a 24-hour schedule and folks are working part-time with the fire department and then still, I assume, managing other employment?
So traditionally, part-time was, there were two types of part-times. There was part-time people that this was their second job. They worked primarily nights and weekends. There was also, this was the pathway to a full-time job. If you wanted a full-time job as a firefighter, you usually had to start part-time and you would work for a department. So that was your primary means of employment. That, frankly, has been stripped out because everybody goes right to full-time, literally right to full-time jobs. So what we're trying to rebuild the program now is looking at these really young kids that are just coming through the program, almost an internship style. So we're getting them while they're in school, hopefully is where the next iteration that we want to get to. But right now, our last hire was somebody that had just gotten out of school, and we brought him in to let him work part-time shifts. They had his certifications, so he could fill positions for us. And then the idea is that hopefully they get an idea, they become better employees for us, and then potentially full-time employees.
Yeah, I think of it in terms of how do you manage a household and how do you manage your own income if you're trying to just work part-time with the hopes that you get into a full-time role, just trying to think through how would that work on the employee side.
It was just the way it was done back then. Now, it's...
Different economics.
My son took a full-time job at 21
Yeah.
and had 2 offers
Sure.
as a basic firefighter EMT. And that was unheard of even 5 years ago. Now it's just the reality. So any other questions on the personnel issues?
I just have a quick comment. We probably need to be meeting with the school board, and maybe this would be an agenda item, some of this school to work stuff. Yeah, we would need to, I know we're meeting with them like one-on-one sort of thing, but at some point, maybe even. Joint meeting. I think there's some interest in that on the part of the school board members with whom I've spoken. And this could be the kind of agenda item we might want to tackle, not.
Great idea.
I will say, it would be nice if we were able to, the one thing about vocational training and vocational education as opposed to traditional education is there is a pretty good pot of federal money that's available for high school vocational training that the schools, at least in this area, have not really been able to tap into effectively. Where I came from, my first job was actually teaching firefighting in a high school program. And we were almost, for all of our major equipment, was all funded federally. It is a different pot of money that I think that is something that is definitely worth exploring. And we recognize the need to absolutely get on that, so.
Hey, Chief, I know the Des Moines Fire Department's been focusing on the cancer disability with the state law. Are we doing enough here in Urbandale to help you guys? Because I know, in line 60, there's the 12.8 for cancer screening and then 8,600 for mental health screening. I also love the fact that we had the Therapy K-9 program. I think that's awesome. But are we doing enough? Do we have enough allocated towards that? Should we do it?
So actually, you generously approved adding that to the budget for our current year. So this will be the first year. Previous years, the firefighter, we offered it, but they had to pay for it out of pocket. This year, we will be paying for cancer screening, and it will be going forward every year. It's an antigen test that we're doing, which is looking for markers that you are predisposed for cancer or catching cancer early, so that we can do with it. I did actually talk to, we're doing this through Mercy Occupational Health. I talked to them just 2 weeks ago about this specific issue to make sure that the program we had in place was the most effective way to do it. And they said this is the most effective program that they can offer on a wide scale. There are obviously more in-depth tests, but in terms of covering the whole spectrum that you want to try to cover, this is the best program that they offer. And so we are able to take advantage of it.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Just for awareness too, there is a bill pending at the legislature to, under the 411 system, which we are, for the 411 system to expand the definition of cancer from specified cancers to essentially any cancer.
Any cancer.
Which, again, we want to do what's right to our staff, obviously, but not necessarily every cancer is caused by a non-job related incident as well. So don't know where that's going to go, but that, if that does pass, that broadens, frankly, our responsibility for covering disabilities that would be from specified cancers to essentially any cancer. So we'll see where that goes.
Do we have numbers, would that impact the 411 levy amount? Okay.
We don't know what it would be, but I mean, obviously, that would, by definition, it would broaden what would be paid out for a cancer disability, so yes.
And remember, for the 411 system, and as both the chief and the mayor hit, there are certain medical conditions that are presumptive, that if you have a heart or lung disease, and there are cancers now that are specifically identified, they're also talking about infectious diseases too, that might be added to that. That was a discussion that was really prompted through the COVID years. And that, again, if it's determined to be job-related, if the code says specifically, if you get a very specific, and as the mayor alluded, the proposal is to have a very broad definition, that if there's been found that you indeed do have cancer, or you had a heart-related issue or lung-related issue, the city then is obligated to treat that, and treat that not only through your service, and if you then have to go through disability retirement, we then treat that condition for the remainder of your life. So essentially, those are the obligations that we have as the employer, both in anybody in the 411 system. So again, there's lots of rationale for it, but it's one of those monetary impacts that as you expand that list, then the obligations for the cities that participate will be greater as well.
We do put a lot of effort, by the way, into reducing the city's liability, frankly, in terms of that. Our fitness centers that we have in all three of our stations are all designed, again, to get our firefighters active and moving. Our turnout gear, we're putting a new specification in place, again, to reduce heat stress, a number one cause of heart attacks. We have very specific programs that we have in place to minimize their exposure to cancer-causing agents. We just last year bought new hoods and a second set of gloves because they've identified that one of the ways that cancer gets into your body is wearing those protective hoods and then wearing dirty gloves. So we focused on the actions that we can take that make the most sense to really reduce our exposure to the unnecessary risks of cancer, heart disease, and lung disease, because as you're aware, and Nikki would verify, just one claim is going to significantly impact our organization, not just financially, but also internally, the impact that a long-term disability, a heart attack, or a cancer death actually has on the organization is pretty significant. So, so we feel, and the council's been very supportive of those initiatives. It's better to prevent it if at all possible. So we'll continue to bring you those initiatives to look forward to.
Appreciate it.
As far as our operating costs, there's not a significant change. We're in the final year of our radio replacement program this year. Mobile radios is the next phase of that, and then that will be the end of the radio upgrade and the in-vehicle computer upgrades for probably the next 12 years, we hope. Like the police department, technology changes, things get timed out, we can't support them. So there is a request in there for that as the biggest piece of our actual new equipment program, which is the mobile radio replacement, and something you see in there called MG90s. That's just a mobile hotspot that we use that allows our vehicles and iPads to stay connected all the time. But those are timing out as well, and IT has recommended that we replace those. The only other piece I did want to bring to your attention, in case you want a little bit curious about it, which we talked about last fall as well, and that's GEMT for our newest council members. GEMT is a backfill program that was created to help ambulance services pay for transports that aren't being reimbursed at the private level. And it's run through the state. So if you're wondering why there's an expense and there's also a revenue, because you have to pay the state. And then the state gives us money back. So that's how all of that works. It's a fairly complicated process. You approved last year hiring a consultant who's giving us a very good rate on doing those calculations for us. We hope to continue that because it does return about $600,000 to the city. When you look at our revenue stream, actually we derive about $1.5 million off of billing. But between our straight billing and then our GEMT reimbursement. So it's a significant part of the budget that is truly a service-directed fee that makes the most sense. So I wanted to point that out to you in terms of your budget and what you're seeing there like that. So I do have any other questions that I can answer for you about anything you see in the budget that maybe, other than that, it's pretty, what I would call routine for us. So.
I know when we were doing the tour, you were talking about like each station's equipped with a kitchen and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a line item for like how much we're spending on groceries, things like that? Or
So the firefighters provide their own groceries. Okay. They also, each station maintains a house fund where the firefighters pay in to buy peanut butter, salt, pepper, spices. So we buy all of our own food. The city provides the kitchen. They provide the consumables.
Gotcha. Thank you.
If you're interested, we'll get you over there for a meal. See what you think. That's right. Yeah, Tombstone Pizza, you got it. Spoken like a true person lives by himself, yeah.
Hey, Tombstone Pizza's great.
Okay.
Says my 19-year-old.
Anything else I can answer for you?
Put a plug in for the Fire Academy?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, so you've probably seen that out there. We posted that out again, and it's been reposted numerous times on Facebook. We've had kind of a mixed bag with whether or not we've had enough people to actually run the academy. We've had people here that have gone through, and if you're new to council and would like to do it, we really encourage you because it's a really great way to look behind the scenes as to what it actually we do in the fire service. It's a few weeks in the spring, just nights, and it's very hands-on. So it's not like you have to sit here and just listen to us drone on about statistics. We actually get, we get you on a rope. We get you in the back of an ambulance. We put you in a fire. We do all the stuff that we can do, let you operate one of our big trucks and anything that you want to do. We really encourage you. So as you're meeting with groups, if you could please feel free to spread that out there. They can just contact the fire department for any information. That would be great. I will also extend the offer. Anytime that any member of council wants to come ride with us or train with us, we actually do have a training program. If you want to come into it, do a training with us, put the code on and go in to a fire, we have more than happy to accommodate that. So.
Would you be okay? I would like to do the fire academy, but I can't commit to all the dates. If we could come to some of them.
You do whatever you can make, so.
With
Just won't
the
get the
police
start,
academy, or is it?
No, we always
after?
schedule after the police academy, just,
Yeah.
we have had, over the years, people that have gone through the police academy have also then gone on the fire academy, so.
I didn't see the police academy.
What's the current update on the delivery for trucks now? I've heard, we was at a lunch the other day, and some people were saying it's up to 4 years.
4 years if you order new, yes. So right now, we have actually several vehicles which are due for delivery. We've got 2 ambulances, which should be coming in March or April, which we ordered 2 years ago. A smaller rescue truck, which we ordered 2 years ago. And then our ladder truck, which is due for delivery in October, which we ordered will be 2.5 years. We got lucky. It is now 4 years for fire trucks. 3 years if you can find ambulances, if you can get them. They're having a problem with chassis. So one of the reasons that we kind of have to stay ahead of it is the ordering thing, so.
And then to,
We've made the adjustments to look at kind of how fast we need to move for some of the stuff that's coming up too with that. Okay. Good.
Yeah, so in the CIP right now, there is a replacement for ladder truck that we're going to move forward with if we need to immediately, knowing that it's going to take. Yeah, so with that particular truck, because if we do end up ordering it, and we'll see how that plays out. If we do end up ordering it, because we're ordering the exact same truck that we bought the last time, and we buy really simple, straightforward, if you will, they call stock trucks. So there's not a lot of variant, a lot of bells and whistles on them. They have an expedited program to move those through, so it shaves a whole year off because of the way they don't have to do all the complicated drawings. They can just use their own drawings, and that's a big part of the process.
Don't we buy through some consortium too? that
We do. So we use, we're part of a group called the HGAC. It's basically a compact that you can use nationally where all the manufacturers bid on their best price for everything. And then for you, because it's already been through a public bid, you don't have to go through the whole process of writing specifications and sending it out. And you're getting their best price because everybody in the country that belongs to this compact are buying right off of it. So we've been a member of that now for probably about 8 or 9 years. Very effective from our end in terms of we know right where we want to go. It allows us to build a fleet out that is not subject to lowest bid, which means we can actually have the same manufacturer. And that aids a lot in fleet management. I know Patrick really loves the fact that all of our engines are the same, all of our pumps are the same. It reduces maintenance costs, so.
quick preview on the 2080 you're working on with Clive on the equipment?
Yeah, so where that's at now is we've decided to combine, there's 2 2080 agreements that we're looking at. One of them is the closest unit agreement. We've talked about that before. The other was the agreement to actually fund Station 43. And if you're not familiar with that, we built it, we own it, we equip it, it's our people. Clive writes us a check for, based on a formula, about 40% of the overall costs, about $1.1 million, correct? Is what they will write us a check to provide staffing for that station. So we're going to combine, now that the station is built, that agreement was built before there was even a station, we're going to combine those two into one agreement. Basically, we're taking out some of the older language that doesn't need to be there. We're putting the discussions about the command staff and basically giving each other permission to run each other's operations. We're going to enhance the closest unit agreement even further. The biggest piece of it really, though, is fleet, because what we decided to do is it doesn't make sense for us to have to maintain all this reserve equipment and you to have to maintain all this. So we're going to try to work together to share that equipment. And it actually is proposing a flip. We're going to buy one of their trucks. They're going to buy one of our trucks. We're going to buy their ladder truck. They're going to buy one of our engines. That's the proposal, is that that's going to happen just for storage. then that will allow reserve status, and then we'll maintain a reserve ambulance, they'll maintain a reserve, rather than us having to look down the road at adding a fifth ambulance we can maintain just with our three frontline. We've agreed how quickly to replace them. And Clive is very interested now in coming on board with Urbandale to do maintenance on their emergency equipment, which just makes so much sense. Public Works has taken a look at it from their point of view and said, yep, we've got the capacity to do it. They already have the equipment because they're working on our trucks. Clive really wants to go to it because they're kind of a mix mash of how they do maintenance. They're literally
right on Hickman,
a third of a mile down the road. So if it doesn't start, they'll push it to the intersection and roll it down the hill. Then we get there. Yeah. So they're really enthusiastic about it. And we've had numerous discussions with Public Works, Tim and Patrick and John, and they all seem to be okay with it, you know, that they have the people they can really make that work. But again, it's just operationally aligning as much as we can, so much of what we're doing, which will help eliminate unnecessary costs. As I said earlier, when we talked about a staffing plan for command staff, we're leaning into the fact that they are going to have an EMS chief and a fire training chief so that they can partner with our battalion chiefs at that operational level. And that really is a big bonus to it. The fleet maintenance will reduce our costs. Not having to have as much reserve apparatus, we estimate is going to save our organizations $1 million to $2 million just in apparatus costs over the next few years. Not next few years, but next several years.
Significant.
So it pushes the ladder truck that I was talking about that right now is in the CIP. If we're able to get this lined up the way we want it to work, we're going to push that purchase off for 10 years. So it's a big deal, and we've put a lot of effort into doing it. You know, the lawyers haven't had their crack at it yet, so we'll see how well that goes. Both city managers have been actively engaged in the process and very supportive of it. And as I said, the biggest thing for us in terms of besides the monetary savings and the operational improvements is it really gives Urbandale the stability to do effective planning going forward, knowing that we've got a solid partner, what we call literally the 4-station model. Because it really means that we don't operate anymore like we have 3 stations. We operate like we have 4. We don't have 18 people. Counting the battalion chief, we'll have 25 people on duty. And that's just such a huge advantage in terms of good operations, good backup. You know, when that ambulance is out, the next ambulance isn't coming from the other side of Urbandale, it's coming from Clive. Just all around, this just makes, this is, you know, you want to talk about collaboration and the importance that this council has said, it's the model of it, I think, so.
Do you think that you know, like with Clive, we're very parallel to them. Does a lot of this, you know, like us being very parallel lend itself to that type of agreement that it maybe wouldn't work as well for like a Waukee or a Johnston?
In terms of the
not as
closest
parallel?
unit, it works great for us just because of that component. You know, Windsor Heights is in a similar situation. It would work with Windsor, but there's some issues with Windsor regarding where they're at in terms of how they see their fire department. So that's why none of that has moved forward. It does take that boundary close that really makes it work well. There is some discussion out in the future that as Waukee expands and we expand, that it makes sense to look at that type of agreement there. But remember, we also have that same long border on the north with Johnston Grimes. Some of the issues that you mentioned earlier, AJ mentioned earlier with regard to Westcom and CAD and talking to the different groups, if we can get those worked out, and we've received regionally a huge grant, $5 million to help make that happen, to tie together all 3 of these what are called PSAPs or 911 centers, tie those all together. That will allow us to directly send calls from Westcom to Polk County, who dispatches Johnston Grimes. And then we can go, okay, now there's no delay. Let's look and see where it makes sense to do collaborative efforts beyond what we're doing in terms of training with another agency. So it really opens the door for that going forward.
Yeah, excellent, thank you.
I just think this is such a powerful testament to when cities have the ability to do what works for them. You know, the legislature's trying to slam stuff down our throat, you know, not directly related to this, but I mean, this is amazing. And we, did it on our own with, with Clive. And I just think as we tell our story of our greatness, this is, this is such,
Yeah.
this is such an important part. This is such an important component because, you're talking millions of dollars today that we're saving and we're improving our service and, get out of our way and we'll, do a great job. So I don't know. I think storytelling, as I look out into the audience here, is such an important part of what we need to keep doing. And this is a great story for us to tell. Maybe when we do the next 2080 agreement, really try and draw some attention to this partnership, because I think it's a really innovative and effective
We've had those
partnership.
discussions with Clive as well, and they're benefactors, and that's what makes it so easy in the tense. There's always going to be those little nuances you've got to work out. But when we first started this whole discussion about closest unit response, when we got into 43, actually, there was a discussion about, is there a better model, almost like a fire district model that you could utilize to provide that service? And there were some issues on the, from retirement standpoint, recruitment, civil service, unions, non-unions, that really made it not really feasible, but the other routes that we took really made this a successful model. And it's exceptional leadership at the top, of course, with you folks and the council from Clive. They bought into it. And that, there was the discussion, I think, former mayor of Clive made a comment to Bob and I once about, he got a complaint from a neighbor, from a resident, saying, I had to call 911 and an Urbandale truck showed up. And he goes, well, what's the problem? And he goes, well, I pay Clive taxes, so I want a Clive truck showing up. And he goes, what, did they give you service? Well, yeah, it was great. He goes, well, what's the big deal? So it was really kind of educating people that when you have professional departments that train, that have the same mindset, that have the same desire to provide high levels of service, it really doesn't matter whatsoever. And the geographic boundaries certainly do help, no question about it. When we're just separated by Hickman Road, it makes a big difference. But yeah, it's a really good success story.
And as we look to, what we do with our existing 41 in the future too, that also makes a big deal as far as, obviously, that relationship as well, so.
Yep. And the 2080 that the chief mentioned, that's critical for us to get that long-term assurance that when we make a decision, the city makes a decision about what we're going to do with 41 and where the location is and how our partnership works, that we know that there is a long-term commitment from them, for example, for the closest unit response. So we locate where we can be the most effective.
I think like educating on that is going to be super critical to get people to buy into. Because if we just say we're going to move it, it's going to scare a lot of people.
We know.
No, there's a lot of moving parts there, and that's where, again, getting some of this work behind the scenes done gives us collectively the capacity to give those assurances.
Any other questions I can answer for you this morning?
Let's talk about tornado sirens. Okay.
All right, so one of our other duties in the fire service is emergency preparedness. And we're fortunate here, you'll notice that the budget line for emergency preparedness is very small because we are really able to lean into Polk County Emergency Management, which is a truly professional group that really understands the whole circuit of how to prepare for disasters, how to operate in a disaster, and how to help your community recover from the disaster. So we really lean into a lot of their work. We work closely with them. Right now, we are updating what's called the mitigation plan, which is sort of the benchmark for how to recognize where the potential hazards are and how to be prepared for them. So we don't have to spend, as a city, we really benefit from that. We don't need to have a separate emergency preparedness director that's out there by themselves and their own staff. We pay a fee to Polk County for that. I believe it's $16,000. And we truly get way more money back in terms of value and savings to the city by partnering that, because it really allows us, through the fire department to work with them and be prepared for emergency incidents that might happen. And that we're ready for them if they had. The biggest piece in terms of what we need to provide in infrastructure here within our city is the outdoor warning sirens, which I would like someday to be able to get rid of, but there's an attachment to them that people feel they won't be warned. There are just so many better ways to do it. There's just no way to guarantee it. So for now, our system, which is connected into Westcom, we're actually spending some money to upgrade the batteries on those and the interconnectivity piece to make sure that that can be set off, even if Westcom isn't able to set them off, that we'll be able to set them off and use them as we need to. And that's pretty much what the upgrades are there in the budget for this year. So right now, we don't have a need to add a siren. We will be replacing one of the poles this year. We do keep an eye on that. And you make decisions about increasing the city or as population grows to the west, we actually are able to monitor when we need to add a new siren. But right now, we don't anticipate needing one for the next budget year.
So you talked about our great relationship with Polk County and how they take care of most everything. So what if our disaster is in Dallas County?
So we are actually also partners with Dallas County. Actually, the mayor just sat in on the budget hearing with Dallas County. They've really come along. For a long time, they were just sort of, well, there's Polk County and then they'll just, Dallas County. But they've got a really good emergency director out there by the name of AJ Seeley now. He's really moving. As that county has developed, they have started to support that emergency management department really effectively. And we have, again, a really good relationship. When we had the water issue in the West, they were right on top of it right from the get-go, did a great job of working with us out there, and are starting to take on more of a proactive approach. In the past, they were really, again, it was all reactive because they didn't have the staff, but now that they've started to add staff, they can start doing some of the mitigation planning and the disaster planning that Polk County has benefited from for so many years. But we also have a really good relationship with them and we support them as we need to financially, which is not to the level that we've needed to with Polk County, but it is still there, so.
What's his name again?
AJ Seeley.
And who's in Polk County?
AJ, Mom.
I have him as,
I could, yeah.
I have him in my phone as AJ, not Polk County.
When we had the water emergency that morning, I was talking to 3 AJs for about 4.5 hours. So, yeah.
You.
Yeah,
We all dread the phone call, too.
yeah.
What's wrong?
Anything else I can answer for you this morning?
What about accreditation, Chief? We talked about that with the police. Can you talk about your process?
Yep, so we actually started the accreditation process about 4 years ago. We've had the unfortunate distinction of losing 2 accreditation managers over 18 months, which has posed some issues to us. I know Chief Holt had talked about submitting our paperwork, which we did in July of last year, but due to his departure, they have extended us until February. So they are actually coming in for a site visit in February. They've identified things that they wanted to see, which is a part of the process.
This February?
Yeah,
Now.
in 2 weeks. So we have been diligently working through the issues that they have identified for us as best we can to be prepared for the site visit. At that point, the options that we have on the table are, if we are accredited, then we're good. If not, if they still see things that we need to work on, again, it's a continuous process, then we would be what was known as deferred. And that means that we could be extended out 6 months or a year. I have no idea, having never been through this, and one of the gaps that we really have is that when you go through this process, your accreditation manager becomes a peer reviewer. So you go out and you do this for other agencies. Well, we've missed that opportunity. With Scott leaving and then with the chief retiring, our accreditation managers have never been peer reviewers. So we don't even have the opportunity to at least see even how this process works. So that's why I can't be more confident about where we are, because I honestly, it's one of those I don't know what I don't know. They seem to have been okay with the documents that we have reworked and uploaded, but what they're looking for, we'll have to see where that kind of lands. So
So does the accreditation manager now fall to you?
Right now, it's me. And here's the funny part about that is when you go to accreditation training, the first thing they tell you is your fire chief should not be your accreditation manager,
Correct, that's what I wondered, yeah.
which we, have doubled down on twice. But we're just not, we haven't been in a position that I didn't have anybody else that could do it. I was the only one that was trained. I was the only one in a position to be able to spend the time. We have widened our team now. Again, I'm a big believer in that. So we've actually got 10 people that are have been working on accreditation. It's very data heavy, and they want to see it in a very specific format. They're very picky about that issue, so it takes a lot of time. When you're looking at 17,000 emergency incidents over 3 years, it's a bit of a heavy lift. So we'll see how well that goes. But our intent is, once we go through this process over the next several months of transitioning, then we'll redefine where those roles and responsibilities go. And moving accreditation out of my office will be one of those. Just because the whole idea of accreditation is literally somebody looks at your organization and says, this is what you need to fix. Well, it's kind of hard to do that when you're the one that has responsible for making the fixes. You either tend to paper over things or you tend to be resistive to that you're telling yourself a hard truth. And so.
Keep us posted.
We will let you know. So they'll tell us in 3 weeks. So.
Standing. Thanks, Dave.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
If you want to go to PS 27, that's the Police and Fire Retirement Fund.
I can do this one in 30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay.
This is the levy we talked about, right? That went up to 65 cents. The levy supports 100% minus like $8,000, like just enough cushion. So we calculate what the pension cost for police, fire is and derive a levy, and it takes it out of their budget and pays it from the levy. So this is one that requires to come into a special revenue fund, which is why there's a separate department, and why in fire and police, you'll see that on their pension line, that's 411, the requested column represents what they need to cover it, and the recommended has a 0 there because I slide it to this, right? So that's it. 100% funded, 65 cents on the levy. It takes it out of both departments, and if you want to see the revenue in and out, it is up in the budget summary section, page 8. All of the special revenues that have anything that has a separate levy, there's a separate page for that, so you can see more of a balance sheet approach. It's a department, but yet it has its own specific flow and levy associated with, so.
It's about 46.
Questions on that one? I think that was 35 seconds.
35 seconds, yeah, probably. Questions? All right. It's 12 noon.
So the lunch is here. We are almost 2 hours behind. Just FYI. So I do have all of my public works staff here. How would you feel about go get your lunch, bring it back here? You guys can maybe mute your mic while you chew and just turn it on for questions so that we could try to get caught up a little bit. So let's take a 5 to 7 minutes, grab, the food is set up in the large conference room. Your name should be on it, I assume. They'll all have your names on them. Grab that, grab a drink and reconvene.
That sheet is the public works summary that incorporates all those operational issues. And then we will begin with roadway maintenance. John, please start.
Yep, so again, I'm John Larson, the Director of Engineering and Public Works. I brought along today Kristen Brostrom, who's our Assistant Director on the engineering side, Tim Stovey, who's our Assistant Director on the Public Works side. But before they kind of run through each one of the different sections of our budget and kind of explain what the budget is and highlight some items, I wanted to kind of touch first on what Nikki had brought up earlier this morning, just kind of explain to you our bidding process. So basically, we try to bid all our projects kind of that January to March timeframe. Basically, you want to get out when the contractors are looking for work. You don't want to be after they start to fill up, because then your costs go up and it just gets a lot tougher to do projects. So the main ones we have impacted, for instance, the first two pages of phases. The first two phases of our patch project are out to bid with bids due on Wednesday. So they are funded through GOB and road use funds. So again, that is budgetary as well. So again, our hope is that there's enough confidence that we will go forward with those projects, so we can take those bids on Wednesday and then bring them back to you to present those bids. It also impacts projects like our trail maintenance and our traffic signal maintenance. Now, those are a lot smaller dollar amounts, but again, that's one that'd be nice to know what we're looking at. You know, if you're comfortable with the 75,000 and traffic signal improvements, I believe 125,000 trails. So those are a couple other budgets that, you know, if you're comfortable, we'll keep trying to get things out to bid to get our best prices. But those being smaller, if you wanted us to hold off, we could. I think the patching is much more critical. So. All right. But we will keep moving ahead and getting bids and hopefully get the best prices we can. So now I'm going to turn it over to Tim and let him kind of start with the roadway.
Roadway maintenance, obviously pretty straightforward. Roadway maintenance, snow removal, big items in there. Just stepping back a little bit with Public Works as a whole, from a staffing standpoint, we're in pretty good shape. We added a couple laborers a couple years ago, so there are no new positions, and really for the next 3-4 years, I would assume that we would not ask for any more positions. One thing we're doing is shifting a light equipment operator from roadway to traffic safety. It's all funded by road use. It's just to better represent the cost of the programs. There's only one laborer, one light equipment operator in traffic safety. It really takes two to get the program done. We're also going to add a light equipment operator. We're doing away with one of the labor positions. Over the years, we just keep hiring laborers. We haven't added any light equipment operators, so it's a minimal impact on the budget. As far as roadway maintenance goes, this is pretty much, there's really no changes to the budget from an operational standpoint. It's pretty similar to last year. One thing we are looking at and monitoring closely is our fund balance and road use. It continues to decrease. We're spending more than we're bringing in. So a lot of that's been made up with, using funds outside of road use for road improvements. So that'll be necessary in the future. This year, our revenue is going to be about $6.5 million. We're going to spend about $6.6 million. So it's a minimal decrease, but we have years where that might be up to $1 million difference between expenses and revenue. We just opened a new salt facility out west, so we've got plenty of capacity for salt. We actually have 3 facilities. We have a facility in Grimes also. We share with 6 or 7 other cities. About 15 years ago, we were all in a position where we didn't have enough salt storage, so instead of every different city building a new facility, we all went and built one joint facility. Interesting thing about that is over the last 15 years, most communities have increased their salt facility. This is it's more turning into a rental facility. The DOT's got 4,000 tons in there. Dallas County stores 12,000 tons in there, so it's turned into a revenue stream. So each city's kind of got that stockpile in there in case we have, the mother of all winters, but the majority of the space is just being rented out right now. So that balance continues to increase, and we are the facilitators. We manage that facility, which is why we have a budget for the salt facility. And it's a small budget. We've got the building maintenance, plus there's a conveyor that the city's own. So I think the budget's like $20,000 for maintenance of those items. So in case you're curious of what that is, taking a step even further back to things that affect, one item that affects the majority of city budgets is our fuel. In any given year, we'll spend between $350,000 and $500,000 on fuel, depending on the price of the fuel. Over about the last, I want to say 7 years, most of the time we've been in a fixed price contract, which means hopefully we hit the market right. When prices are low, we lock in and purchase, anywhere from a year to 2 years worth of fuel. Right now, we're in a contract that will expire at the end of this fiscal year, and prices are obviously good right now. They're starting to stabilize and they're pretty low. So unless the market goes crazy here in the next few months, this spring we'll look at locking into another another contract, a minimum of 12 months, most likely. Like I say, unless fuel prices skyrocket here in the next couple months. It's not, getting that fixed price contract isn't necessarily a big money saver. We had one contract where we probably saved $60,000 versus just buying it off the market. The current contract we're in, we're paying a little bit more, but it's kind of an insurance policy protecting us against that huge spike in fuel prices, so.
See the hedge versus,
We do. We got a load last week, and we probably paid $3,000 more than if we would have just gone on the market. But, over the years, it's pretty much been a wash.
but at least it's predictable though, too. I mean, you can.
Exactly, yeah. So really, it's been a benefit for us. Another thing I want to talk about, I know that the police chief, fire chief hit on their radios. At Public Works, we've got a really big investment in radios also. And we're not public safety. If one of them goes down, it's not the end of the world. So we don't have any immediate plans to go out and start replacing our radios like fire and police, but we are, when they trade in all their radios, the company that's taking their radios is finding the best ones, reprogramming, refurbishing for us, and we'll get those. So so we're benefiting from them getting new radios, and I would expect, we're having minimal issues with them at this point, so I don't think we're going to come forward with a big budget request here in the future to replace our radios. Again, with roadway maintenance, nothing out of the ordinary here. The good thing with roadway maintenance is we budget for a really good construction season and we budget for a really harsh winter. So normally only one of the two happens. So there's kind of a built-in cushion in that budget. So any specifics, questions there? I can move on to street lighting.
One question I had with future budget considerations on PW3 is this an indication that average street quality is decreasing more than we're repairing? Like, are we in a downward trend in that regard, or?
I would say yes. One of the things we've got to, we don't know, like say we're necessarily. Well, we've really increased our investment into the street maintenance program. We had, interrupt me, John, if you want, but during the 80s and 90s, we had some really substandard pavement constructed, and we're trying to kind of make up for that. But just maybe something to note is what's nice about our pavement management plan is, like, even in CIP, we go up by inflation each year. Go back, 15, 20 years ago, it didn't adjust. So we finally got that adjusted. So again, we've got a fair amount of money in there. And what we've also got coming up in the next 2, 3, 4 years is there's quite a bit more maintenance due to some TIF funds in the TIF area. So I think we're gonna need a lot more work done with our arterials. It's also kind of a quick thing on pavement management. There gets to be sometimes to a point where it's not worth fixing. You just kind of let it keep going and you reconstruct. And that's where we're doing some of our timings with our storm sewer projects. It also works out well to reconstruct those roads at that time. So do we have more maintenance we could be doing? Definitely. But I think we, based on our pavement management, we get information from the DOT, we're staying fairly level on our level of service for our streets.
Sounds good, thank you.
Okay, the next budget is street lighting. This is a pretty straightforward budget. Mid-American Energy owns the majority of the street lights in Urbandale. We pay them to install them. We pay them for the electricity. They maintain them. So most of that is just what we pay for electric rates to Mid-American Energy. We do have some city-owned streetlights. 70th and Douglas, the streetscape, Hickman Road is ours. And we've got a couple others. North Park Drive, I believe, if that's right. That one got switched to Mid-American Energy. So everything in the city's LED. So our budget is $100,000 less than it was 7-8 years ago, and that's just to the energy savings from LEDs. So that is it for street lighting.
Can I ask a quick question related back to pavement? You mentioned that we had poor concrete, bad concrete in the 80s and 90s. Where did the majority of that concrete end up?
Well, Parkview is one area, and that's planned.
Douglas, we replaced that a few years ago.
Okay.
Like near 128th Street.
128th and Douglas is a big
And
one
we did
too.
128th Street.
That was 2000s, though, when we did that.
Northwest Urbandale Drive was one that we did probably in the last 5-7 years.
Are we getting to a point where we're done replacing the majority of that, or is that still?
I would say probably not, because again, you start looking at the amount of residential streets. It really, where it impacts us the most is on the joints. You start getting all the different
Right.
joint failures. And I think it's something we'll probably be chasing for quite a while.
Okay. Thank you.
Next budget is the traffic safety budget. That's the budget where we maintain the traffic signals, all the signage, and apply the pavement markings. Again, nothing new in there. Again, we shifted a light equipment operator into that budget. Same $75,000 for the traffic signal maintenance program, so. And again, going back to the LED, all of our traffic signals have LED bulbs in them, so energy savings, big maintenance savings too. Kristen, are you next? I'm just gonna leave this here.
Hey, AJ, with traffic signals, I know that some emails had gone around about Des Moines Christian, like talking about crossing signals or something around there. Is that?
The traffic signals at Des Moines Christian at 129th?
129.
Yeah.
There has been the request. From engineering standpoint, we don't believe a traffic signal is required there. And also typically, you wouldn't want one that close to 128th Street as well. So that's our thoughts. We've watched, we've monitored, don't believe a traffic signal would change what's happening out there.
It's all good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I guess, not good morning anymore. I'm Kristen Brostrom, the Assistant Director of Engineering. Engineering Services, those are our technicians, senior technicians, and they do the inspection work on site for our projects. We inspect everything that's public infrastructure, whether it's our city projects or whether it's developer projects that then becomes public. We also inspect items for HOAs, for townhome developments that will be private, but as instructed by council, we inspect that as if they were public to make sure that they've got that quality product when they take that over. So that's what the engineering services budget is primarily for. Our technicians also do a number of in-house design projects. So they assist us with our development of our patch project, our pavement preservation projects, that sort of thing. And our the traffic signal stuff, a number of other projects they assist with designing. Nothing terribly exciting here. Our construction work in 21 and 22 was unusually high. We kind of hit a peak. I think we were coming out of COVID. Everyone was at home designing stuff for a year and couldn't go anywhere, and they decided to build a bunch of stuff. So 21 and 22 were very busy years. Last year, we started to see more of a return to kind of the normal levels, more of the levels we had at the end of the 2010s. So part of the budget is we expect overtime will decrease. Those billable hours for the development projects will probably decrease as well, just because development does seem to be slowing down a little bit. Same thing for like COSESCO inspections. We inspect every building site as part of our COSESCO program. And that's kind of more the stormwater budget, but I'll mention it now. And building permits have gone down slightly last year, so that's why those numbers are going down. I think those are the big things I had. Anybody have any questions?
The next budget is solid waste collection. The city collects garbage, yard waste, bulk items. Metro Waste Authority takes care of the recycling program. So when you see that $870,000 in there, that's just basically a pass-through item. The water utility collects that, and then we pay Metro Waste for the recycling. One good thing is the cost of recycling has gone up significantly over the last 3-4 years. And that's because they let a new contract for collection, and Metro Waste also built a new recycling processing facility. So really, over the last 4 years, I think the rate's gone up almost $2 per home per month. So the good news is it's only going up 4 cents per home per month this year. So hopefully we'll start to see the cost of the recycling program level off. Our tipping fees are going to be raised. We've been lucky. We've been stuck at $36 a ton for, I want to say 15 years. They're finally raising that up to $39 a ton. So that'll have a budget impact of just over $41,000. During COVID, we saw a real increase in garbage volumes, which I guess everybody was at home cleaning out their house. So it's over the last 2 years, that's kind of decreased to pre-COVID levels. But 2021 and 22, we saw a big spike in our tonnages. One thing we're seeing too is yard waste revenues were down the last 2 years because we had a drought. We had a nice wet summer. It's really good for our revenues for yard waste, but we've been, I want to say the last 2 years, $50,000 to $60,000 under what we assume we're getting. I want to say in a normal year, we'll collect 2,700 tons worth of yard waste. Last calendar year, it was right down about 2,000 tons. And the way that program works is Metro Waste Authority, they collect all the proceeds from sticker sales and the container stickers, and then they reimburse us per ton for the yard waste we bring to the landfill. Same reimbursement that all their contractors have too. And I want to say right now, it's in that $150 a ton range. So when it comes to yard waste, the more the better. We're out driving the streets, we'd rather pick up a large volume than a small volume. We implemented a monthly drop-off of bulk items at Public Works. It's become very popular. Even during the blizzard a couple weeks ago, we had about 20 customers come in there. Our goal with that is to hopefully decrease our spring cleanup tonnage. It's just getting to be a massive event that's tough for us to handle. And also, it's cheaper to just sit there and let people bring us garbage versus going out and collecting them. So we're happy with that. We're collecting probably 6-7 tons per Saturday, plus another 20 appliances. So it's gone over real well. I think some of you remember a couple years ago, we had to spread the spring cleanup over a month. We didn't like that. Nobody liked it. We got back to 1 week last year. This year, we're going to do 1 week too. We're hoping that stays the same in the future. Our current fee is $14.50 per month per home. And what that breaks down to is you've got about $5 per month for recycling and the cost of the water utility to collect the money. About $9 a month. I would say $8.50 a month for garbage and about $1 a month for spring cleanup special collections. And that's kind of how that breaks down. We're going to have to look at raising that $14.50 pretty soon. This year, or next fiscal year, we're anticipating about $3.23 million in revenue and $3.09 million in expenses. So that's only a difference of about $140,000. You might ask, why should we collect more revenue than the budget? This budget doesn't include the staff that answers the thousands of questions a year regarding garbage. It doesn't cover the cost of the building. It doesn't cover the cost of the insurance. So in the past, we've liked at least a good 10% buffer in there. We're recommending keeping the rates at that $14.50 per month this year. But next year, we're probably going to come forth with raising it $15.50, which would put that difference at about $300,000 between the revenue and the budget, or right about that 10%.
Tim, how do we compare to our peers in the metro?
We're definitely on the low end.
Okay.
I don't think there's anybody that's lower.
Okay.
We've done studies before to kind of just do a reality check. Mm-hmm. Where we are doing our own collection versus on the market. I mean, I
think it's about 3-4 years ago we did that. Maybe time flies, but and we have looked at are we giving our citizens the most cost-effective service by doing it ourselves? Should we hire a contractor to do this? And at that time, we were very competitive. I think we've got a real enhanced collection program too. I mean, there are some benefits to having your own collection service. One thing is we had that 10-inch flood was at 2020, and we're able to react really quickly, helping residents get all of that garbage and stuff out of their basement. So there's some, sure, we could probably save our residents, 25, 50 cents a month if we went out and contracted it, but it wouldn't be nearly the service they get right now.
Once you get out, you always get out, and then you're captive to the market there too. So
Correct, and normally when a city does it, a contractor comes in and they kind of give you a really good price for that first 5-7 year contract, and then you're playing the market,
But
so.
if our rates are still the lowest, I mean,
That's what I
I
said,
think
we've-
the study that we did was before my time on the council, or,
it maybe have been, that's why I just said I brought it
but I
up.
mean, I think for the importance that trash collection is to our community, I strongly believe that keeping it in-house is the right way to go, especially if our rates are still competitive, so.
That's what we look at, and that's what I said, I think, I agree, we are too, but we've had pressure over the years to look at getting out of the business and doing it, and I think it's the wrong thing to do. I think we're doing it the right way, and we're in the minority, but I think we're doing it the right way, and we also leverage our drivers to do other things as well.
Exactly, it would be big to have those extra people around for snow removal.
Us in Des Moines are the only ones that do our own in-house, correct?
In central Iowa, in eastern Iowa, it's very common, the majority of, yeah.
But here in Des Moines, in the metro, we are the two that just don't provide that service.
Correct, yeah.
So everybody else contracts?
And most of the suburbs, actually, Metro Waste Authority takes care of all that for them. They let the contracts and spread everything into zones, so.
And it's one of our highest rated services too.
97%. They love our refuse collection guys.
And it's kind of a 7-year cycle that we do it right before we're going to replace the trucks.
Right.
So they're really pricey. So the last time we did the evaluation was right before we decided if we're going to order new trucks or not. Because once you've bought them, now I have them for 7 years through their cycle. So before we do it again, we're ready to replace them. Then that's kind of been the cycle, because you're in for 7 years at least to match the equipment.
So our trucks are 3 years old. That means it's been 10 years since we did that study. I guess time flies. And that's really one of the biggest reasons we're recommending the raising of the rates next year is due to the future cost to replace those trucks. The existing fleet, you're talking $250,000 a truck, probably more like $450,000 a truck in 3 years when we buy new trucks. So the good thing is, we really haven't raised our garbage rates due to increased garbage collection costs since 2013. We've gone from $12 to $14.50 a month over those 11 years or so, and that's due to the increase in the recycling costs. So the good thing is we haven't been the reason we've increased rates. So that's pretty much it with solid waste collection. The next budget is sanitary sewer and wastewater. Urbandale is very unique in that we have 2 sanitary sewer districts. We've got the Urbandale Sanitary Sewer District and the Urbandale Windsor Heights Sanitary District. The majority of Urbandale's in the Urbandale District. Approximately 6,000 residents in the southeast corner of town are in the Urbandale Windsor Heights District. So basically, the city, works as a contractor for those 2 sewer districts. They reimburse us for all our labor. They reimburse us for all the materials we use for maintenance. They buy the main jet machine, the camera, a couple of pickups. So they actually pay for a number of pieces of equipment. It's really a good arrangement for the city, and I think the districts too. Last year and a half ago, we took over maintenance of the city of Windsor Heights. They were a small operation. They approached us and said, hey, with economies of scale, I think you guys can do this better than we do. And I think we've done an excellent job to date. So, and it does create some additional revenue for us. The revenue, we also get an administrative fee from the 2 districts, and it basically funds a couple of full-time employees. So we do spend a lot of administrative time working on behalf of those 2 districts, but again, they pay for the 2 frontline employees to maintain sanitary sewers, and they really pay for a couple full-time positions beyond that. So also, listening to both the districts, their rates are incredibly low, not probably, the lowest sewer rates of, anybody in the metro area. They'll probably be sneaking those up a little bit. And again, it's not because, their expenses are gone up. It's because the WRA is in the process of taking over a great deal amount of debt, which is going to increase those two sewer districts' payments to the WRA. So, and I don't think we're talking massive increases in sewer rates, but they are coming, yes. Yeah.
I've got a question about that, and I think I was in a conversation, I don't know, with the two of you, talking about how those are governed, those sewer boards. And and it just is like whoever shows up to the meeting is elected, basically.
Yep.
Is that something that's dictated by the state?
Yep. It's in the state code.
It just seems so haphazard and, what? Yes.
Well, it is dated. I mean, that's why, I've asked John in recent years, and I've had some discussions, because Urbandale, the city of Urbandale, does not have a seat at the WRA. Our sewer district trustees do. I think we have pretty good sewer district trustees, frankly, but, it's one of those things maybe we need to have some discussion on. But I think the sewer districts overall do a good job, and, it is a separate levy. It doesn't come within our own levy. So if we were to do that now, we'd have to bring that all back onto our budget. And I don't know if that's the appropriate time now to be doing that either. So I think it works well overall. I think we have a good dialogue and communication. Tim and John, I think you guys work well with, they have professional staff. They work with Paul and who the engineer.
Beanstra,
thank you. So, I think overall, the trustees, at the end of the day, don't have a lot of discretion on things that they do. And
So they have their own consultants that advise them. We don't staff the.
Well, we largely staff,
They pay us to do the work, but I don't know, it seems incredibly dated, like you said, AJ. But if it's working, I guess.
I guess the way they're set up is, again, there's the physical stuff we do in the field, and then there's administrative. So basically, I'm the representative on the WRA's tech committee. I represent both districts at the same time while I'm there. So again, we are involved in that part of it. But the way it's set up is, yes, they do have the 3 trustees. They have a legal team that they approve each year, and a district engineer, and we're considered the city engineer. So really, it's a pretty small staff is how they kind of handle things, and most of the work is done through the city staff.
So when we had the water issue this late summer, it became very, clear the separation between what the city's responsibility is and what the water department, and how we're separate. But yet we're the one, the city is the one that gets the phone calls and is blamed for the problems when it's really not us. And so if we had a situation with this area, would it still, we would still be the ones.
And that would be appropriate, because if there's a backup, you call city staff, we
Okay.
deal with it. Yep. Because we have the crews and the
We
people
are
to
their
handle that.
response.
Okay.
Yep. So that's where it's somewhat different, where the water's separate. If you call the city, well, you're going to get the people that go out and deal with your issue. So there is no middleman or second step.
Bridget, I've had the same question over the years. Just most recently this past summer, but I think on balance, the current system's working. And again, I think the most compelling reason not to make a move at this time is that essentially is a separate levy, and that does not come within our city budget, which would then be subject to all the limitations of 718 and deal with that. So.
And as I'm trying to remember, I think their levy's quarter or something like that. It's not very much. So if they do tweak it a little bit, it looks like a huge percent, but dollar-wise, that anybody knows, it's not very much. Like, getting over memory, I think they maybe collect $600,000-700,000 a year from their levy is all.
But in fairness too, I've had, EJ Giovanetti sits on the board, and he's approached me to talk about, we might be able to have with Windsor Heights and Urbandale become associated members of WRA and have a seat at the policy table to do that. So in the future, we might actually have the best of both worlds where we would have a non-voting seat at the table, but at least we'd be at the policy table as well, so.
Thanks for being on it, Mayor.
And the good thing is most people don't even know they're paying a sewer district. They think it's the city of Urbandale, so I doubt Nikki would want to take on their debt either, so. The next budget is the stormwater utility. Basically, from an operational standpoint, this is street sweeping, storm sewer maintenance, intake maintenance. Again, not much has changed there. I'm going to hand it over to Kristen now to talk about some property improvements and our current rates.
Okay, so we have had our stormwater utility fund for some time. Last year, we did raise it to $7 in ERU for the first 100 ERUs, and then we give the larger sites a slight break and do $6 in ERU above that. Increasing it by $1 would increase our revenue about $400,000. Right now, we get about $2.9 million a year, so raising it would add another $400,000 to that. That money goes into stormwater improvements. It also goes into our stormwater grant program. Dollar-wise, it's kind of tough to compare apples to apples because we set, it's called an ERU at 3,200 square feet. Basically, we say a house is about 3,200 square feet, and that's how we're going to prorate the commercial districts. Every city sets that a little bit different. Des Moines is pretty skewed. Its rate's about 3.5 times what everybody else's is. So if you take their average out, we're slightly above the average for other cities in the metro, but very close. Everybody's within about 1.75 to about 225 per 1,000 square feet. So just kind of rough numbers. I think we're in a nice spot, at least as far as our neighbors go with that number for now. The dollars that come out of that go into projects. For the Douglas Urbanization Project we're doing this year, there's a number of storm sewer improvements that were, I guess stepping back, we did that stormwater study a few years ago for improvements that need to be done, mostly on the eastern side of Urbandale. A number of those are being implemented with the Douglas urbanization, so there's some storm sewer funds going to that. We're also going to start contributing to the Roseland Drive storm sewer improvements, which will begin next year, and that's going to be at least a 2-year project, maybe 3 years. We've got a storm sewer that's got some concrete in it and it's backing up, and so we're working on getting that replaced this year, so some of those funds are getting moved out for that project as well. At the same time as we're not just replacing that storm sewer, we are upsizing it to match the recommendations from that stormwater study. So as long as we're doing it, might as well get it up to speed. And then as far as the stormwater grant goes, we are proposing $100,000 to be moved into that grant fund. We had really strong interest the first couple of years in that. I think we knocked out a lot of the big projects that people had been asking about wanting to do. That interest has dropped off a little bit the last few years. And so that $100,000 we feel comfortable covering this year's grant applications. We try to get the word out on that. Derek often puts it in his newsletter and we do Facebook posts. Certainly when people call with drainage questions, we advise them on that. It's eligible for residential and commercial properties, including townhomes. It's pretty generous. It's the most generous grant program in the metro. We were also the first in the metro. So I think the grant program has worked very well. There's just, people have to come to us with their projects. They have to have a project that they are willing to contribute to and get done. So we don't force that on anybody, but we have, I think it's very generous too. It covers engineering services. People say, I'm not sure if you want to do a project. I said, well, you hire an engineer to find out. That's eligible for a grant. We'll, pay you for that. So I think there's a lot of opportunities there. And it's just, people need to come get it if they're interested. So. Any questions on stormwater?
Is this where we would respond to the request from the CIP committee?
That's what I was going to ask.
Pat probably has a better question, but, the CIP committee directed us to, redouble our efforts to expand our response to stormwater remediation. I don't know if that's the right word, in Urbandale. So how are we addressing, I guess it's our prerogative if we do anything, but does this budget reflect that request by the CIP committee? I don't know, Pat, you probably have a better
it's
way
just-
to articulate that.
Well, just wondering if this would be, I think, one of the places where we would place greater emphasis than we have in the past on not just stormwater management in terms of the pipes under the ground, but also stream bank restoration and pieces like that, and getting proactive in areas that have yet to be developed potentially. So just wondering to what extent we're able to absorb up our game in this coming year through this.
Sure. And thank you for reminding me. I forgot to mention the stream bank improvements. So we do have $350,000 for that. We have a project that's 90% designed. We're waiting for the permit to go out now. And we are bringing to you an engineering services agreement at the next council meeting for the next project. Doing a rough estimate for those projects, the $350,000 we've proposed for this year will get us through those two projects. That is certainly something that we could start to increase. Our stream banks, we don't have any areas that are, I guess in my opinion, that are imminently dangerous. The one that we are working on now to get permitted, we've got some impacts to the sanitary sewer, so we're addressing that with that project. The others, we've got a number of locations where we'd like to get to, and those are on our list, but it's not like one is rising to the level of health and safety hazard or something like that. So we are working through that. The stormwater budget that we've proposed, I believe, is adequate for the CIP that we have at this time too. So if, we've had those discussions about the Roseland Drive storm sewer project, something like that. It's a pretty massive project. It's pretty disruptive to the neighborhood. How do we balance those kinds of projects with inconvenience to the neighbors, with staffing levels, with contractor availability, that sort of thing. So certainly as we go through the CIP in coming years, we can keep looking at condensing and expanding that. I think this budget reflects what we've got right now for that plan.
So this budget request really aligns with this year's CIP. So it is for a next year thing, really. But trying to look ahead to that, I guess, is just something we want to bring up. Yeah.
And I'll be interested to see, I think, how these next couple of stormwater creek stabilization projects go. We've tried a number of new practices the last couple of years. We did North Walnut Creek, which had rock riffles and longitudinal toe slope protection. We've done Benway weirs in the past that have worked out really well. We did keyways up on Beaver Creek, and these next projects coming up kind of propose some of those same things. So that's another thing we kind of want to see what really works, what looks good, how does it work with the trail impacts, and we can keep ramping that up.
That'd be great. I'd love to visit with you sometime about some of that.
Okay. Anything else on stormwater? Okay, I think I'm also next then for engineering and public works admin. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to direct you, page 13 in the budget summary also has the stormwater total activity, and just to show where that dollar increase has been happening. So from 23, we only spent $2 million in there. Now we're at 3.8. So we're working towards that and being able to allocate those. Most of it transfers out to capital projects fund because there's not enough money in here to fully pay for some of those, but we're definitely trying to move those funds into use. So it is increasing for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe just one thing to note, though, I guess this is the part where if we want to increase stormwater fees in the future, how we do that, this is the process for that, if we're trying to generate more money to do more things.
I guess, what the CIP committee has encouraged us to do and is always, in my tenure on it, has always been pushing us. I guess we need maybe be prepared next year to say, this is what we're doing, this is how we're responding. We increased our expenditures in this area, $1.8 million last year. Next year is going to be whatever number.
Amount of dollars, yeah.
So that if we as the council feel like we are doing what we can, and I don't know that we're ready to answer that, but when it comes in this fall, I think we need to be able to show how we've done it or how we don't think it's necessary. I don't know, but I don't want to be assuming I'm reappointed to that committee. I don't know. It might be a life appointment. I'm not sure. Like DART. I don't want to be flat-footed and be in a position where we just kick it back to the council I think the council needs to be proactive in being ready to respond or demonstrate, or aid the city manager demonstrate in the overview of the budget, how we've explicitly increased or expanded our efforts. I don't know. Do you think I hit that?
Yeah, I think that's right. We wanted to grow the effort.
Yeah.
So notably, not as incrementally as we have been. That doesn't mean we'll still be incremental, but maybe a bigger increment. Yeah.
I know it gets back, and we've had the discussion internally, and especially after the CIP committee meeting. And again, you heard us talk about it. I know both Pat and you and Bridget were on the committee, is that there is going to be, that balance between the monies we have available, the capacity to raise funds, that is really within the preview of the council, because these are all designated for stormwater-related activities. And then the capacity of the community to absorb the construction projects and the capacity of the construction environment to do that work for us. I think, as Kristen mentioned, Des Moines has a significantly higher storm water rate. They made a decision incrementally to take that higher because of the significant stormwater issues they had associated with the age of the community and some other things. So again, it really does become, a combination of all those things in our discussion. The capacity is probably the biggest issue, but again, price sensitivity too. At what point is the council comfortable at establishing a rate to accomplish, those projects that you want to get done? So it's a multi-layered discussion that, CIP, we identify those projects that we believe that we have the funding for and that we have the capacity to do. If the council wishes to increase that, this is certainly not the time to talk about that.
Well, one of the things that might be valuable at some point, and I wish we could figure out how to budget for it this year, but I really believe we need some level of study around stormwater restoration work and being more proactive around our stormwater management and our stream restoration pieces. So other communities have done comparable studies to that are not. Our storm sewer management study on the eastern part of Urbandale was a wonderful beginning and an important piece of work. But we're one big, long piece, and a lot of the work that's going to be done with development, we need to be ahead of it. We need to be proactive. We need to be preserving, protecting. We really don't want to wait until something's a critical situation. So there might be room in the budget at some point, maybe it's premature to ask for that for this year, but gosh, we just keep pushing these things down the road to get that kind of a study. So then we would really know what kind of numbers we need for our stormwater management and our stream restoration work. Yeah. I don't feel like we've got a good handle on what we really need, nor do we really know how much of this is something we need to partner with and make sure happens upstream. So,
is just for the developments, how we have the developer deal with creeks and issues
Right.
before they become ours.
Right, so when we are reviewing subdivision plans, we do look at the creeks. If there's some issues there, we require some remedial work before it either becomes parkland or becomes the HOA outlaws responsibility to deal with. We also do a rotation of inspecting our creeks. In the summer, we send staff out and take a look at creeks, which is how we develop which areas we want to go out to consultant to do. And really, one of the main reasons we go out to a consultant for some of this design work is a lot of times the permitting requires what's called HEC-RAS modeling, which is pretty detailed floodplain analysis, which not only requires expertise in it, but also software, which we don't have. So we have designed a number of stream bank restoration projects in-house, but once we start getting to that level of permitting, and lately the DNR has been asking for more of that with that high-level modeling is why we go out. I guess I'll mention in the Public Works Administration budget, I finally have fully staffed for engineers, so that'd be certainly something too we could look at. Are there some stream bank restoration projects that we could maybe move a little faster if we do design in-house, if they're smaller ones that we can hit some of those spot locations. So, but we do inspect our streams on a rotating 4-year basis to help us to put together those target locations.
Yeah, I sure appreciate that. There's a number of watershed management authority studies, as I know you know, that would probably be relevant here for looking at what might be happening upstream or what could or should be happening upstream. And that might help us develop a greater sense of what we can and should be doing or where we might partner. I just think there's a lot of thought that we could be putting into this beyond what you guys are getting an opportunity to do yet. And so I don't know whether that means, that's why I'm thinking maybe a larger study might be valuable, but maybe it's more just this increasing the fees so we can do more. I think this would be maybe a good work session thing to have, maybe sooner rather than later, so we could start to hammer it out a little bit, figure it out a little bit better or more. I know you guys are working really hard on it, and I really appreciate all you're doing.
And I think the good news is that we definitely have problems with erosion and that sort of thing, but like I said earlier, the good news is right now it's, for the most part, we're not experiencing immediately health and
Right,
hazard concerns.
which is
It does
fine.
give us a little time to get ahead on it.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think that, $100 million or whatever the number that was that came out of that study still just looms large over some members of the CIP committee, and that if we're not, but like, they don't see that $100 million in our budget, then we're not addressing it. So I think if we have a work session where we can figure out how to just address that generic concern and what exactly the steps look like, I think we'll feel better going into next year's CIP, and hopefully can make any budget changes in both the CIP and in the operating budget.
Now, the challenge is it's a statewide issue, and we're not getting a lot of support from the state to do anything about it. That's part of the biggest rub here, and it's really hard for us to just do it all by ourselves.
Was the study that was done for that 100 million, was that just pipes related, or was that also like creek bank and everything else?
It was primarily pipe related. So the eastern half of Urbandale, obviously older part of town, we've got some areas that don't have any stormwater at all. AJ mentioned the June 30th, 2018 event, which really, we've got some low spots in town that can't drain. So that study was to take a comprehensive look and see, based on current rainfalls, based on the current infrastructure, what needs to be upgraded. And then out of that, and again, that's sort of a comprehensive thing. It's like if a pipe was 15 inches and they said it needed to be 18 inches, that can drive up the price. So some of it, you sort of need to look at it, as we get into the nitty gritty of each project. There's only so much level of detail you can get in a study that big. But that's one of the reasons why, like this Merle Hay stormwater improvement project that we're pushing through, that was a really good opportunity for us to move forward on that, because that whole watershed on that side drains through that point. And until the opportunity came for that pipe to get installed, we really can't do anything else in that watershed to improve that situation. So we are actually out to bid on that project right now. We'll get bids back on next Wednesday, and so hopefully have a recommendation for you to award that contract on the February 20th meeting. And yeah, that was kind of a nice one to be able to unexpectedly open up. So when they did that study, they prioritized the areas that were one, critical, and two, like John mentioned earlier, coincided with areas that needed pavement management. So no point in us patching a street if we're going to rip it up in 10 years for the storm sewer. Let's do them both at once. And so that's kind of how we prioritize. Here's where we're starting. And then, of course, you typically have to start at the bottom of the storm sewer and work your way up. So there's some sequencing issues there as well. So that's how we're developing in the CIP where those projects are coming along.
I'd like to just add quick too, his staff is working also on a sump pump program. I know we had a lot of basements that got wet on June 30th. A lot of that is having them, they're connected to the sanitary sewer. There is no storm sewer there. So we're gonna have to come up with some sort of program that when we come through with our new projects, we put the storm sewer in there, we start the service to them, making sure everybody connects. And it'll be a combination city, sewer districts, but again, we do not have that worked out yet, but we are working on that. So again, I think some of our issues or damages we had on June 30th was more of that than the amount of rain. Again, you just can't have an 8-inch sewer acting as a storm sewer. So anyway, just it's another thing that staff is working on as well.
Sure.
Other questions? Okay. The Engineering and Public Works Administration budget. Again, maybe not anything terribly exciting here. As James mentioned earlier, our GIS coordinator is moving over to IT, so this budget reflects that. We also have some training that is included here for our engineers. Just like we have training for our techs back in the engineering services budget. The regular day-to-day stuff, we use a lot of software. Also, as James mentioned, a lot of these are, pay for play. We pay an annual subscription for these, and they've gone up quite a bit the last couple of years. So we've got some CAD software, the Cartograph software, which other departments utilize as well, and then the iPads that our staff uses in the field. So some increase there. As I mentioned earlier, I'm very excited that we finally have all of our engineers hired. We added a position in the summer of 22 and the summer of 23, and we finally have both of those positions filled. So that's a bit of a relief to get that fully up to staff. So, and then I guess just kind of a side note, actually I think it's in our other budget. One of the things we do include in the budget is a standing desk, and it's a tiny little budget item, but that has been very popular with staff to be able to get that. So that's really nice to be able to include that feature if people want to have a desk that sits or stands.
Yeah, could we get?
I'm afraid it might be boom, 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 boom.
Any questions on that one?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the Fleet Management Fund is the next one, and that's under the Internal Service Fund tab. So if you look back on your budget book, and it's IS-15 is the Internal Service Fund for the Fleet Management Fund. Tim will speak to that. Everybody there? All right, Tim.
Our fleet management program is kind of in its infancy a little bit. We've only been in our facility for 2 years. And prior to that, fire maintained their own vehicles, Public Works maintained Public Works, and police and building and things like that, and parks maintain their own. Now we centralized all that into one facility. We've got about 250 pieces of rolling stock equipment. We've got about 100 miscellaneous assets, so it's up to about 350 pieces of equipment and miscellaneous stuff that we take care of. And Nikki might have something to add to this, but the way we fund this budget is, for instance, if you look at towards the end of the budget, I'll use roadway maintenance for an example. The roadway maintenance budget contributes $240,000 towards the operational expenses of the shop, and then they donate another approximately $140,000 for the supplies to maintain those vehicles, and that goes to every department. What they contribute for supplies is just based on what they normally expend in a normal fiscal year. What they contribute in overhead is based on the hours the mechanics spend maintaining those particular vehicles. So I think for the most part, all the city departments are real happy with the service that they've been getting. Chief Cardwell mentioned earlier that we're looking at taking on the City of Clive's EMS and fire vehicles, which we do have capacity for. The department's made up of a fleet manager and then 4 mechanics. Once we did add a full-time mechanic in 2022 when we started up this program. So, and going back to, and also prior to our fleet management program, each department purchased their own vehicles. Now it's kind of going through one central person, one central department. And as far as purchasing goes, we're still trying. Every time we're purchasing a vehicle, we look at electric, we look at hybrid. Unfortunately, they're difficult to acquire right now, but we'll keep plugging away at that. So,
Is it hard because there's a wait to get it, or?
Well, yeah, we've been. I think it was 2 years ago we ordered some for the police department, and at that time they could not guarantee a delivery date. They still can't guarantee delivery date. We're hoping to get them this summer. We'll see. We've had a number of orders. Just the successful bidder just said, "I'm sorry, I can't get them to you." So
We checked in with Stivers, and they cannot give us a date
I know that we've just recently, you'll see, I think it's on the current agenda for Tuesday night, the purchase of 2 police vehicles because of the rotation we go through for them. We're buying them out of New Mexico. Yeah, New Mexico. And we've purchased them out of New Mexico, Utah. We went searching anybody who had inventory that we could buy utility or police vehicles from. The last contact that they had with Stivers, who was the low bid, is that they can't give us a date. That, you know, and at some point, do you cancel the order and get back in line, or do you just stay there? And most of it is the manufacturing capacity of the provider. And with the police vehicles in particular, this is a vehicle that, you know, it's a predominant use of vehicle that police departments use now. Our police department likes that vehicle. It served them very well. So again, the hybrids were just almost impossible to find, and even the gasoline vehicles are difficult.
Challenging.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of it still goes to the backlog from COVID. I think the good news is we don't see, but we hear that they're starting to catch up, the manufacturers are, so we'll see. I know it's something I'm not working on, John Conyer is, we've got some work with infrastructure to do too, to fully outfit for that, so.
Great.
Any other questions for Tim? All right. All right, that takes care of the Public Works Administration, all the activities there. We're now going to go, if you turn the page of your agenda over, and we'll begin with library, which is under the Cultural and Recreation tab. Again, the first CR1, that is the cumulative our aggregate numbers for all the cultural activities. That is the library, parks and recreation activities. First up is the library. Nicholas Janning, our library director, is here. He always tries to look his best and he thinks wearing a tie is going to get him more points, so.
Even Urbandale blue.
That's true. That's the hope. That's right.
Comes to staff meetings with ties, and we all feel guilty because he's one with the tie, but he wears a seasonal tie, so he breaks those out, so that's good. You had a Halloween, you had a Christmas.
Yep. December is my time of month. I can wear a different Christmas tie every single day, so that's good.
Nicholas, do you want to introduce your staff, and do we have board members with us as well?
Yes, that's correct. Mayor, members of council, we have a couple of different board members here. We have Mary Keck, who is our president of our library board. And then we also have Marva McCarty, who is another library board member. And then we also have Leslie Noble, who's the assistant director, and she just stepped out, and she'll be right back in here. So. And as AJ kind of alluded to, I'm a librarian. I'm very passionate about books, but yes, probably the only thing I'm more passionate about than books are ties. So bit of a problem. But yes, I'll follow the format that a lot of the other directors have followed. So we don't really have any known budget deviations for this current fiscal year. Regarding staff, we haven't really had any significant staff turnover. We've had a couple of part-time staff retirements, but nothing that's too significant for our department. So really, staffing has been fairly consistent. New and changing adapting services. We're not really offering any brand new services for this next year in the budget. We do always continue to look at trying to strengthen and beef it up our digital budget. The digital resources are always growing in popularity. Leslie Noble, the assistant director, can certainly speak more to that if you have questions. I'll say briefly that with COVID, there was a lot of thinking that people would migrate away from the print collection and then kind of just stay with the digital collection using digital books, but really it's been very surprising in the library world that print collection really has bounced back to where it was before COVID and remains strong. Digital budget has certainly, I think, accelerated with COVID, people's use of that, and that has still remained pretty strong after COVID. So that's really probably the most significant thing that we are still continuing to work on. And we don't really have any new technology for this next fiscal year's budget. Just a couple of things I will cover. Again, circulation of all of our items has really been fairly strong. People still ask questions about, are you back to where you were before COVID? Yes, we certainly are. Circulation on all different items has continued to be strong. This last fiscal year, we had about 560,000 circulations for all of our different items in our collection. So it's pretty amazing that we're a little bit over 500,000 uses of all of our items in our collection. We are trying to find cool and different useful digital resources for patrons. I don't know if any of you have seen us advertise, but we do offer some new databases, and Leslie has really kind of spearheaded that effort. We have reference A to Z. We have some different databases with the United States, with various things about the world, and then also cooking. So those have been some fairly popular databases. We also have Mango, and that is another online resource that offers resources on over 70 different languages with learning those. So that has been something that has been fairly popular. The last couple of years, we introduced a database that has a digitized form of the Des Moines Register, which is pretty cool because you can see current issues of the Des Moines Register and also search all of their back issues going back to, I think, even like the late 1800s. So that's been a really popular resource for a number of different reasons. Genealogy and researching local history has been a really popular use of that source.
Nicholas, for that,
Yep.
do you have to be in the library itself to be able to use ProQuest?
If you want to access the digitized Des Moines Register, I believe you can be, Leslie? You do not. Probably, okay. You can do that. Yep. Some of our databases, that's a great question, do require you to be in the library in order to use it because of our payment agreements with the publishers and everything. But yes, that is one that you can be anywhere and access that. Yep. Pretty nice. And then, libraries, we do continue to be so much more than books. We have our study rooms, which are very popular, meeting rooms, which are very popular. Computer usage continues to be very strong. And when it comes to looking at my job in the library operations, that's probably one of the most rewarding aspects of my job because you have people, from all walks of life coming in, trying to apply for jobs here in Urbandale, looking for housing. Apartments, people applying for benefits online. So that's been very strong and been a very popular resource that we offer. The final thing I'll touch on, we really have one new budget request for this fiscal year, and that's a membership to the Sustainable Libraries Initiative. And this is something that we're very excited about because this is a resource that will help guide us to become more sustainable as a library. These are a lot of library-specific resources that we'll be able to use, to improve, our environmental footprint, but then a number of different other things as well, because it's much more than the environment. Comes with staffing and a lot of different aspects. So we've really tried to have a focus on becoming more sustainable, also just to improve the efficiency of our department. And there's a number of different things that we've done. One of the cool things that we've done lately is we've done a partnership with the Metro Waste Authority, and we have collected broken and Christmas lights that are not working. And over these last couple months, we actually collected over 1,300 pounds of broken lights. And Metro Waste took those and will be able to do what they can to try to recycle those. So preliminary estimates is that we are one of the most popular locations for dropping off Christmas lights. So it's nice to know that we're winning against our competing libraries in the Metro.
I think you're going to need a flashing top.
That would be nice. I'll have to get that.
He'll put it on his list, huh?
That's right, yep. Budget request for next year. So that was really cool. And then another thing we're actually going to be doing is offering a service to recycle old cell phone devices, so old smartphone devices. So hopefully within the next month or so, you'll be able to look out in our lobby. We're actually going to have a place that people can recycle and deposit their old devices, and that's going to be a partnership that we're doing with the Blank Park Zoo. Other than that, I don't really have anything else. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I've got some questions. How is the fine-free program for the youth and I think teen program working? And then can we expect a expansion of that to include adult materials?
Yeah, so we have gone fine-free for children and teen materials. And by fine-free, that means things that have overdue fines. So if people don't return an item, we're still billing them for the replacement cost of an item. If they damage an item, we're still billing them for that. It's just if someone does keep an item past their due date, it's those fines that will be waived. We still have due dates. We still expect items back. We'll still bill you for the replacement cost if we don't get that item back. But it's been very successful. I know at least when the library board has been looking at this and exploring it, they were concerned that items might not be, returned. And so I did a fairly comprehensive study to see what the return rate would be of those items. And really, there was no statistical impact on, people abusing that ability to keep things past the due date. So it's been a fairly successful program. I know other libraries have said that that's contributed to an increase in circulation. And I do think that we are experiencing a little bit of that here, a little bit higher increase with teen and children's items. So that's been very, I think, successful. We have not yet gone fine-free for adult materials, but I think certainly when you look at neighboring communities, Des Moines being the most recent example, they are going fine-free for their adult materials. I think that's something that the library board has expressed some questions about and some interest in, and I know that they wanted me to research that. So
I think Clive too.
Yes, I think you're correct. Yep, Clive as well. Yep.
So we got to keep up with Clive. My other question, I have, as Amy knows, I've become an avid Libby user for audiobooks this year. And I want to have a better understanding of how that works. And I know we talked about it last year, and I won't go into a whole lot of depth in my question, but I still don't really understand, we own some of those, and does the state own some of those books? I'm looking at my hold list, and for the Britney Spears memoir, high quality literature there, 49 copies in use, 879 people waiting, 18 people per copy in 2 lanes. So, we don't obviously own 49 copies and have 879 people in line, do we, in Urbandale?
Right. Yeah, that's correct. So we, as a library, kind of combine together with the state library, and we participate in a consortium to supply us with ebooks and e-audiobooks, which is Overdrive or Libby. Leslie Noble, the assistant director, actually is the person that...
right behind you.
Yes, who does a lot of that. So I'll probably just turn it right over to her, and she can explain that probably a lot better than I can.
Yeah, so it is very confusing in part because of the interface and because it's telling you, oh my gosh, there's 900 holds. That's over the entire state. That's every library that participates in Bridges in the entire state. I believe the last time I checked, we bought 4 copies specifically for Urbandale users. So you are in line first, kind of, for those 4.
I am. I have other books, so I keep pushing back the date on that one. But
well, that's good. Yeah, I think we talked about that last year too. How it's good to suspend because every time we check one of those out, we typically then lose that checkout. We have, some of the titles are metered access, so after we hit 26 checkouts, we got to buy another copy. But to answer the first question, so you're in line for those 4 copies that are just for Urbandale users. You're also in line for the 45 copies that the state ordered. But then in that line, you're competing against the 800 people. In our line, you're competing against just the Urbandale users.
Okay.
So I went to a training late last year, and we are actually, I think, in the top 3 in the state of purchasing what we call advantage titles, and those are the Urbandale only titles. So we are one of the heaviest users in the state of the Bridges Consortium. That's using the whole consortium, that's also the advantage titles, and that is really just to keep the holds as low as we can on the digital items. But unfortunately, they are more expensive, and they run out after usually about a year or after that number of checkouts. So like I think we talked about Spare last year, right? Where it was happened in January. It was crazy. You know, this year we only had to renew, I think, 1 copy of Spare, but we still had holds on it. So we had to renew it again. I shouldn't say renew. We had to buy another copy. We did get, our money's worth out of that because we had hundreds of checkouts, but it does get very expensive because those items are more expensive, and then we have to keep buying them again. Whereas with our print books,
So with the, you are tied to your library though. So like you used to be able to access with whatever library card you wanted.
Right.
But now, is that a statewide?
Yes.
So we're paying for Urbandale residents to have the Advantage copies?
Yes, nobody outside of an Urbandale user, library, who has a library card can use our 4, Advantage titles on those specific items.
But, I mean, I don't need to understand, but then we're still able to get in around those 4 copies if our numbers picked, or, our place in line opens up statewide.
Yes, yeah, and that it's confusing. The state puts everybody kind of in the same line. We kind of have the second line that lets you cheat. Not cheat, we pay for it. We're not cheating.
Find a way for your Bridget to come.
Yeah, well, I got one book here that I'm hot on, so we'll.
But if you happen to get the book from the state consortium first, well then, yay, good for you. But if you don't, you're still in the line for the Urbandale copies.
But I don't ever know where my book's coming from, do I? I mean, that's only in the system.
No.
No.
So another related question, though, is if the same book is on Hoopla and is on Libby, is it cost effective for us to go one direction compared to the other?
Well, Hoopla pays per use. So our Hoopla bills are going up, which is good because that means people are using it. But we're also paying you may not have a hold in Hoopla, but then if someone checks that book out, or 50 people check that book out, it's going to cost like $150 because it's $3 a checkout. And
So
then
it's just different.
it's a completely different model. I don't think. I like Bridges better. I think it's a little more straightforward than Hoopla. But I also know that people like Hoopla and it's useful, and I think it has its place as well, and I know it helps with the holds.
Yeah. Okay. And it's 3 weeks and not 2 weeks and
Yeah.
yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
But another question, are you done with yours?
Well, yeah, I mean, I could ask questions all day. I'm really fascinated with this.
I'd love to show, I'm happy to show you anytime. And I know it's confusing, and we've been talking about how to fix it, is that, because we have patrons ask these questions, like, why am I 800 on this list, And if I see a list, if anything goes over typically 5 holds, I buy a copy for Urbandale. Now, I can't always do that because I would run out of money in 2 months.
And we'd let her know.
What?
And we'd let you know.
Yeah. But I do try to, anytime stuff starts to get higher holds, I buy a copy. So when people then call and say, well, it says I'm, 50 on this list or 800 or whatever, then we do try to explain, well, we do have extra copies, but then when you look online, it isn't telling you, oh, no, you have this other one that you're actually, more in line for. So it is confusing, and we'd like to try to figure out a way to make the interface better, but we're working with, Overdrive and kind of what we're up against being in the consortium.
Unrelated question to ebooks. Have we ever priced out or considered an in-home or a homebound delivery program for books?
So we do a little bit of homebound already. I can let Nicholas speak more to that, but we do have one of our library staff members, Lydia, who does the interlibrary loan. She also does do some homebound and works and delivers homebound or delivers items to homebound patrons.
How do people find out about that?
We do have some information on our website. And then I think, if people ask, we certainly, send them over to Lydia and have them speak with her about it.
Great.
But it's always something I know we're looking to expand. And are happy to take anybody on.
I just consider, continuously I'm thinking, how can we better support our seniors here in Urbandale? We know we've got some deficiencies in many different areas, but that seems like an easier win, a low-hanging fruit that we should be doing. So,
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
I think that really would be a very nice service. I know that we've offered it for several years. I don't think it was very well publicized. I think it was something that we mainly did when people contacted us and inquired about it. But I know in the past couple of years, we have put it on our website, and we're kind of doing a slow rollout. We kind of envision that could becoming quite a popular service. Right now, the staff members are able to, Lydia is able to, I think, do that. I know that Johnston has a fairly successful model of homebound delivery, and they use volunteers quite a bit. And we think that that could be kind of a successful model for us as we, advertise that more and it becomes more popular. So, yep.
See that.
Along the same lines of access, you mentioned in future budget ways to do services and programming for the west side. Is there some early ideas that you have for some of those programs?
Yeah, that's a good question. One of the things that we have done is for our summer reading program, that's kind of our big event throughout the year. We have done story times in the park, and that's been a great collaboration with the Parks and Rec Department. We usually pick some parks kind of throughout Urbandale, and we'll have our youth librarian go over there and do some story times. And we've done that, certainly, and that's been a very popular venture so far. We've looked at other ideas with like the adult book clubs. Some other libraries have done some cool things where they meet, in a restaurant or kind of do a walking book club as you walk along the trail and you kind of discuss a book. And so that's something that we've kind of looked at as well. And yeah, if you have any other ideas, we really would love to hear that. So, yep.
I think I'm highly anticipating the release of our All Urbandale Reads book
Yes.
on Tuesday as a participant in that process. That's what got me all involved in this. So you can be happy or mad about that. I think that would be an opportunity to really test drive some of these things, like, having events, at Smoky Row at 142nd Street, having a book chat there. But, to get excitement about the All Urbandale Reads book, but also, move it around the community as well. So kind of getting two birds with one stone and kind of test, because obviously I want to see more stuff out in Dallas County and even just, west of the interstate.
Yes.
We're very happy to have the book drop back too, so.
Yes.
So, Bridget, are you volunteering to run that book chat out at?
I would be happy to. I don't know what as long as I have a cheat sheet. I've read the book, which is more than I do most book clubs, so. You won't know till Tuesday. I can't tell you. I'm sworn to secrecy.
I'll join you.
That's the
I
only
might be
thing that
able
we
to
get to keep as top secret at the library. Everything else.
No. You were sworn to secrecy. Come on.
It's not on our agenda that's coming out? No.
But yes, that's a great point with the book returned over at Webster Elementary. One of the things we would like to do is perhaps expand that out to some of the Waukee schools in the Waukee School District out there, or other locations too. I know, I think in the past, we potentially looked at some parks where we could maybe put just a standalone book return out there. And I think that could be kind of a simple but nice way of doing another realm of outreach out there. All right.
I just want to quickly say, I had the privilege last summer of playing in Walker Johnston Park with the library as backup and got to work directly with Nicholas around that. And I've just never been more impressed with someone's ability to kind of help you plan things and think things through. And thank you. It was just really a fun experience all the way around.
That was great. Yes, and thank you for that. The summer performance series with planning and with Parks and Rec has really been a great venture.
Yeah, it was fun.
Good. Any other questions for Nicholas?
All right, very good. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move into economic development.
Great.
Our economic development director is here.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Aaron DeYoung with the Economic Development Department. Small department of two, so small budget with that. So I'll kind of go through the highlights as I see it.
What page? I'm sorry. CED. Sorry about that, folks. I get a little ahead of myself.
As economic development is one of the main kind of outreach arms for the community and trying to get things, people excited about investing in town and doing job creation in town as well. We have an advertising budget in ours. I wanted to highlight some of the two main parts that we're doing on advertising. One is our Urbandale Business Connection, which is the center spread once a month in the business record. We use that as a really great tool to kind of get things out, to highlight businesses, to highlight initiatives that were going on in the city that are mostly from a business type of perspective, so that folks know that they're looking at the right place with investing in town. So we want to continue that again for the next fiscal year. As well as the Home Design Awards. We do an annual sponsorship for that, which is through DSM Magazine, and which is a subsidiary of the Business Record to highlight our home improvement corridor. Because along 100th Street around Northwest Urbandale Drive, there are a lot of the kind of home improvement-based operations, whether it be contractors, suppliers, all those, and everything in between. In that, so we want to make sure that that kind of cottage industry, if you want to call it, is feeling the love from Urbandale's perspective in that regard. Moving on past the advertising is the planning effort. Now we've had for a couple years now had funds in here to be flexible with planning efforts as it relates to encouraging change in some of our corridors, and that will be ramping up with our new comprehensive plan. Thank you for approving that. And focusing on downtown Urbandale is one of those. So we have $75,000 in this next fiscal year budget to start that planning effort from a more specific standpoint as it relates to infrastructure, relates to the signage, the corridor, design guidelines. We've got a lot of things to specifically figure out down there, and with the core team of city staff working on that. This will be some of that funding to help move that along as we really start gearing up for that. Another new item in this year's budget is to kind of normalize the costs associated with the Uplift project, which is our big volunteer day at the end of October. We've done that for 2 years now. First year was 210 Urbandale employees and that work in town do it. The second year was 240. And we've always gotten sponsorships to pay for these. And we expect that to continue, but it was always an interesting time when I go to finance and go, hey, I got the food budget. Where do I put this? And it would be great to have that exact line item as to where it goes. So that's a normal thing that we would like to continue in this budget. It's a change, so I wanted to highlight it. And then lastly, in our budget, we've added a $100,000 allocation to our revolving loan fund. This was a fund that's been set up for several years now, and it's had a balance, but through the North Park master planning effort, it's coming down from having a balance, and so we like to be flexible and have some funding in there. So starting the process of putting in $100,000 each year, which isn't a lot, but it's certainly enough to have that available for when requests come, so that we can say, yeah, we'd love to do that, but we soaked it up with the last project. I'm sorry. We don't want to run into that situation. So put that in the budget this year.
Aaron, that's a loan program, correct?
Correct, yes.
How long do they have to pay that back?
It depends. Generally, it was originally set up to be when the state provides some grant funding for a business development project, or a business growth project, sometimes they require the locals to provide direct financial assistance as well. And so we've set up the revolving loan fund to be that generally, and when those situations happen, we offer it up, but generally they don't take it. The city has to offer it, but they don't, the business doesn't have to take it to earn the state's assistance. So, but sometimes they do. And so we need to make sure that we have that available to do that. That's how it was originally set up. However, we're going to be looking at probably other assistance to help encourage with downtown Urbandale assistance projects if we need to, or other planning efforts that are needed for that. So that's what it's for.
What's paid back within
Typical.
Yeah, it's generally, the ones we have on the books are 5 years, generally 0% interest.
Thanks.
Sometimes the due diligence requirements can sometimes be high for some businesses, and they choose not to take it. Yep. That went through my highlights. I was really quick. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Hey, I talk fast.
You want to know what it is?
You're on the advisory.
Because I'm a yap. Sorry.
Oh, good deal. Thank you, everybody.
We're still trying to keep
Would
her
point
secret photo.
at in his is also your airport contribution.
Yes.
That is also paid out of here.
Yeah, this is year 2 of that.
Yeah,
so I can
it's year
highlight it.
2, so it's not a variation, but that is where this lands.
The airport's really important in my line of work too. That's one of the things, when talking with our primary employers, having that be an asset rather than a thing that's, I wish it was better. So thank you for raising your hand whenever the request is to be a local partner and getting the airport up and running more than what it is already.
And just a reminder, Urbandale 50322 and 50323 are the top users or
Second, third.
second and third users.
Oh, I thought 50223, or West Side was the number one.
No, I think West Des Moines was the highest zip
Yeah.
code, and then we were second.
Ours were second and third.
when
I
we
don't
made the
remember which order
presentation.
they were, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, everybody.
Any questions for economic development other than that? All right, thank you, Aaron. We're going to go to marketing, and this is under the general government tab, GG 35.
Hello, Mayor, members of council.
Let him get there, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on there, Derek. GG 35, we all there?
Yeah.
All right, you're on.
Okay, so good news, no known budget deviations. That would be very odd if we ever did, but I suppose it could happen. At high level, I'm just going to go over kind of the big ticket items and the things that I think you might find interesting in the budget. I know this is going to be a refresher for most council members, but mainly for the new ones. Some of our large costs, $16,000 for monthly videography. We do some videography in-house. We do some of it, we outsource it just depending on capacity. In 2020, we did 20 videos. In 2023, we did 29 videos. So slowly, everyone likes video. You see it all the time. They'll read it or they'll watch it before they'll probably read it. So next, it's over in 27. You'll see $2,500 for a media monitoring service. This is actually a neat program, and it's not that much money, but I bring it up because it's pretty important. Anytime anyone in the news media says the word Urbandale, this software records that news clip and emails it to us so that we can review it and make sure that the news is ideally positive. And if it's not, then we can get in front of it or we can react to it. With the way that the state of the news media is now, they really only talk about us if we send out a press release or engage with them, or if it's something bad. So that's just the way that it is. The bad stuff they'll latch on to quick. The good stuff we have to really beat a drum.
Right or corner, and then also tell them that's urban loop instead of
Right, exactly. And so, yeah, we do that. We do that. I haven't heard Ryder Corner in a while, which is good.
Yeah.
I
think some of those news reporters have moved on, the ones that couldn't get past
I
Ryder
think
Corner.
a lot of the reporters
Yeah.
have moved on. Another important communication tool for us is, of course, our website. That is $12,000. Actual last year was $10,979, but we're expecting an increase. And actually, most of our kind of pay-for-play services, we did see an increase this last year in almost all of them. So it seems to be pretty typical across the industries that those cloud-based services are expanding. I would also like to 35, printing and copying. You'll see the printing and mailing of a postcard. That went up from 37,500 to 48. That gives us basically another postcard that we can mail out every year. Right now, we do a bi-monthly postcard. Basically, every other month, we send a postcard. In February, it'll be all of your pictures to let the residents know that there's new council members. And that's just timely updates that we can get right into their mailbox. That are the big line items. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have, anything that you might have questions about.
Well, I feel that this is, I mean, obviously, what our city employees do is all very important, but I think there's not a council meeting goes by that I don't talk about, oh, that's something that Derek should do. Or, you know, and it goes back to what I was saying again about storytelling. I think that this department is overdue for another staff member. And, you know, I trust your judgment, AJ, on when the right time to, you know, make that happen is. But I think we are very overdue. I know you have to prioritize, but I guess I would like to see us really try hard to get that in for next year's budget, or I'm sure we can't squeeze it out of this year, but I mean, it's just, information is so critical. I mean, just look at Facebook and all the bad information out there, and getting us ahead of it and telling our story and our successes and responding to the negative as well. So I think this is an area where we need to continually invest to be able to effectively do our jobs up here.
Certainly appreciate that. You know, when we look at the budgeted or the requested positions, we look at all of those factors, not only we did for this department, for all the other departments. Certainly the environment, as Derek alluded to, that we're responsible for our own news. You know, we can't depend on the local news media to cover us unless it's a really bad story or unless it's a slow news day. And we've had those, but, you know, so that is a requirement for us. And as that becomes, as it becomes a much more sophisticated process, you know, and I would challenge Derek also to look at outside services that have a greater, I mean, we do the videography. I think you've been very happy with that service, that the gentleman who provides that, and he's really a high quality individual who does that. So we will look at that combination, and yeah, and there will be a time probably sooner than later that some other assistants, you know, we have the intern program here. I know that had some hit and misses to it. It has some inherent issues because it's an intern program. You have to find them, you have to get them interested, and they could probably handle the low-hanging fruit, and you might hit a home run and find somebody who really has that high quality. I'd like to see that go a little bit, you know, for this next year, and we still have the monies in there. But certainly those are the things we check off to make sure that, you know, because when we make an investment in a person, we assume that even if that person is here for a short time, long time, it's an investment in a person. It's a dollar amount. It's a commitment by us to do things. And I'm a bit conservative in that regard because I never want to, you know, have to recommend a hiring for somebody regardless of the department, and then you say, oh, well, we have some unknowns from the state or some things like that. So I'm guarded about that only because I'm just more, I'm just that way. I can't explain anything different than that. But I agree that at some point, yes, this will be a more active discussion sooner than later.
So Derek, I do just have a question.
Sure.
Just the difference between the requested and what ended up being recommended. Essentially, it looks like you're looking for one additional staff member, right?
Yeah, so I had made a recommendation to AJ's for like a specialist to focus on community engagement, some of our east-west initiatives, bringing that community together.
Amen.
So that's probably the main budget deviation there.
I just would like to say I would certainly support that. I'm thinking about some of the things that we've got in this city that have been wonderful or that we've tried, and through no fault of your own, it is just so difficult to penetrate with all of these different communications methods now. It seems like it would be easier, but it is dramatically harder than when people watched the CBS Evening News. They just don't anymore. So we just don't have the pathway that we used to have. So it takes a lot to penetrate. So I think about Polk Grove Solar. We need signs up and flyers and then social media and, stuff that really does take some money and some bodies, and the community engagement work that needs to be done. And I think of the Rain Barrel program, some of the rain garden stuff. We've just got these wonderful programs for our public to engage around. And I just, despite wonderful efforts, we still have to do more.
Well,
So,
I think to take it even a step further than that, we have members of the community who want to do things within their neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And they don't know how to really reach out to the people in their neighborhood. And I think maybe having that additional person to be able to say, here's how we can help you ensure that you can get this information out to your neighborhood to, host a, a native wildlife plant
Yeah.
or plant life
we could do more.
program, workshop or whatever. So that way we're not paying for it as a city. It's really the neighbors that are kind of self-driving this thing, but we're just helping them with more of like the informational outreach piece of it. And, I will say, Derek, I had somebody comment to me, I don't always like the information, but the information's always in my inbox. So that's a good thing.
It'd be a
So at least
wonderful way to
we're,
build
at
community.
least we're getting
Yeah.
positive feedback in that regard, but it sounds as though you have justification. And really from what we've been talking about up here, there's plenty to keep a second person busy. So hopefully we can reevaluate that for the following budget year.
I mean, I keep thinking about a neighboring community that is at 29,000 people, and they've had 2 communication staff for a number of years now.
Really? And it's not even Clive.
It's not Clive, no.
It's not Clive. No, Johnson and Waukee have 2. We don't count Des Moines because they're different.
They're different.
They are
They are different.
definitely different.
So I'm going to broach the subject here. There seems to be a lot of consensus here that maybe this is something that we might want. What does that look like if we wanted to add it to this budget?
2 cents.
Do we have a number? 2 cents.
So you're saying instead of 1008, it's 1010 now? Okay.
If you're considering, again, there's a lot of ideas around that. One of the things, and I don't think the chief mentioned it, police chief, that we included a police officer beginning January 1st of '25. So if this is something you want to consider, it might be a mid-year adjustment that you look at once you develop a much more comprehensive plan about what you want to do. I think for this is, there's lots of ideas and issues associated with it, but to have a more comprehensive outreach program established, I think that would be probably a more prudent way to go about that.
Out of curiosity, would we have a place to house an individual if we brought someone on full-time?
Go under Derek's desk.
I don't know if you've seen my conference room here. We did.
As we go through our our redo of the building, I'm just trying to think if we've had any spots that we left open.
There's one.
Is there one?
There was an office identified for the future expansion.
Okay, yeah.
And we
So
would have
we
one
do
left
have
after that.
That,
We have the space. It's not under my desk, so.
not in the back closet either,
Just,
apparently.
those are the pieces that we tend to forget about.
No, there's, the staffing, there's the equipment, and then there's the work product. What is it, what are the expectations? And if you are considering that would probably be one of my challenges, is that let's work out what you folks would like to see and then have a comprehensive plan put together. And then if it's a mid-year adjustment, then we're there. We still have the intern program through the summer. And then you can work that to that point.
And that would potentially eliminate the intern program for the future?
Well, we'd keep that intern program in there. That's a kind of a safety net program. Because again, there are things, if you look at the intern program, that's typically, it can be a year-round. You could have someone do a year-round. Some of our interns come in the summer, for like our engineering interns. They're all the summer folks. But this type of intern, if, depending upon the program you work with at the college, universities, it could be somebody semester-wise. It could be someone who has, fall or spring semester that would work in there. Could be an interest, could be a graduation requirement. I think, some of those internships do have that. So you have that dollar set aside for that.
I think it would be interesting to see, what are the items within the budget that could be rolled into a secondary staff person rather than outsourced? Recognizing that not everyone has the skill sets that you need. I get that too. But it might be worth looking at what would the ideal candidate look like? How would that impact our budget overall? And is that something that makes sense moving forward to help us also get to some of our community outreach goals?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll take a look at that.
So should we have a work session on that sometime too?
Well, you have, we've had that brief discussion now, and then right now, the work session really won't coincide with your decisions about budget, quite honestly. So you'll have to make some identification as far as if and when you would like to include that. And then, again, I think it would probably be a little bit more prudent to look at a December hire, and that gives you the work session to really refine what it is that you want to do. And for Derek.
That's what I'm talking about, us having a work
Yeah,
session to
for
refine
Derek
what it is we
more
want to do.
specifically outline those things that he can identify, gives you a chance to look at things that you think are underserved or that need to be enhanced.
So one thing that we still have yet to do, and we've kind of been waiting for the strategic plan to get in place, is bring back the communications guide to the city council so you can look at our tactics and our strategy, what we're doing, and then add the new things that you want to see. And that's probably how we would get that together and get that plan to move forward, is update that communications guide with the tactics and the things that you want to see happen in the community.
Derek, I don't know what you're talking about. Is that something that's not been around for a while?
No, I think it would have been approved right when you first joined the city council.
Yeah.
So I can make sure you have a link to it and you can see it
Yeah,
again.
that'd be,
It's a fairly comprehensive document.
It's a very comprehensive document. Yeah.
worth
I
seeing.
don't have any recollection of that, but that doesn't mean it
Didn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
Doesn't mean it didn't.
Or it didn't, I didn't approve it.
It exists, yeah.
Because that's, that first couple months this is like just water torture.
Well, hold it. It's not torture.
No, but you jump right in and
Oh,
you're
it's just joyous splashing.
Joyous, I like that. I like the joyous splashing.
Yeah.
As
We
opposed
haven't
to
gotten,
the
we haven't gotten to
CIA
park and
water
recreation. That's torture.
Cookies involved with that.
Yeah. She's not paying attention.
Oh, but I
Get
see
lost her. You have this as a discussion. You can make some final determinations come Monday night.
Yeah,
You have the final decisions.
yeah.
But if you're looking for a recommendation, I would look at that as a mid-year hire.
That makes some sense, yeah.
And I do really like that you called out, like, getting the strategic plan in place, because doing anything before we have that is.
Cart before the horse.
The strat plan really does inform a lot of the strategies in the communications guide. So
Who's next?
we've just kind of been waiting for that to get solidified so we can bring that update to the city council.
Just a quick question, because I'm curious, who's the videographer?
Travante Diggs, he's a freelancer.
Okay.
He's been working with us for a couple of years now. He's
Does a nice job.
He's on his own now. Yep. He started, I want to say, yes, at the Concept Works, and now he's kind of broken off and done his own thing.
Okay.
And I think he's doing really successful.
Really great work.
We're really,
Wow, he's good. He's had a lot of positive comments about the things he does. He does drone work too, doesn't he?
drone work for us sometimes.
That's what I
We have our own drones now, but
Right.
Thank you.
any other questions?
No, that's good.
Okay.
Right. Derek, thank you.
I think that'd be cool.
Yes.
Economic,
You wanna?
TikTok.
So I would love to get on TikTok, but strat plan, communications guide, and then we can get on TikTok.
okay.
That way I can just call him TikTok Bob.
At least somebody can film it without me driving, filming myself
Talent. Skill.
in a blizzard.
Derek, you don't need to hire anybody. You've got all your assistants up here. I just going to say, they've got it all lined up for you. So we got that whipped.
Can we take 5 before we start? I know we're behind, but
Are we getting caught up?
I mean, it's 1:55, so
2 o'clock?
2 o'clock, the door's locked. You better get back here.
Start talking yet, because you've yelled at other people, they talk too quick.
I understand.
Wait. Does that mean you're ready now? So here with me today is Assistant Director Christy Bales, for those of you who haven't met Christy, and Roger Schemmel, Building Official. And I'm just going to tell you, they're the lifeblood of our department. Christy in that position, which I know because I was that position for 9 years, she literally touches everything that comes through our department and then distributes it to other departments as appropriate. And Roger's the same thing on the building side, to apply all the different codes and keep track of our inspectors and everything. I mean, they're the two that make the engine run. So I just want to acknowledge that out of the gate.
So what do you do, Steve? I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Whoa.
So it looks like,
Figurehead, okay? I said,
like personnel costs can go down a little bit, right?
sit in my office and make sure everybody's doing, everybody's here. That's all.
Hey, Derek, I think we found your,
I was
money.
gonna say, maybe Derek has something for me to do or something. I don't know.
That wasn't fair. I'm sorry.
You should do the sports section of it, Steve,
Pretty standard budget if you look through here. Have all of the software and equipment that we use and all the annual licenses that go with that, with the iPads that the inspectors use out in the field, and of course our Citizen Serve portal for everything, all permits working through that, and our licenses for that are in there. All of the continuing education, which is a fairly significant list for all of our inspectors to keep them on top of their game with all the different codes and all the different inspections that they do. And then all of our professionals. For those of you that don't know, I'm a licensed landscape architect, so I keep that license up to speed. And Christy and Annika are certified planners. So we certainly make sure that they keep them up to speed. So all of that kind of stuff is in there, and it's fairly typical of our budget from year to year. The main difference in this budget is a new building inspector. We did ask for this position last year. There were some other priorities we were able to, that is being recommended to you this year. Thank you, AJ, for that. And really the main thing that additional body, it's been since 15, Roger, is that right? It's been since 2015 since we hired another body. So we're going on 9 years, and obviously we continue to grow every year. And the main thing that new inspector is going to be able to allow us to do is to maintain our expected level of customer service. Inspections in many ways is one of the main things that we do. And just to give you a quick example of how that works, last year, for calendar year 23, we did 192 single-family homes, which is up a little bit from the previous year, which is 184 the previous year. But keep in mind, those 192 homes, it's not like, you build the home and then we go inspect it and we say everything's good. Throughout the process of that construction, there's 12 to 13 inspections that go with each of those homes. And we had 20 new commercial buildings. And with those, it can be up to 20 different inspections that go with those commercial buildings. So there's a lot of inspections that have to occur, and that doesn't even account for our housing program.
Do we do all I'm sorry to interrupt, but even the large commercial buildings, do we do that?
Yep.
Contract any of that out at all?
Nope. That's all in-house. We do cross-train all of our inspectors. We're a little bit unique in that respect, so that any type of inspection that's required, any of our inspectors can go do that. We have 2 electricians on staff, but that's part of that training that we make sure that we observe so that they're all cross-trained, they can all do it. Still in Urbandale, overwhelmingly, if you call on a Tuesday and want an inspection on a Wednesday, you're going to be able to get that. And there's certainly not all the cities that can say that. So that's very important to us. We try to have an inspector of the day so that if somebody just walks in off the street and they got a set of plans they want to talk to us about, does it meet code? We can certainly answer those questions and address that for them. And then, like I said, our housing program, this is, it almost kind of blows my mind. You know, we have a reputation of not having any multifamily, which compared to some other cities, we don't. That's one of the main things that's in the comp plan is to try to get some more diverse housing and more of those multifamily units. But we have over 2,700 units as it exists today. So there's quite a few of those out there. And then the number of single-family homes that are being used for rentals, we're up over 750 now. And then we have another 248 duplexes too, duplex units, 124 duplexes. So you're looking at, what is that? That's roughly 1,000 units of single-family homes and duplexes, and then another 2,700 units of apartments. And with the housing programs, those come with rental certificates. Single-family homes and duplexes are good for 2 years at a time. Apartments are good for 1 year at a time, and we're having to do those inspections as well. So there's a lot of inspections that happen, and this will allow us to maintain that customer service and be able to get all of those inspections done because there's a lot of that occurs.
How many building inspectors do we currently have?
How many do we have? We currently have 5. We have building official, an associate building official, and then the 5 inspectors. And like I said, we haven't hired one for coming up on 9 years now. So we've just made it work, but we're getting to the point now, and the reason we've asked is because doing all of those inspections and maintaining this housing program, we want to make sure that we keep that customer service to the level that everybody expects. And the other thing that comes into play too is the plan review. All those commercial buildings that we go out and yes, we do all those inspections. Think about it, when these schools come in, you've got dozens and dozens of pages of building plans that these guys, Roger sits up there in his office some days and all he's doing is going through plans because we have to go through just volumes and volumes of drawings and make sure that all those different components of the different codes, that those drawings are being met. So, throughout the process of building a large building, it'd be very common for us to take a period of time to go through those plans, make comments on those plans, send it back. They have to address those issues to get it up to code. That can be 2, 3, 4 rounds of doing that. And then we start the inspection process. Not uncommon to go out and do inspections, and this looks good and that looks good, but you guys need to tweak this a little bit. So any new given house, as I mentioned, might have 12 or 13 inspections, but there's some re-inspections involved with that too, because something's not quite up to speed. So we do a tremendous amount of inspections, thousands per year. This will enable us to keep doing that. So other than that, that's really all I wanted to present to you. Other than that, pretty status quo budget. What questions can we answer?
Do any other jurisdictions have inspection responsibility for the same things that you're inspecting? Like, is there any overlap? The reason I ask is I come from a water resources background where there's a lot of duplication. And I was just wondering if that's the situation here at all.
No? Yeah, I don't, can you?
You don't have that. I was just curious if that happens. In other words, the county doesn't also inspect or look at the drawings or
Okay.
or the state or,
Yeah, no.
yeah, no, okay, just curious. All right, thanks.
Just going to say, Steve, even when I know that we work with Polk County through Des Moines on the Section 8 program, but those are just considered rental inspections under our program, even though it's administered by somebody else.
Right.
Okay.
Is that C-Click Fix app, is that something that's Public Works or is that involved here?
I think it's Public Works. It's Public Works.
Okay.
Yep.
Some stuff that's community development.
Yeah, and if you haven't been on the Citizens Portal app, it is kind of cool because you can go in there and do a search. Like if you have questions about how many of this have we inspected or done permits for, any of that, it's pretty user-friendly. So if you haven't gotten on there and used the Citizen Serve, I would encourage you to do that because it can answer a lot of your questions, and you're certainly always free to get with AJ or get with us, and we can answer any questions you have. But
What's the name of the app?
Citizen Serve. All of our permits, every single permit at this point is done through the online portal, through CitizenServe. They can come to the front counter and do it if they have questions, and we have a scanner. If they want to upload drawings that go with the permit application, they can certainly do that. But it allows anybody to just be, they can be sitting at home in their pajamas, and if they want something, they want to get a fence permit in here, they can submit it. So that's been very, very successful. They're a great vendor. We rarely have issues. And when we do have issues, within hours, sometimes they can correct what we need, which was not the case in previous years and previous vendors. So we're very happy with that. And I think the feedback that we get with that, the contractor response has been pretty good. I think they like having that flexibility to be able to do things on their own time, not have to come down here and do it. So. Any big picture items, Christie or Roger, that I haven't said that you'd want to make sure that we say? Okay.
I want to take this time to thank Christy and Michelle for all the work they did on the Patricia Drive project.
Yes.
They came down and showed me all the videos with their pants covered with mud and their boots on their mud on their boots. And it was.
We do, unfortunately, like any town, we occasionally have some property maintenance code challenges, and some are a little more difficult than others, but we try to stay on top of it. And we do have one that's been extremely difficult, so yes.
Yeah, on behalf of the people that live on Patricia Drive, thank you.
And in that same vein, I want to say, I was incredibly impressed that we had a pipe break, which was a whole different issue. But I followed Roger out of City Hall that morning, straight to my house, and I think it was you.
It's one of the inspectors, probably. Yeah.
Okay. Well, and anyway, I followed an inspector to my house. It was within 20 minutes of the folks getting there, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? You're here already?" Fabulous.
Yeah.
So.
I think we have the unique ability to be very responsive still at this point, which is, that can be a challenge as you grow. But we're, what was the latest official census? They do an estimate every year, and we're like at 46,600, I think, 46,678 or something like that.
Yep.
So we're approaching 50,000 people, and I still feel like we're very responsive.
Yeah. I was just shocked at how quickly you guys were there.
And they all know, they're driving vehicles that say Urbandale on the side, so they need to behave. So they do.
Also, just real quickly, and I want to mention this because I know it'll appear on a future agenda, Roger's been very active in the Central Iowa Consortium on the building inspectors and the building codes. And that came out of a Capital Crossroads initiative to look at ways that communities can, when we talked about the fire service and looking at our partnership with Clive, we looked at a variety of activities that we could cooperate as metro cities, and the building officials, to their credit, were the ones that really picked up the ball and have kept it going through thick and thin, through COVID, through everything else. And Roger's been our representative and has done an outstanding job with that. And what was it last year? Wasn't he the building official of the world or something like that? What was the class?
Roger and I were talking beforehand, and we kind of had a little bet going on. Would you bring that up? That he was the 2023 building official of the year or not? But yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll bring it down a little bit.
And in all seriousness, Roger's on the executive committee for that group and is very well respected around the metro. So we're very lucky to have him, absolutely.
But it's another example of how we've been able to partner with other communities.
Yes.
And part of the issue was, again, correct me if I'm wrong, Roger, that prior to those guys getting together, there was a lot of different interpretation of the building codes and who had what code comes out every 2 years, I believe. And so who had the 12, who had the 15, who had whatever, and that they've really become, it's more of an organizational effort to unify, and for the building community, they understand that there's going to be more uniformity when you go to Clive, go to Urbandale, go to West Des Moines, than there had been in the past. So again, I think that's a real
Much
good
better communication, and we're much more all on the same page now than we were. It's not perfect, but it's definitely going the right direction.
Do we have concerns from a legislative perspective this year as it relates to building code?
Oh, yeah.
Roger's opening his page.
Yeah.
My book was closed. There are subjects out there right now that they'll, that some of them are not dead yet. So.
Like, building materials, one big one, the guy builder from Davenport who's on the legislature.
Right, right.
He's on stormwater, Senate File 455.
That's one of them, yep.
Building materials,
my letter yet?
wasn't there another one too?
Yeah, those were the two big ones, was the building materials one and the stormwater one, but yeah, yeah, go ahead, come on up, Raj.
My fighting on behalf of the council that leave us alone.
I did a quick survey or a summary at the end. There's two of them relating to design elements, one for exterior siding or the materials. There's one actually for the energy code, allows the community to be lesser than the code. That's a Webster bill, I believe. There's, of course, the soil loss. Those are all ones with the green dots on them yet that are still alive. Two of them that are red dots next to where there was a burn ban where you had to take it to the local community before you went to the state. That was stopped at the subcommittee. And then also there's another one that had small community or small schools, which are 49 or less, were exempt from state fire code. And that was an interesting submittal, but that has come to a stop on that one, so. But I'm part of the Iowa Association of Building Officials, and we have a guy, Eisner, up there, and he gives us an update every Friday. And we did meet earlier with some of the governmental representatives down there, just to say, we're here to help if they have guidance. We're basically we don't like to use the expert, but we're the subject matter expert of like, here's how you write the code if you want to enforce something. We don't have input on which direction to go, but at least let's write it so we can enforce it. So that's what we were offering at that time.
Sure. Thank you.
What was the energy one?
Senate File 479,
And what,
and I can summarize it real quick. On the
Yeah.
Sure. If it's about a 3-paragraph or 3 sentences. The bill allows a governmental subdivision to adopt energy conservation requirements that are less restrictive than the state code. The bill prohibits a state building code commissioner from amending or rescinding current rules created under the energy conservation requirements, except as required by the adoption of the statute by the General Assembly. So he still has to follow the Assembly. Last sentence, the bill allows the state building code commissioner to submit proposals for the amendment or the recession of the energy conservation requirements to General Assembly, which shall include an estimate overall costs associated with the amendment.
okay.
So that is,
That one's still alive.
that one's still alive. That
is
was
still-
Senate File 479,
Yep.
introduced by our friend.
So you have a line.
We've got lots of them.
Yes, we do. Unfortunately, in that case.
We're more popular.
Is that our Urbandale friend? Or a different friend?
Gentleman from Bettendorf. Yeah.
Eastern Iowa.
Weber is, no,
Senator.
Senator Weber.
No.
Webster,
The
yes.
sponsor of that bill.
Iowa.
He has the exterior siding one as well.
Yeah. Any other questions for Roger or Steve?
Just had one. I was listening to the radio the other day, and they had former Senator Harkin on talking about the Harkin Center and all of the accessible design aspects as part of that. Is that something we've looked at as a city? Obviously, we can't require, like, we're not going to go and like lock down, like, we have to, everything has to be like accessible and everything like that. But like, have we reviewed that and kind of thought through ways that we can recommend different ways that people think about designing their structures and things like that to be more accessible?
Are you describing government structures or private buildings?
I just generally, yeah.
Generally?
Yeah.
Whenever we do a remodel on a commercial structure, commercial is the primary one, residential, single family, the accessibility code or ADA isn't really applicable. Then it comes into the world of residential, is when it's multifamily or for rent, those kind of items we look at too. In the world of commercial, when we do a remodel, using the existing building code, there's a provision where you're supposed to spend a certain percentage of your construction cost to increase accessibility.
Okay.
New construction, we look at full accessibility. Now, with it being the question, if it was governmental, then there's like Title 2 or 3, the governmental facility is required to do certain things even though that's not doing work on their projects. It's kind of like the government project, so.
And that's interior and exterior. I mean, we look at, do you have the proper number of handicap spaces and all that type of things too. And we're also doing that internally. Our counter over on our side, we have never had what should be an accessible height, and that's about to get redone over there. And so we've got a section that's going to meet that as well. So we're just trying to bring things up to speed when we can.
Thank you.
Since ADA is more of a baseline.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. Thank you all very much.
See you.
All right, we're going to go to the Tax Increment Financing Special Revenue Fund. You will find that on CED 11.
All right, I'll take this one. So the main things in this one, TIF, you've all had kind of TIF 101, the newbies, as well as current members. Remember that TIF debt still comes in as TIF revenue. We do a special revenue fund, and then we have to transfer it out to debt service to actually pay it. So the vast majority of this department is operated as a transfer. So all of those revenues coming in, if you look on CED 13, you can see how that activity breaks down. So we do pay our TIF development agreement rebates out of this fund. That's the only thing that can actually be physically paid out of this current fund. So estimate on that one is about 2.2 million. We have about 18 active development agreements right now with that my office processes once economic development creates them, gets them executed, and then those all come through us to pay. So we pay those. The rest of those items are transfers out. So the two TIF districts that actually have bonds outstanding is the Duna and Northwest Market districts. Those are the only two that have bonds that I owe money for. So those two first items, at $835,000, that's the Duna debt service for this next year. And then the Northwest Market is 6.8 million. And then you'll see that last line item on there for 8.4 million. So that is to transfer in and call the 2019B bonds. So those are TIF funds we've already got on hand. So we're able to certify to the state, we collect the funds, and as soon as they're callable, we go ahead and call them. So we'll do 2 this year. So I'll have to amend for that because we didn't actually for sure know what we were going to do with that. We are going to go ahead and call. So that note is in the narrative part, 2017B and 2018B. Those are TIF supported bonds. The TIF funds are on hand, so we will call and pay those off. The 2024, or June of 25 is the 2019Bs. And that one is, let's see, 8.4 million. And then I also have the cash on hand by the time we get there for June of 26. We will also pay off a $5 million bond in the 2020B. So we have lots of TIF bonds that we will call and pay them off. Now there's one due every year. So we will be able to satisfy those. So that's why the number looks really high, is because that transfer still has to flow through there. So that counts as another financing source. When we were talking about the percentages and stuff, that's why. Any questions on TIF? This one also has one up in the budget summaries. That's the more income statement, revenue, and expenditures out, but it's a very limited amount of activity that can happen here. We bring it in here, have to transfer it out. Questions?
I'm assuming that first bullet on significant budget impacts, the second sentence is, there should have a city in there.
Yeah, I think that was on your list of fixes that I missed a word somewhere in there.
I didn't know if there was a different word that should fit there or not.
Which line is that actually?
Second sentence, the has. I didn't know if that was the city or.
The city has, yes. Get a little delete happy there when I'm trying to update him. See, so he gets an extra chocolate too. He's found another error. Mayor, do you get one?
I know, leaks on top.
See?
Yeah.
That's all I have for TIF. It's pretty straightforward.
Any questions on that one? All right. Well, whether we want to or not, we've got parks left. One of the shyest people on our staff.
Save the best for last.
Red pens.
Parks, well, that is under CR9, under Culture and Leisure. Also kidding aside, Jan Herky, our Parks and Recreation Director, is here with her staff to review all the components of the parks operations. Jan, would you please introduce your staff here today?
Yes, Scott Hoke, Assistant Director. He and I are going to tag team today. Scott carries a lot of the load for our department, and he, for those of you who are new, Scott used to work as the Assistant Director 2010 through 2014. He went and got director experience at 2 other very large communities, and 2 years ago came back. So I'm grateful. We make a great team for our department. Dick Lilly, Facility Maintenance Supervisor, and he oversees all the city's buildings, the maintenance, every construction project. So everything from replacing roofs to the city repurposing here. So he is very patient. I'm glad he has a calm personality because there's a lot of opinions that go into everything. We've grown significantly. One of the great things that he and his staff has done in the last, I guess it's been 10 years now since we've taken or have an official maintenance program, but a lot of the he's done a lot of the maintenance in-house and brought it in-house. So the electrical, the plumbing, the mechanical, we're able to do that in-house. So that saved the city a lot of money. Molly Wilhite is the recreation supervisor. The programs just continue to grow. I think you've noticed in the last couple of years a number of special events. That's something the community really enjoys. We're continuing to do that with our current staff. So I think Molly and your staff, between March and October, 75% of the weekends they're working. We know that as we go into Parks and Rec, we work when people play, but they have been exceptional. We do over 560 programs a year through the rec program. And Carissa Williams is the rec supervisor at the senior center. So she runs the senior center. We have over 40,000 visitors to the senior center a year. We're the only city-run senior center in the metro. The rest are through Polk County, so we're very trend-setting. About 40% of our participants are non-residents, so they love coming to our facilities as well. When we introduce the senior program, we'll talk a little bit about that. And just so you know, 30% of Iowans are over 55 years old. And by 2040, I think, by 2040, the 85 plus population is expected to grow by 90%. They're calling it the gray tsunami. So it might be job security for Carissa. I don't know.
What are you looking at me for?
I can
I'm already gray.
That's right. And I'm officially a senior now. Chad Malang is not here, but Chad is our park supervisor. He manages all the staff for all the projects. When there's snow, I know Public Works gets a lot of credit and kudos, and they should, for snow removal, but Chad is the one for all the facility plowing, all the cul-de-sacs, all of our trails, and he's the one at 3 or 4 in the morning that's up as well. So he manages a lot of our projects as well. So that is our staff. So as I mentioned, Scott and I are going to tag team, so I'm going to pass the baton to him between the 2 of us. I don't know who enjoys this microphone more, but I'll give it up.
Before we do that, just briefly mention Rick Bowles, who was Jan's immediate
Yes.
predecessor, just passed away this past week, and we're going to have a resolution to honor him on Tuesday night.
Yes, on Tuesday, we're going to be doing a proclamation. Rick Bowles started Parks and Rec in 1974. He was the first director. He actually built, he told me he built the bridge at South Karen Acres and did a lot of the construction projects, and they said, do you want to be the Park and Rec director? So he was here 31 years, and I took over for him. This year, Derek and I had planned to do an interview with him in 2 weeks to celebrate 50 years of Parks and Rec in Urbandale. But I had done in 2020 an hour-long interview with him, so we did capture a lot of that. But fortunately, Tanya Headley and Tanya's in our office, very close to him. Yet we were able to do lunch with him a week ago. So his celebration of life is tomorrow at the Senior Center at 2 o'clock. And we're going to be doing a proclamation on Tuesday, and his wife and 2 kids will be here. So thank you for reminding me of that.
So as AJ said, we are on CR9 for the first section. So, and again, I'm Scott Hoke with Parks and Recreation. A few things just to mention in regards to staffing. We've actually been pretty steady with our staffing, although we have both of our Hort techs are out on maternity and paternity leave right now. So luckily, not a lot of things are growing right now, other than their families. So works out well for us. We do have in this request to add one seasonal laborer position, and that person is primarily to help us water trees. I think, as you all know, we've had 2 pretty droughtful years these last 2 years. But we continue to try and get our trees in the ground, and those first 2 years are vital for them as far as for receiving water. Last year, we planted close to 400 trees, which would be landscape-sized trees, right? We do some saplings and some of those things as well, too, that's a high number for us. We planted quite a few this last year out at the satellite building. We got a few out there, too. But normally, we'll plant a little, give or take 100 trees, but we had a strong year last year. So we need someone to water those trees, and it's just a seasonal staff person to come in and help us with that. So that is in there. We also have an increase for a few things. Probably most notable are 2 programs related to trees. One is to help us with some of our timber management. We have acres and acres of timbers, and it's tough for us to get to, right? We have other priorities that take place. So we are looking to get some assistance first with to do some assessment inventory of a few places, not everywhere. We've identified 3 strong spots that we know we need to do an assessment and see what's there. And then from there, develop a management plan to make sure we're maintaining those, not just for today, but for down the road. So then some of those funds would help us, whether it's invasive species removal, whether it's helping with more controlled burns. All of those things are things we would be looking at through that funding. And then the second one, in relations to trees, is to implement a starter tree program here for private property for residentials that came up last year during these meetings. So we are putting a plan together where we would probably purchase around 250 trees and then sell them back at a reasonable cost. It's not a free tree giveaway. Some of the other cities charge between right around $40 to $50 in that range. So it's about half the cost. We'd probably get about 250 trees out of this program is what we're looking at. And understanding this wouldn't be for this year, this would be next spring that we'd be implementing, provided we can source trees. When you order 250 trees, it can be difficult to source trees. So, but that would be our goal, to start working on that as well too. A few other additional things, we do have some extra cost. The splash pad is definitely on schedule for Lions Park, so we'll have some additional water costs there. And then a few other incidentals in regards to some furnitures and equipment and stuff. Nothing too major. As far as for future budget considerations, we always appreciate when council helps us look ahead in these programs, or especially in the parks program for our playground equipment. We have some great support in the CIP right now to help us catch up a little bit on replacing our playgrounds. Playgrounds last about 20 years, give or take, depending on their location and use. And we have to rotate those. We're up to 40, actually, I think we're going to be up to 41 playgrounds now. I think we say 38 in there, but we have to rotate those every 20 years. So that's just a future consideration thing. And then we are still addressing the emerald ash borer within the city. We are getting close to having our current ash trees down to a manageable number. We've probably got 250 plus or minus trees left of ash trees. Once those are down, which is probably in the next 2 years, we will be able to start switching some of those resources from removals to plantings. We've actually kind of started to do that a little bit now, trying to get some replacements in. Our priority was to get the hazards out of the way, make things safe, and then start getting things planted. Last year, we did start doing a few more replacements rather than just removals, but that is something as far as for considerations in there, so.
What's the plan on replacement, Scott, as far as type of species and that type of thing?
So we diversify greatly, right? Anything we do now, we have a planting, I think, for Meredith, I think we have 15 different varieties out of 74 trees, right? So we really try and diversify what we're getting. We always try and go as much as a natural or native as we can. And, sometimes we do a few things as far as for additional color and things like that aesthetically, but always try and do natives where we can as well too. Just better for across the board. So.
Where they're softer woods, faster growing overall, those types of trees?
Say that again, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
I know we need to diversify the species so we don't get into some situation where you have you're replacing
Right.
everything again, but generally faster growing species, that type of thing.
Well, natives typically aren't. Natives are usually a little slower growing.
Yeah, okay.
They're the oaks and some of that. But yeah, the starter trees would be, typically we'll give a list of here are the trees you can pick from. We'll get them ordered and get them coming and until they're gone, right? We'll sell them till they're gone. But they'll be smaller, right? They'll be 3/4 inch size, as far as for caliper. So, but those smaller trees do grow quickly, right? That's one of the benefits of doing a smaller tree is they'll grow a little quicker, so. I'll move on to grounds maintenance unless there's any other park
Yeah,
questions.
I did have a question, because I was wondering about that, $48,000 in professional services. You talked about new timber management planning program. I just remember we had talked about kind of a natural resources management program that we were going to go after at some point in time. Is that kind of what's reflected
Yes.
in this?
That's what that is. yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yep.
Super. I just want to make sure. All right.
Yeah, no, that's exactly where it came from, and that's the direction.
That's
Yep.
exciting. Thank you.
Other park questions?
I was going to ask, is there any consideration, this is half joking, half serious, is there any consideration to rename Ashleaf Park?
We've actually talked about that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, right. Yeah, we'll be, just so council understands, we're going to try and maintain a few ash trees at Dunlap, right? We'll treat those and keep those moving forward. The trouble with treatment is other things can come in and take care of them, right? Windstorms, sometimes if you don't treat them exactly right, the ash borer can still cause an infestation. So we have about 5 ash trees that we'll get to, and we haven't talked about renaming Ashleaf Park. I don't know, there's a neighborhood there too, so I think we'd have to watch what we do, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
That's my neighborhood.
right.
Memory of Ashley Park.
I also had a neighbor reach out regarding the playground equipment for that and whether or not there'd be neighborhood involvement in identifying playground equipment. I've sent them your direction. I don't know if they've reached out. Yeah, for Ashleaf.
I'd have to look at where Ashleaf is on the schedule. This upcoming year, we're doing North Karen, South Karen, and Days Run, are the 3 that are on for this year. Typically, what we do, we work with Derek when we get the proposals back, and then we post them for 4 to 5 days online, and then we get comments back from residents. Hey, what do you like? If we want to tweak one a little bit, we work with our vendors on that, and then we'll take the order. So we'll have 3 that'll be coming up pretty quickly on those. Those 3 will be, those are this year's. So I'd have to look and see. I can't remember where Ashleaf is. So, but they're coming soon, so. Okay, then I'll move on to ground maintenance, which is CR 15. This is ground maintenance, which refers to when we take care of things that, city facilities, so like fire stations, city hall, and then, of course, the medians. There's no real change here. We are adding 1 piece of equipment. We bought a great piece last year, thanks to council's support, to help us spray the medians with liquid, but we need an attachment there, a little foam piece, or a little foam marker that tells us what we've covered and what we haven't covered. So no real change in that.
Hey, Scott, you mentioned medians, which is an area that I talk about a lot. And I know Public Art was going to start talking about, it looks like you're ready maybe with something?
So next Tuesday, there is a tree planting that's on the agenda for Meredith, to put trees along Meredith.
Okay.
It'd be, there 74 trees to get them planted along Meredith. This is really just the start of doing more trees along the medians. This isn't the final plan for Meredith.
Along or within?
Within the medians, in the medians.
Okay.
Not in the right of ways, just in the medians. But that's by no means the final for that. We do think that we want to get some trees in there and get them growing to get them established, right? So that way when we come back and do more, there'll be some nice canopy there. One of the things that is part of that plan is to do a piece of artwork similar to what we did along Douglas, where we have an iconic piece that is 5 or 6 times throughout. Right now, we are looking at getting under contract and kind of be helpful if council liked this look or not, but to do similar, again, kind of in look and style to what we're doing in Douglas with the column piece, which has, it's kind of silver and blue and some white lights up internally. And it's just some good identification for your in Urbandale. And this would be the piece we'd use along Meredith to do, just place them on different intersections throughout. So kind of like what we're doing on Douglas, so.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you've got plans to plant. I just think that, you know, we have these humongous medians on these new beautiful roads that we're planting, and we're not doing anything but spraying grass. And, you know, like on 56th Street, you know exactly, without our sign, when you've gone between Clive and Urbandale, because, you know, they have different plantings and
Right.
trees and in their medians.
Yep.
And I just want to see us embrace that. I also love this concept too, but even just the building or putting in of natural materials in the medians.
We plan to add some, once we put in this. So backtracking a little bit, when I emailed out the big spell out Urbandale and there's questions, concerns, location and what's behind it and so forth. So this is kind of the, okay, let's refocus on Douglas is now done, this section here. One idea was, do we just keep repeating the pillar, the lighted pillar that's there? And said maybe that's something that can be repeatable along Douglas corridor. Let's think of something different. What's nice that we think about this is it's identifiable that you're in Urbandale, because that's one of the things that we've talked about of what street do you cross. You're still reminding people that they're in Urbandale. It shows the street that they're on. So this would be repeatable. So what I actually ask is if you can take this home, think about it on Tuesday when we present about the trees, or maybe just follow up with AJ on a Friday thing, but we'd like to move forward with hiring a firm to get bid specs together and bid this out if you're favorable to council with this concept. Again, we think it's a good piece of art, but also identifiable. It brings in the walnut leaves, so you know you're in Urbandale. It's a little consistent with the walnut leaves, and it shows the street that you're on. So maybe that's something next week that you can give some feedback if you think, heck no, I hate it. Then we'll go back to the drawing board, but we'd like to be able to move forward with this. We have a design firm that's got a preliminary professional services agreement. It would be like $5,000 or $6,000. You have the bid specs then, so you can continuously go out, and if it's 5 of them now, and then in a year, we do 5 more, you have those bid specs.
So is this in place of the Urbandale that we were talking about south of here? Yes.
Yes, this is.
Yeah,
Okay.
essentially of, okay, we have the funding in the CIP for landscaping and public art. Because there was question on that, let's refocus and say, you know what, if we focus on main arterials, maybe there's an opportunity, I understand maybe of the entrance sign now on Hickman and 86th Street, possibly with new ownership of that area. That was the idea of, it's an entrance sign as well as public art. So that one, I'd love for that still to be a possibility in the future, but this is just saying, okay, let's tap the brakes on that one, but let's continue to move forward, because I know that's something that's been of interest to do something in the median. So this is let's move forward with this one and still continue to look at other ideas.
While we're talking about that, I was just noticing the other day, the roundabout at 142nd and Douglas, do we, at some point, are we planning on, that's the old logo that we have there for those?
It is.
We'll have to refresh
We're
that.
gonna refresh those sometime? Is there a plan to do that? I didn't know if we had programmed that at all or not, so.
We have not. It would just be and if we want to make something identical, just updating the U, replacing it, that's certainly something we could look at.
And
As
does it,
Dave McKay used to say, it's just time and money.
Yep, exactly, exactly.
well, and does it make sense to tie this in or align it with the Urbandale flag at all? I don't know.
Well, and maybe we want something different at the roundabout, I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Instead of that, instead of this logo, maybe it's something different, exactly. It could be the flag or something like that, more symbolic type of thing, so.
I mean, I love the fact that we have the logo out there on that roundabout. I'd love to see us, either update it or do maybe a new concept. I don't know what the timing would be. I mean, I think Derek and I could just go out and rip those swooshes off and, it'd be okay. But I'm sure it's actually a little bit different than just taking the swoosh off.
And that's something I could ask, Quality Manufacturing did it, of saying, is this something that do you got to start from scratch, or is it something, I certainly can inquire with the contractor. So hopefully that answers your question on medians. We know it's important. We are moving forward. Also, we just mentioned, I know that one of the residents that lives on 142nd has come to you quite often. In the spring, we are looking at overseeding, and I think at one of the last meetings, or the information that was sent out, we did add some additional concrete on the area that, right out of that development area that snow plows and so forth would hit. So, but we are going to be focused on that in the spring, do some overseeding and attention to that area.
So are these native plantings we're talking about? Are we doing native plantings when we do the plantings in the medians?
So a lot of our stuff that we do, it's more like ornamental grasses and stuff like that is what we would do as far as for when we plant a bed around the median, or around the public art is really what we're talking about. Now for the trees you'll have the list.
They'll be from that native list of primarily natives.
Right, primarily. There's a few maples in there that probably.
But we're not using native grasses or anything.
What was that?
We're not using native grasses. We're using something
No,
else.
no. Well, for the planting that's coming before you on Tuesday, it's just trees.
Okay.
Right. And then what we would do around the landscaping around the U would be we use a lot of ornamental grasses and things like that to just do more decorative as opposed to low maintenance kind of stuff. Kind of like what's there's
Natives are sometimes very pretty and low maintenance.
Right.
Just
right,
FYI.
right. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
So moving on from maintenance to cemetery items, which is CR25. Pretty steady as far as for the operational side of things here. Not much has changed. However, we do have in the special revenue fund at McDivitt, we are looking to put in 3 additional columbariums eventually. So we're going to design the footings, put all 3 footings in, and then purchase one of those columbariums. We're down to about 40 open spots in our current columbarium system, so.
We're dying to get in.
Right, that's why they put fences around them, so.
I was just waiting for the opening for that.
And that's on Tuesday's
You gotta
agenda as
step
well
up.
too, for that purchase, so. But I think it takes a year and something to get it here. So not as bad as a fire truck, but not very quick either. So I'm going to turn it back to Jan for this recreation stuff.
Quick about the cemetery stuff. Has there been any talk of needing a second cemetery in the city, or is that?
Deluxe.
Cemetery, and this one is non-perpetual care. So it is actually in 1998, we took it over when the Webster Township couldn't take it on anymore. I know that that would be quite a commitment. I wouldn't be jumping up and down.
Well, I mean, a long time ago, Blake, I will answer. I mean, we looked at it probably in the mid-2000s.
Yeah, when Paul Decker was here, I think,
Yeah, at a second cemetery, and I think we said at the time, no, one thing is there's probably not any site anywhere, but we can always revisit, it, but I think, Jan, I'll let you answer it anymore, but.
It's not something that's a top priority.
No, that's fine. I was just curious.
Perpetual care issue associated with cemeteries as well, which is, it's an expensive proposition. I've been in communities where we've had cemeteries where there is a perpetual care requirement, and there's a fee paid up front when there's a burial, but perpetual care is exactly what it says, that you are now the owner and responsible for the maintenance of that gravesite.
I'll go on the record and say I'm not advocating
Okay.
for a second cemetery.
Thank you.
Curiosity.
No, I appreciate it, but we've had those questions before, And it is, I know there are there are communities that take a significant amount of pride in their local cemetery. They do a beautiful job of maintaining it. They have, it is a restful, respectful place, but there's a cost associated with it.
But I think that, at least at the time, I remember, there's Merle Hay that's nearby. There's a lot of folks still have places in McDivitt.
Glendale.
In Glendale, just a lot of compelling reasons that we weren't going to get further into the cemetery business than we already are.
Going on to recreation, again, Molly is here and Carissa is here, but they both were very comfortable with the two extroverts to present. So certainly any questions for Molly. Not very many changes at all for recreation. The increase we have in professional services is the $5,300. If you recall, I think it was about 6 months ago that we added a scholarship program to the aquatic program subsidies over at Goldfish. And we've had, we started the pilot program with 25. We've had 12 inquiries and 6 have already taken advantage of it. So we work closely with the school district. And so we will continue to monitor that. And if it's something that we need to increase from 25, that we certainly will come back to you. But that's the reflection. Great success with the Clive partnership. Obviously, we had in 2022, we had 331 passes. Last year, we had 417. So continued interest, and the residents seem to really enjoy that opportunity for the partnership with Clive. So we will continue that. Recreation programs, we have 560 programs this past year, over 5,400 registrations. That does not count our special events, which obviously has thousands and thousands. We are working with the CVB to get some numbers, and it's actually from your cell phone of how many people visited the holiday lights, because we're sure it's well over 10,000 people. That was even more popular this year. So we have 22 special events this past year. So it continues, and as was mentioned earlier, it's not like something just, oh, that was a great event. It's 6 months of planning. So Molly and her staff has done a tremendous job.
Jan, could you send us that list? If you have it compiled?
Yeah.
I'd just like to see the breadth of it.
So Party in the Park, our summer concerts, we're with the partnership now with Parks and Rec, Public Art Committee, the library and library gallery. We did get a grant from the Library Foundation to assist with this, but we're doing a performance series. And Pat's going to be one of the performers. It's a very talented harpist.
I'm a hack harpist, but thank you.
And
But do come, because Julie Curry is another Urbandale resident and plays one mean flute, so come.
yeah, it's one of many. Once we get the full list together, I'm going to be working with Derek to get a flyer together so people can mark their calendars, and it's a variety of different activities. Art Day, and I'll have Nicole put it on your calendar. If you have kids or grandkids that are little, April 20th, we did it, the library gallery did it before COVID. We're bringing it back. It's going to be a great event for young kids. So the mobile rec has been very successful. We had about 1,500 participants this last summer. So we go to 5 days a week, 2 hours in the morning, 2 in the afternoon. Typically the schedule is a park in the east in the morning and in the west in the afternoon, and then it flip-flops. So we do go on both sides of the community, and each month we rotate between 8 to 10 parks. So we are spreading it out. So it's been a very popular program. We'll continue to grow that one. This year, the MAC program, and I don't know if the 2 new members of the council are aware of the Making a Connection. It's a camp for at-risk kids. It's free to the kids. We work with the school districts to recommend students for that. We've had 150, or we had 100 kids, 50 at each site. This year with the bigger schools at Valerius and Olmsted, we're going to grow that to 150. The Gabus Family Foundation, I think the last 12 years has been helping subsidize that, as well as some other grants that Molly and staff continue to get. So that's about $80,000 to $90,000 a year. That's mostly all grant subsidized. So It's an amazing program. We've won national awards on it, so that continues to grow. We're looking at hopefully able to add another site as we continue to go with that. And we continue to look at more events. We're including more out west. So the Mayor's Bike Ride will be out west by the large shelter this year. Movies in the park, mobile rec. So we know that's an effort to continue to balance what we do and bring the community together. So we'll continue to provide opportunities out west as well. The regional playground is in the budget this year. A number of projects that are going out west as well. So that's kind of a summary of the recreation programs. Any questions you might have?
Under the first bullet, under future budget considerations, talks about our deficit of indoor recreation facilities. I don't know, we were on another one and someone asked kind of for a teaser, with the library about westward expansion. You have what do you think that's going to look like? I mean, I know we're doing stuff here at the mini rec. I think, isn't that what we called it? I don't know.
Rec Hub.
Rec Hub, sorry. Yep. But I mean, we went out big in last March, wasn't it? And we're turned down, so what's next?
That's a great question. I think we've all talked about anything that would require a bond referendum. There's other projects that are in line now for that to happen, so I don't know if that's something that's realistic. In the CAP, we do have those outdoor amenities that we're proposing, but anything indoor, I think, would require a bond referendum and bonding capacity. And as projects go, I don't know if that's any time in the.
I know that gym space is at a premium, but, back when my kids were very little, Urbandale Parks offered programming, like at Walnut Hills Gym. Can we get back into that business? I mean, I know they have, it's just a matter of getting in line or requesting the space, but I think being able to offer some of our programming in some of those gyms would be.
And we currently are at Walnut Hills and do have some programming. I think our adult leagues some of them are held there. So it is very hard to get in the gyms in the Urbandale School District, in the Waukee School District. They're a hot priority, but we have some programs that we are able to get into the gyms, and when we can, we certainly do program them. So it's a balance of what's available and how we fall into the priority list as well. But we would love nothing more than to get more time. But even at the Urbandale School District, it's Sunday evenings, and that's not always ideal for programming as well. But it's just because the UPLEX didn't pass, it doesn't fix our issue of our master plan said there's a major concern. There's a deficit in indoor recreation space. So we're hoping that we can move forward at what's in the CIP for the 2026, 2027 with the Rec Hub. That certainly isn't going to solve all our issues. As we go into the senior recreation discussion next, where they're at capacity too. So now we're doing some of our programs, senior fitness programs at like the Giovanetti Shelter and other ones. So that takes away from what the rec programming do, is kind of paying Peter to pay Paul. And then that takes some of our revenue because we can't rent the facility if we're doing programs. So it is, we definitely are capacity. I don't know the answer to that. I think the community was very clear of at this moment in time, an indoor facility at that cost isn't.
Maybe we can try and dibs sometime at the gym at Waterford Elementary. I don't know, since they haven't opened yet. Maybe it's not too early to start asking.
I do think it's important to point out just how that need was really echoed through the Human Service Strategic Planning comments as well. Like, I mean, that was one of the consistent comments.
I thought that was interesting.
That people had to take time to actually write in that there's no gym space for kid activities, there's no gym space for indoor space for the rec services that we need to provide for this community. So we are at a critical point, and how we move forward. I mean, again, it goes back to communications, it goes back to marketing, it goes back to outreach. I think it all kind of circles back to people understanding what is the need, what's the critical need, because it's certainly there, and it's people understanding what that looks like in this community.
Agreed. Anything else on recreation?
You had a note here of expanding the MAC camp, and we had talked earlier about, collaborating with the school board. That may be another good opportunity where if they have an interest as well in expanding that, that could be something that we could collaborate with them as well on to make us, to make a deeper partnership there too.
And I keep wondering about Rolling Green and how they're utilizing Rolling Green and Jensen Elementary, if there's any mechanism there.
I have not, I don't know what their plans are at this point in time. I thought on Rolling Green, it was going to be some other type of educational outreach opportunity there, but I've not heard anything specific.
Good question for Jason.
That was on my agenda.
Yeah,
for Jason.
and then Jensen is one that everybody seems to be shying away from because of the condition of the building.
I get that.
Yeah, but that's still, it's a site, it's a location, it's demographically probably, geographically close to a demographic that probably could use that space.
There's also no heating or air conditioning in that gym.
Oh, okay, that could,
And that's one thing of expanding the MAC program is funding, because it is nearly fully funded through sponsorship. So each site, I think, is about $60,000. So. Going on to the senior recreation program, our current program drop-ins are about, like we had mentioned, 40,000 people. Typical, we're back up to our pre-pandemic numbers. One of the biggest, or the increases, a request for $22,500 in professional services, and this is, we have such a significant demand for fitness classes. We have over 30 classes a week right now, and 25 are offered at the senior center. We are, again, as I mentioned, sprinkling those at other facilities. That continues to be more in demand. Some of them have up to 50 to 55 participants in it. So that is a request to add more programs. A lot of that will be offset by revenue. We do subsidize the senior programming pretty significantly, but that will, obviously, that will help with some of the revenue recovery as well. We have other activities that we provide, obviously, besides the besides fitness program, education classes, health and wellness workshops, Medicare counseling, day trips, sports leagues, drop-in pickleball, a lot of those other. In 2023, and if I have any staff that is more data-driven, I don't think it can be anybody but Carissa. It's amazing. So I could stand here all day and give you statistics, but I'm only going to give you a few. 2023, over 400 new members joined the Senior Recreation Center, and 300 became active members. So that's pretty phenomenal. And we have approximately 1,000 active members compared to about 700 prior to the pandemic. And 57 are Urbandale residents, 43 are non-residents. So we did, and that leads us to the discussion. In one of them, I think 2 months ago, we had some emails and so forth. We've had a handful of people of Urbandale residents that had a concern of non-residents are not paying anything different than residents for the fitness classes, and should we be looking at that? So staff, we did look at that. Right now, the current fiscal year, the budget is about $573,000. 500 of that is supported by property taxes. So again, looking at should non-residents be paying a little bit more for fitness classes? The senior programs are subsidized. Right now, for example, a fitness class is $1.25 a class. For a regular recreation class, if that same senior would take it in a regular recreation class, it's $8 to $10 a class. So it is pretty subsidized. So a typical class, it's once a week for 4 weeks, you're paying $5. What we're proposing is a 30% fee for non-residents, but a maximum of $10. So, and I say 30%, but we are recommending going to the dollar because a number of them still pay with cash and coins, so we would prefer not the coins. So, for example, a fitness class, resident would pay $1.25, a non-resident would pay $1.75, so a resident would pay $5 for the month, non-resident $7. So it's pretty nominal increase. And we say a cap of $10 because we have a wonderful trip coming up in April, going to the World War I Museum in Kansas City, and it's $109. We're not going to recommend increasing 30%. That's where the maximum would be 10. Non-residents would pay $119. So having some additional buy-in, we've had a handful of people, residents over the years mentioning that, and also non-residents saying, I'm willing to pay a little bit more, realizing it's a very, very reasonable. You don't get these type of costs anywhere else for fitness classes and other programs. They offer an amazing number of free programs as well. And certainly, you know, it's a wonderful program for the seniors, and we appreciate the support and the subsidizing and so forth that you've supported over the years. So that is the recommendation. That would start July 1 with the fiscal year. So we're hoping that might be something of a consideration as we move forward. So I'll be happy to answer any questions in regards to the proposed increase.
I think it's very reasonable to increase the fees for non-residents, but I guess what I took away from the email that I saw and looking at registration for other things in the metro, what if we also gave Urbandale residents a few days where they could only register
Priority.
for the classes? Because like with Clive swimming lessons, they get this, there's very few left. I mean, because they're a hot commodity. And I don't know if that would be, you know, the same situation, but I feel like we need to be giving our residents, because I mean, I'm glad to get in a couple more bucks for a non-resident, but that's not going to really change fundamentally whether or not that out of Urbandale person is going to register. I mean, it's not going to be a reason that they're not going to register.
Right. We did look at that of saying, what are some other ways that we could do this? That works pretty easy for shelter rentals, but
Okay.
for registrations in our software system, it would make it a lot more complex.
Have a lot of classes that filled up right away.
Yeah, the email gave the implication that everything filled up. They don't all fill up within the first 3 days or 5 days. So that wasn't and that's why we had looked at that. And that's where, and Carissa, I don't know if you have more to share in regards to that, but that wasn't the issue necessarily of like, we can't get into these. Most of the classes, they fill, but not that if they register within the first week, and maybe you could clarify.
She has some data on that.
Yeah. And
Like I get set up with very high
well,
expectations
and
when I
Chris,
get a
maybe
title.
you can answer this too, like this might go into yours, but I'm also wondering if it's just a communications, like if we say it's open to Urbandale residents from this day to this day, I mean, some people will look at that and go, oh, okay, I'm not an Urbandale resident, I'll register on X day because that's when it opens to me. Not to say we can't necessarily let them in, you know, we don't have a system necessarily that says you can't.
We actually had discussed doing a distinct registration window for each prior to when you all received that communication. And part of the reason we leaned more towards the fee is the way our software is set up. It's like a manual change for each class that we offer. And there's a lot of classes if you look through. So that was one big thing. And we also, I personally, I think staff agrees, is that we prefer to do one or the other, not both, because when you're trying to mix two, if you look across the cities in the metro, most do one or the other or nothing. They don't do a mix of a fee difference and a registration window. I think you're right that it does accomplish a slightly different goal, but most of our classes are not filling the day that we open. We do have a handful that do fill the first day, but it's across the board of the 30 fitness classes. We're opening 3 months, so there's 90 fitness offerings. Probably 2 are full that first day, and it takes a week or two before the next start filling. I think right now, Our current session, I'm totally guessing, it's probably somewhere between 5 and 10 are actually full. So not all of them are full. So there are certain ones that are.
What are the hot classes?
We have a cardio and strength class that it kind of is just a generic strength and cardio workout. We offer about 5, 6 of those a week, and half of them, I think maybe more than half are full, but that's our most popular class. So we do try to add more of that, but we also try and keep a variety. So that way we're bringing in different types of people looking for different offerings too. So I always tell everyone it's a big puzzle and we try and find the best that we can. I don't think that there are people who can't get into anything that they want. I think there are definitely sometimes preferences that are missed, but we try and do a good job of keeping the variety there, so.
I do want to mention that this is not proposed for our other programs outside the senior center. One, as we just demonstrated, senior program is quite subsidized. And two, all of our colleagues throughout the metro, it's a reciprocate. I think about 50% of all of our participants are non-residents. So maybe it's something Urbandale is providing that somebody in West Des Moines wants to visit it, and vice versa. So it's not recommended for other rec programs, but focusing on the senior center where those classes are already subsidized. And hopefully by this increase in professional services, we're going to be able to add a few more classes. Though we are at capacity, it's more of reflecting, it's the cost of instructors and supplies continues to go up, and we need to address that. So,
How do we promote these? Is there an email that goes out to the people who have been in the class before? Can there be a distinction between those that are Urbandale residents and those that are not, just in terms of the timing of the distribution of the email that would, in a practical way, give Urbandale residents a leg up?
So we send an email notification newsletter. We have printed newsletters that mail out. We put those at some locations like the library too. We put them out usually within the week before registration opening up. I don't know if sending it out sooner would help because there's a delay between when registration opens. And so it gives people time to prepare and look through for what they're looking for.
I know when we looked at the RecPlex planning, we really did an inventory of what services were offered in other communities, so we weren't duplicating. Do we do that with the senior center as well and the offerings that we offer?
Not duplicating in comparison with?
Like what West Des Moines is doing or what Clive is doing, or?
For senior programming, we definitely do a lot differently and more than other communities do. It's kind of unique here what we do. I would say we do more partnering as far as like day trips go. We partner with Ankeny and Waukee to make sure we can fill charter buses and things like that. So we're kind of cross programming more than not competing, if that makes sense. But we definitely do more than most others. Ankeny's catching up to us now with their new building, but still a little different structure.
Great, thank you.
so the numbers that are in the budget for expenses and revenue do reflect this recommended change.
So they reflect the
30%
Okay.
change. And again, some of it might be 34%, some of it might be just depending on the cost of the class, but.
And is there like a hardship consideration in there too?
We provide financial assistance for any of our programs, but seniors as well. If for some reason that they can't afford it, that's something that's provided for all of our seniors, and it's promoted, so they're aware of that.
Thank you.
It's amazing.
All right, the baton goes back to Scott for facility maintenance.
This is, IS1 is where we're going.
Thank you. It's under the internal service budget. You were ahead of me there, Scott. Good for you.
Well, I didn't want to, I know I'd take your part away from you.
No, I don't say much during these, but I get to introduce the pages
It's your time
at
to
least.
shine, and I took it away.
Yeah.
So Dick Lilly is here. If there's any technical questions, I'm bringing him up because he's the one that knows those answers. So, but for the most part, Dick and his staff take care of the 18 buildings that we have within the city, as well as the open air shelters and the restrooms. Those aren't in that number. So
They'll do 400 to 500 work orders a year, and then they'll also do the bigger projects. So new roof on City Hall, Senior Center just got a new roof and an office remodel, some improvements in their officing. And then, of course, one of his big projects that he has really loved the whole time, and he'll be so sad when it's over, is the City Hall remodel, changing things around here. So again, super sad when it's done, I just know it. Staffing has been consistent and been good there, so no real issues there. Next year's projects include the rooftop unit at the police department. Remember, we're switching that from building out the geothermal, not knowing the short term with the police department, and just replacing a rooftop unit. And then they're switching over the control system at the library. It's currently a proprietary system, so the only people that can work on it are the people that own it, and that gets really expensive. So Dick and his crew are switching it over to the Woodman system, which is, we have, I think, 5 other buildings that are use that system, so it's a little easier for us to work on. So those are a few of the highlights in facility maintenance. So be happy to answer any questions on that one. Or not answer any questions would even be better, so.
When was the library roof replaced relatively recently, or? Its original roof.
Oh, wow.
When would you consider it needing to be replaced or repaired?
Within 5 years.
Okay.
So last year, we did a full facility maintenance study. We had, OPN came in and evaluated all of our buildings and gave us a nice list of, hey, here are things you need to be worrying about in the short term, near term, and long term. So we do have a nice packet that they put together for us that kind of calls those kind of things out for those bigger items here, so.
Because
Had a couple leaks. Sorry?
Yeah.
that might be a good opportunity because I know I'd asked about, like, is there opportunity for a solar array on the city hall?
Right.
That might be a good opportunity to think about as that comes up too for the library. Is that a feasible thing that could be included as part of that?
We have.
So if I don't have handouts for this. Cool, I'm sorry.
Do you have the, yes, here we go. Sweet. Yes. Nice segue. Thank you.
I think we need a raise.
Somebody needs another cookie. This came up, so we did a little talking about what are we going to do about solar, right? So this is a picture actually from the drone of the Parks Public Works building. We have almost 500 solar panels on top of that building. It was a new build, right? So easier to do, timing was better. Why can't I go? There we go. And it's designed to handle 67% of the electrical needs at that facility. So it's a great thing to have for us, right, as we're moving forward. But then when we start retrofitting, that gets a little bit harder, and we need some help with that. So this budget doesn't reflect it. It would be an additional request that's not within the current budget, something for council to consider. But we would recommend having a firm come in that has a little bit more expertise to study 6 to 7 of the city buildings and see which ones make sense, right? Which ones we're going to have a good return on investment. We have the space to do it. Aesthetically, it will still look fine and things like that. So that would be our recommendation, and about $35,000 to have that study done is what we've estimated in talking to someone.
Would it make sense to look at the library as, I know they have a potential capital campaign that is going to roll out, yes, maybe no, in regards to redoing rooms and whatnot. I'm wondering if it just makes sense to.
Yeah, the foundation periodically contributes money for things that aren't budgeted, but nothing more, I'm not aware of any.
We should have a conversation.
Yes, we should.
All right, I'll shut up now.
We should have went earlier in the day. Probably would have helped. They were here.
Oh, no, but he flashed his nice tie, so he got them all.
We were blinded.
Yeah.
I do think we would still move forward with the study, because that would say if it would make sense, and then we could tie the construction in at the same time as well too, if that was necessary. It is always better to do with new builds and remodels and things like that. It gets harder not to.
Well, just real quickly on the foundation-related issue, typically the foundation, they will do the smaller type of projects, but the building itself is our responsibility. And so we've always taken that under our wing as far as the maintenance. As Scott mentioned, we're making a switch out on the HVAC, so we have a much more manageable system that we can work on without having it proprietary. And that, so I would be interested in any information you can share with us so we can follow up, so we understand what they may be looking at, so we can coordinate better.
Sure.
Thank you.
One of the things I think that would be really valuable if we're doing something like this would be to include a criteria related to the visibility of it to the public, even if it doesn't necessarily break completely even, as long as it's in the ballpark, if there's a visibility component. And toward that end, there's been kind of a movement almost of putting things in parking lots to kind of get rid of the concrete effects and provide shade and solar panels covering for parking. We're sitting there with a monster parking lot over there. So it might be nice to add that component to this study as a potential, plus it's got a lot of visibility.
Right. So a raised field, really.
A raised, thank you.
Yeah.
Great phrase.
So,
Raised
yeah,
field.
raised
Yes,
field.
Yes.
Yeah, something that, again, we hadn't gotten into the details, but we could be
Right.
sure to add that.
We can kick that around, yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering
no, I
about
think that's a
Fire
great
42.
Buildings aren't compatible as far as a roof. What's the other options?
Yeah, yeah. And, but visibility needs to be a criteria we consider, because that's part of the point here is, obviously, the biggest point is really moving forward, but it's also kind of demonstrating to the public that, oh, this is something that's feasible, you can look at too.
Right, and we would bring that to council to say, hey, is there 100% payback on this? No, but then that would be a council decision to say, yeah, this is still an important thing that we want to invest in and promote and make sure people are aware of. So definitely cities do that. I've done it in other places, so for sure. Yeah.
Well, I think this is really exciting. I'm so glad to see this. Just thrilled to see it, and I don't know what we need to do to make this happen sooner rather than later. We'll talk about it Monday night.
Final decision.
Okay.
You have a price tag in front of you at
Yeah.
$35,000.
Okay.
And this is you're saying this isn't for this budget, or it?
Do you want to explain that, AJ, or you want me to?
It is not included in the budget, but it's under consideration for you to add if you wish.
Got it, okay.
Yes.
So the further clarification on that, this is an internal service fund.
Right.
So this is not a debt levy, general levy, no levy supports this. So there is no financial impact other than it's using the fund balance of that. We didn't build it into contributions. How about that? So the departments all pay into this, similar to the fleet, based on the buildings they inhabit. That part is already set, but they can freely spend within their fund because they're not part of the budget. Internal service is truly internal service. It's a standalone. So there is no levy impact to add it in. We just didn't have it in place when they determined this is a project that we're going to do that's not part of the original plan, so it wasn't added to the contribution. That's the only impact. So we can do it without a levy increase.
Oh, okay. I still don't fully understand that, but
And
that's
I need
great.
to retract my statement.
Okay.
It's in relation to their interior spaces that the library is looking at
And
potential
that is
some
what they've
capital
done
work.
before, and so that's very typical for them to do that.
Yeah, it's not external, or it's
Okay.
not roof oriented.
But if they want to contribute to an external, we'll take their money.
I can't wait to talk about this Monday night. It's really great. Yeah.
I was just
I
going to
would be a
say,
yes.
and since you were, congratulations, the only one asking to go up onto the roof.
Yeah.
I was amazed that was,
I've got some good pictures.
yeah.
Happy we had that drone shot, that.
No, we
Ryan
took, when I did the tour, and Pat,
Yeah.
I took Pat on, we were supposed to do Pat and Blake together. Pat was sick that day, so I made an
There it
arrangement to take Pat out. And then we were explaining that we had solar panels, and she goes, well, I want to go see them. So we hiked up to the second floor, and then we went up a very narrow stairway. And up
Stairway isn't quite right. Sort of a stairway.
It was kind of a stairway. It classifies probably as a stairway.
There's stairs there, it's fine.
It was a ladder.
Scary stairway.
Yeah, thank you. A scary stairway, and there was frost all over the roof when we got up there. And yeah, it was it's a good location. It's a flat roof. It's got southern and eastern exposure. There's no obstructions to it. So it really blended itself well to it. But yeah, I hadn't even been up there yet. But when she started walking up the stairs, I started walking up too. I thought, well, can't let her do that. So it's neat to see. So if any of you want to go up there, we can make a summer arrangement instead of the late fall, early winter.
Yeah, you don't want to do the slip and fall
Yeah.
right at the top of that stairway.
What's that?
The work comp risk is a little.
I was going to say, let's not have John Conyer listening to this
Yeah,
conversation
he
for
probably
risk
isn't.
management.
He's probably, don't do that, don't do
That
that.
stairway meets all OSHA requirements. It's more than fine for people to go on.
Yeah, it was no problem. I just get a little vertigo, that's all, but it was still worth it.
It was,
Is there other questions for us? We will. Okay, thank you.
thank you, Scott. Okay, if you go back under the Cultural and Recreation tab. Jan, just leave the cookies.
Are there any left?
Yeah, did AJ eat them all?
No, I ate one. I didn't hijack the whole box.
This is really why you got lunch today, right?
What's that?
That's why you got lunch today.
This is what I got, yeah. Yeah. All right, if you look under cultural and recreation, cultural and convention under CR 31. These are the outside entities that present themselves to council every December to request funding from the Hotel Motel Tax Fund. And this is something that our community has done for a number of years. Actually, we're one of the few, if not the only community in the Des Moines Metro that has a cost-sharing program with outside entities that a city council feels adds value to the community and provides services. So we have a long history of that. So if you look on page CR 33, that lists the description of all those folks who put forth a request as you sat through your discussions in December. And so after those discussions, the mayor convenes a committee that reviews those requests. I will also say there are predeterminers, about funding. For example, if your organization, if you submit an application and your organization is Bravo eligible, we point you to Bravo. And if there is nothing that Bravo or any other outside agency can do for you, then it's under consideration as well. But we find that many operations that are Bravo eligible either don't know they're Bravo eligible or don't make the effort to apply. So I think when we push them that direction, we've had numerous organizations that said, yeah, we got Bravo funding. We didn't know that we were eligible. So it turns out to be a win-win for them. It wins them. They have money for their project or activity. We have more money for other activities that aren't qualified for other outside funding agencies. So following the discussion that's taken place at the committee level, those recommendations are included.
CR 33.
Yep, CR
33?
33, yes, I'm sorry, at the bottom.
So there's two sections there, though. So this is repeat of what is, again, this is a special revenue fund, hotel motel. So that's page 5 in the budget summary if you want to see both sides of it. But some of those applications, as he just said, don't qualify for true hotel motel. So we move those like to community services, to mayor and council's budget, to economic development, based on the bucket that we want to capture that activity. So those get moved out to a different fund. So on that page, it's not flowing through hotel motel anymore, but I'd still like to show you where they went. So you can tell, you all heard them in their presentations in December. Of what they asked for. So this is what we awarded. It just might not be actually paid out of that. That's what that second section that says requests funded through other general fund departments. And I tell you where we put those, just to match up. For example, the Hunger Free Dallas County, that's community services. So we moved it to the community services. So it's still funded by the transfer of money that goes to general fund out of hotel motel, but we want to capture that in the functional expense that it's applicable to. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So those are the words that were in there. And then the uses, what they asked for at the meeting in December, that's replicated on here of what we awarded for.
This is not what they asked for. This is what
This is what our award, right.
Wasn't one of the base or soccer ones significantly higher, or was it?
The Little League, so
baseball?
if you
Little
look on
League.
page 5, you can see what they requested versus what I funded. The ones that are in general, there was $102,000. Little League was the one that asked for full cost renovation for the 2 fields. So we awarded 50%, up to 50%, but they have to do both fields. So it's some skin in the game. The ones that were moved to the other departments, those were funded at what they asked for, other than UCAN was 60 versus 65. But that's the only thing that's not on that same page.
The Iowa Event Center, did I hear that we're almost done with those payments?
2026 is the last year.
That automatically goes right over to Bravo.
Yeah, we don't get it back. It just gets a check paid
Thanks
to a different
for
place. Sorry.
anticipating my next one.
2/7 and 2/7, those both are there for Infinity, yeah.
Nikki, can you talk about this Urbandale Special Events sponsorship?
So yes, this was a request that came out of last cycle. So we're working on, and I apologize, it's not ready for review yet, some method for out-of-cycle requests. So the biggest and greatest thing comes forward, but it's not in cycle with when they needed to make an application for hotel motel. We want some mechanism for you guys to have some money available to put that in, whether it's a capital campaign, they need city money to match a grant, or they're wanting us to be a sponsor of something. So we're working on something that would give us some more flexibility because, for example, like the Living History Farms, they asked for a capital campaign contribution. It wouldn't have qualified here. They didn't show up, so we didn't have to worry about it, but we knew it was going to not work through here, but we want to still be able to do that. I know we want to be able to do that, but under the current policy, it's not acceptable. So I need some way to do that. So we're working through some kind of a policy, but you have to have some guidelines. Everything has to have guidelines, right? To prevent it being just a free-for-all. So we want to make sure that we've taken the time to think through that, so that will come to you before the July 1 budget, so you have a chance. That's probably a lunch and learning type thing to figure out how you want to do that, what other restrictions might you want. They can be in different buckets, those kind of things. So giving you some flexibility so that when something awesome comes through, I don't know, Ragbri comes through to Urbandale or something, you know, like something we didn't necessarily know about, but we need to have a presence where we wanted to do something. Just as an example, you know, so some way to do that, because I don't currently have a way to do that.
And particularly if it's going to be directly linked to generating hotel motel revenue.
Yes, the intent of that would be, yes, it has to be hotel motel related, because otherwise why would we do that? Because we have to document public purpose. That's a huge indicator right there. It has offsetting revenue. We're not sponsoring this with general levy dollars, but we would still have to have that type of public purpose and intent, but it's benefiting somehow Urbandale, right? So that's what that's about. It's a placeholder for to-be-determined policy that will allow us to have some type of sponsorship or capital campaign broad bucket for you.
You've talked about Living History Farms.
Right.
I mean, do we anticipate that that request is going to be coming to us soon? Or, I mean,
Well, I've had numerous discussions with the gentleman who's fundraising on their behalf, and explained that, you know, when he first made an application and it didn't appear to be qualified, I said, you still need to come to council and at least make them aware of it at the December meeting. Failed to do so. I followed up with them and said, why weren't you here? And a number of excuses, but he said, will it still be under consideration? And that's when we thought about adding this dollar amount for something like that. Doesn't necessarily have to be for Living History Farms, but that's the one that really generated the beginning discussion, because they're looking to build a new facility on campus. And they came to us earlier on. Curtis and I met with them, springtime or so, Curtis? And they explained boy, this would really be fantastic building. And we agreed, it looked really a nice facility. And he said, well, I'm going to be looking toward other communities, Waukee, Clive, West Des Moines, and Urbandale for contributions, plus looking for a state grant. And those monies would be used to offset the requirement for matching for a state grant. I said, all right, sounds like a plan. You know, give me an update when you've got answers from everybody so we can make a determination at what level we wish to participate. The request was for $50,000. Does that
It's
sound right?
50,000, 10,000 for 5 years.
Yeah, 10,000 per year, or for 5 years. And so again, would you use it for a leverage for a bigger state grant? Would you use it in combination with other communities? I'm a big believer that if the impact, particularly to those communities that you mentioned, would be there. They would benefit by having a better building. And then the state has monies under tourism grants, et cetera. So I'm waiting for additional information from him, and I haven't seen it yet, but I don't know where they are in their process. If he's asking other communities, I'm assuming that they're going through a similar review process at this time.
Is this the development director, or is it a consultant, or is it Jim Dietz Keelan himself, or?
He's on staff.
He's on staff.
So he's,
But it's
I
not
just know him
Jim.
as a fundraiser for them.
It is Jim Dietz Keelan?
Yes, it is Jim, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right.
If you have the name, then that's, yeah, it is Jim.
Okay.
So that's the one I've been talking
Should have
with.
shown up.
And so, I've rattled his cage a few times because I think it would have interest for the community.
Yeah.
At the same time, quite honestly, he said he was going to do some things, and I'd like to see them come to fruition, especially with the other communities.
He's my daughter's neighbor.
Okay?
I'll try and run into him.
It's a small town.
Yeah. Well, he's a good guy. but-
Oh, no, I think the project's good. He's very sincere, and I suspect that he's got a lot of balls he's juggling in the air.
Right.
I just want to make sure that, number one, that, if there's other communities that want to put money in, I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
I think that it leverages it very well. It's,
I imagine they would be going over whatever Vision Iowa is called now,
Yeah.
whatever.
Well, and they're Bravo eligible. I mean, so that was their number one of, it's not that we wouldn't want to fund them, but they're Bravo eligible. So we had asked for, tell me why you're not falling in one of those buckets, because Bravo has 4 or 5 grant program. Remember that?
Bravo grant programs, 4 or 5?
I know there used to be at least 3, but I believe that the Children's Museum said there was a 4th one now. But
I think that,
yeah, so there's several buckets, and so similar to the Children's Museum, same idea. They're eligible for Bravo too, and they've been getting Bravo. So I had to have her document, you have to show us why this particular ask is not eligible. Because like the Historical Society did that for us as well a while back. They're eligible too, but you have to show why I should consider it as a city one instead.
Even if they're eligible, if it's similar to the old Vision Iowa, which it probably is, whatever they're doing, they really want participation from multiple jurisdictions.
Yeah, and that's, they
by
just have
name,
to lay it
like,
out.
They
Yeah.
want
Two
Urbandale,
of
they
their
want
grants
Polk
are
County, they want Klein.
city-focused. Yeah, 2 of their grants are city-focused, so specific to municipalities. And then the other 2 grants that they have are directed towards the nonprofits, the major one being the operating grant, and then the other one being more focused on cultural arts.
Right.
So,
Right. Yeah, the capital campaign, I recall about the Historical Society one is it had, the minimum was 25,000 and their project was only 8. So it didn't qualify anyway, but Children's Museum is using the operations one, so.
Blake does. Yeah. Blake wants another cookie. Heaven sakes, yes. So that's where we're at this time. And I think another thing, especially for new council members to remember, that we have the 2080 agreements, and Nikki mentioned that, is that, we have essentially a mandate for the councils before they make that type of outward donation, that you have to declare it to be a public purpose. And that 2080 agreement outlines whatever terms and conditions that you want to place on those outside agencies to ensure that the public of Urbandale is being serviced by those donations, those monies.
Any other questions on hotel motel?
I guess I just want to beat my Dallas County dead horse again. On the, I shot my book, but is it the VFW that sponsors, or the American Legion that sponsors the essay contest?
Both of them have an essay.
What?
Both of them have
Yeah,
an
they
essay
both have
portion.
programs, don't they?
One's an elementary and one's a high school.
Open
Essay?
to St. Pius.
That's what I
one
thought.
Christian, one Urbandale Elementary School.
I think that one was the American Legion one.
I guess I would like to encourage them to add one of our 3 Waukee elementary schools that are in the city of Urbandale.
I think you should reach out to the Waukee schools and ask that they actually allow them into the school, because
That
oftentimes what happens is, this is the reason why they don't do it with Johnston. Johnston won't let them in, so they don't go to Johnston.
I didn't know that. Okay.
That makes sense. It's hard to get into school sometimes
Yeah.
for programs, yeah.
But it's writing and
Yeah, it'd be cool.
prizes, I don't know.
Okay.
Which one did we say, or they were both?
They both have an essay portion, but I believe the one that they were specifically talking about, that the question got raised, was VFW.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think the American Legion was, no, it was
No,
the
it was the
American
American
Legion.
Legion. You're right, you're right.
Yeah, it
the
was.
first
And
one.
then the VFW is for.
That was the question about the female counterpart
Yep.
to the VFW is the, but there's two, the women auxiliary version of whatever, both of those entities have it, and they support the girls'
Yeah, I
state, but
think-
they've never applied.
I think Bridget had questions for both. I think the first question for American Legion was, why not girls? And then the question to VFW was, why not Waukee? So I think that's,
For remembering.
It's worth
I'm-
asking to both of them because they
Yeah.
both work through the school systems as pieces of it. One's elementary and one's high school.
Any other questions?
Well,
Sorry.
I really would like to make sure we're thinking about climate action planning. I asked John Conyer about that, and, you know, he sent me a note back that I think he shared with everybody already, otherwise I would have shared it with everybody, but it's, gave some ideas of where things are happening, and I was really excited to see the solar piece. But I think those of us who were part of the Iowa State Design Studio coming down here would indicate that that's probably not going to be a climate action plan substitute of any kind, or even a sustainability action plan substitute. Might be some good innovation and ideas that generate from that, but it's not going to be a climate action plan. So I'm a little concerned about waiting a whole nother year before we really move forward on trying to do some climate action planning. Okay, I'll shut up.
No, please.
You got your finger going.
No, you are, we're going to get to the end of the city manager's budget.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you were acting like we were done.
No. I agree with you, and
All
I
right.
certainly have not asked you to be quiet at all, but I'm thinking you're stealing some of our thunder here.
Oh, okay,
So,
okay, all right, great.
Curtis and I have had a nice long talk about that, and we have some very strong suggestions for you.
Beautiful.
All right?
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions on this one? Otherwise, we will go under general government. No, and I do apologize. I should never stick my finger up. Especially a council member. I apologize.
I know.
He introduced himself as the mayor of Urbandale. And
Oh, gosh, I was so embarrassed. We had a meeting, and we met in Dallas County with all the Dallas County cities, and it was the usual characters in some of the smaller cities. So they introduced everybody. It was lunch, and Bob and I were sitting next to each other, and they introduced people, and they started off with our host, Waukee. And then Bob goes, I'm Robert Andeweg, Bob Andeweg, I'm the mayor. And he looked at me and I said, well, I'm AJ Johnson, I'm the mayor. And I'm going, and I just like, man, it's just because he had said mayor, and it just stuck with me with mayor. And I know all these people. I didn't know the folks from Granger or from Adel. But the rest of them, of course, couldn't wait to give me just a whole boatload of grief. And then that was Wednesday. Thursday, went to staff meeting here, and I'm looking at Derek, and I said, okay, Aaron. And then I looked at Aaron, and I said, okay, Derek. And I'm just like, I did that for the whole meeting, and I just like, my week was shot. But I can handle that with the people that, I signed their paychecks for, so that's okay. But with the mayor, I was thoroughly embarrassed, and I just, man, it
I
was.
thought he could have the job. So.
He needs his own portable parking spot too, then.
No, I assured him that is a job that I had not qualified for, nor would I ever be qualified for. But they all kind of looked at me, and I thought, oh yeah, we got 2 mayors in Urbandale. Anyway.
Co-mayors.
Yeah, co-mayors. So it's cheaper that way. Anyway, so that was, it was good. So if you look under general government, under GG3, we will start with mayor and council. I know we said we had a hard stop at 4, but some of these we can get through reasonably quickly. So if you stay with us, we will get you out here as quickly as possible. Again, we have our follow-up session on Monday, so if there's some additional questions or issues that we need to talk about, these are just introductory type of things, but I think you'll find most of them are fairly straightforward. Under the mayor and council, this is the budget that you folks all operate under. So if you look under the activity tab on GG5, pardon me, it shows the activities for all of you there. I will also say under the salaries, we show an increase beginning January 1st of 25, and that is what you folks had voted on. That is by state code, is that if you voted now to give yourself a raise, you couldn't. So you have to wait for the next election cycle to be completed, which you had in the fall of 23, and then it becomes effective the next year, so in 25. So that salary adjustment is for 24, I'm sorry.
So the council piece goes in now.
Right.
That happened 1/1/24. The mayoral is not reflected yet because that goes in at the beginning 1/1/26, right?
26, yes.
So yeah, so 1/4 of it was in the current budget because it started January 1,
Yes.
but you'll get paid March for the previous quarter. The next one isn't until July, right? So the third quarter. So you're always paid after the 3 months have passed. So there's only 1/4 reflected in the current 24 budget. So it went up at a kind of weird amount because now it's a full year. Only the mayoral is not yet reflected because it had to wait for the next mayoral race.
Yeah. So that, wanted to make sure you understood that. And then just really, not a lot of changes within the operational budget for the mayor and the council. We look at the activities that you have been engaged in the past, some of the expenses that are associated there. And so we pretty much look at that as fairly consistent. If you look under, for example, 46, training and development, biggest expense there is the Washington DC trip. That is, again, this will be for the next fiscal year, so this would take effect in the spring of 25. We do have monies in this year's budget for the Washington DC trip. I think it's for 6 as well.
Yes.
6 as well.
I budget for 6, so if you decide you don't want to go, that's fine. But we were doing 3 and then more people wanted to go. So we just budget in case everyone wants to go.
Yeah. So I've already
Easier.
received interest from 2 of you. It seems that are more positive interest, inquiry about dates. I don't know if, Blake, that's going to work for you or not. Okay, so I have a question mark there. I have 2 of you that has given me a positive indication that you're wanting to go. And you'll be going, Bob? Will that be through us or through MPO or?
No, through us.
Okay, okay, oh, no. okay.
MPO doesn't, but.
Okay, so we've got 3 spots taken already, so the remaining 3 of you need to let us know. Registration is now open. And so it fills up, but we have had in the past, we make accommodations for alternate travel,
you
going
do.
out early, going out, maybe staying a day later. The partnership works with us to get room rates that extend beyond their time frame. I know that I've done that before. The mayor and I have usually gone out Tuesday night before because the charter is like at some ungodly hour at 3 in the morning or something, they leave. And if you haven't guessed by now, I am not a morning person. So that's one of those things. But it's also a 300 people, 300 of your closest friends and allies on the plane I've gone out a couple times on the charter, and the morning charter going out is just, everybody's caffeinated, everybody's excited, everybody is just jabbering up a mile. When you come home on Friday, it is dead silent. No one's moving, everybody is worn out, and there's no it's night and day. But the charter does fill up, so if you have an interest in that, if that works for your schedule, they fly out on a Wednesday morning. I think they leave at 7 a.m. and they come back Friday afternoon.
They do
after
come back
the-
on Friday, okay.
We
Yeah.
need to talk about changing the council meeting that weekend too.
Yeah, I had a note on that one because we have a council meeting on Tuesday night, and if some of you are leaving early, then that will eliminate a quorum. So we will make adjustments on that. I think I gave a note to Nicole on that one already, If she hasn't seen it, it's probably buried on my desk someplace, so I will find that and give it to her. But having said that, so if I, again, those two of you, I think it was Amy and Bridget, have indicated an interest of wanting to attend right now, so I've got you down on my list. A possible with Blake, got a positive now from the mayor. So Larry and Pat, look at your calendars and schedules. It is the
weekend before Mother's Day.
It's 8, 9, and 10.
Yep.
It's right over my grandson's first birthday. That's why I'm balking.
Okay.
So I gotta figure that out.
Definitely not going to be able to go.
Okay, very good.
I mean, from the chartering perspective, like, it's very contained within the 8 to 10, like, the 8th to the 10th.
Yes.
There's
Yes,
not
it
like a
is.
spillover. Okay.
No. it
Unless
is
you
not.
want to spill over.
Right, that's the
In
thing.
a spillover, we make alternate arrangements. You know, and we typically, if you're going to spill over or go out early, I mean, they kind of combine. So we only pay for like a registration and hotel, and then we pay for the coach ticket for the arrangements going out on.
And you need to register yourself, and then there's an option, you can just have it billed to the city for that.
Right.
Okay.
And then if you're gonna get your own airfare, you can record your own airfare, you'll have to pay for that and then seek a reimbursement.
Yeah, if you're doing other than the charter and you've not traveled with us before, maybe just give me a call. I'll walk you through what you need to document for it, so we have no issues with that.
Yeah.
But just
If
for,
you'll just give me your city credit card.
I will not give you the city.
no.
I'm back Friday.
I think it should.
Follow up with Nikki or I, and we'll get you scheduled. But again, thank you, Mr. Mayor, about the register yourself, please, because that's easier. I used to do it for you, and then it got all confusing.
You
So,
need to put in personal information.
yes, and I can probably dig that up with social security numbers and driver's license numbers and everything else, but I don't want to do that. So please register yourself, put a bill to the city. I will contact the partnership and tell them that as soon as I have names, I will say, person X, Y, and Z from the city is going, you see it, bill us. And that way you'll avoid getting a billing for it. And then, again, have questions on all of that, let either Nikki or I know, particularly Nikki, because she really monitors the travel. I'm a lot easier on the travel-related issues. She's a lot more difficult, but that's okay because it keeps us out of trouble. And that's what we pay her for, to keep us out of trouble. Well, we don't call it that anymore. We don't.
We never called it that.
We never did. And anyway, so again, just, it's a good trip. They keep you busy.
What's the deadline for our decision-making on that?
I mean, there's not a hard deadline, but I mean, it just depends, but you probably have until late March to make a decision.
Okay.
And if it works out, again, part of it is they fill up the plane. So look at the charter.
Oh, yeah.
We've used alternatives. I mean, like, again, I think we've gone out Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah.
There's a direct flight from Des Moines
I
to
took
Washington.
the Crack of Dawn one on Tuesday and flew with Senator Grassley, and
That was the American line, wasn't it?
yeah, and it wasn't fun, but I was glad I got there and had some downtime and another afternoon to do some stuff.
Yeah, because when they take you out on the charter, they get you on the plane, they land you, they put you on a bus, and then they get you right to a luncheon. It is boom, 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 boom. So depending upon your tolerance and stamina, yeah, but it's a worthwhile event. So take a look at your calendars.
Let you know that we're going to go.
Yes,
Hit the register link.
Yeah.
yes.
And then we'll go from there.
Yes. And when you hit the register link, you'll have to know, for example, with both Bridget and Amy, you talked about going out early. Just don't do the flight. They'll give you a menu.
Yeah,
So registration and hotel, I think are,
There's an option for all of them. I think there's registration only, there's registration and lodging.
right,
And then there's
the whole
registration,
package.
Yep.
lodging and airfare.
Yeah,
So just which package you want, because some people will stay somewhere else or have family out there, whatever.
Yeah.
So you might not need the hotel, you might not need the airfare. You just
you
want
fly
the
charter
registration.
last time with the group? Okay.
So there's.
If we're going out early, do we need to book our own hotel?
No,
It-
you
you
just
can
tell
pick the
them that
registration
you
and
need
hotel,
another day.
But then, yes, I think that there must be something on there, you say when you arrive, if you want to stay at that
Yeah.
hotel, they will
Yeah.
still do it that way.
They-
but-
They're,
You usually get your room with your
Yeah.
for the entire stay.
yeah, they're very accommodating. The staff at the partnership is very accommodating when it comes to that. So that's item out there. So again, other than that, yeah, please. Yeah, please. Thank you, Curtis. Curtis is working on this project, and he's been sitting there all day quiet.
Yeah, it's the only thing I'm going to talk about. AJ asked me to represent the city. The Chamber of Commerce has resurrected the Urbandale Leadership Institute, which has been dormant for, at least 6 years now-ish, at least. A working group of several staff members from the Chamber, Adam Obrecht, Kelly Royal, who's also involved with Greater Des Moines Leadership, and a person from Delta Dental. Just a working group to try to figure out how can Urban Leadership Urbandale begin again. So they're looking at beginning this fall with a class, and to go right to it, they've asked the city to be a lead presenting sponsor on this at $10,000. And so, of course, that would certainly put the city in a prominent spot as far as visibility for sponsoring the program, but also gives a seat at the table to help shape the curriculum, make connections with different businesses, make sure there's exposure to the civic side of the work as well. So understand the budget isn't done until the budget's done, but I do know that the committee was looking for some kind of signal from the council on, does this continue in the budget process, or is there hesitation or questions about it? So any questions at the moment?
When would they project starting?
This fall. Mm-hmm.
Do we know anything about how they'll recruit participants?
Yeah, primarily it's live and or work in Urbandale. That would be the primary audience.
What's kind of the focus area with that? I'm not familiar with the program as it was, so.
As it was, classic leadership, expose you to the business side of the work, social services, the judicial system, all of the areas that make a community work together. So here on the local level, and so they're not in the curriculum design phase yet. I should say not in the curriculum design phase yet, but thinking now, for example, who are the major businesses that shape our community? What are the boards and commissions that are available to participate in? Parks and recreation and green space are an important component of the community. What does that look like? So really making sure that people who live and or work in Urbandale get a full exposure to the community, but the objectives, of course, are to create those engaged people who are the next generation of leaders in the community. And that doesn't imply this is just for young people, because it also means maybe there's that person out there who's been looking for their opportunity to more engage in the community. So the idea is to open it up. It probably ends up being around 20-ish participants per class. So you get a couple dozen people involved that weren't and engaged. Seems like a good opportunity.
I'm all in favor. I think it's going to be great, but we will, is there going to be a board that's going to decide the programming part of it? It's going to be more than just, frankly, Tiffany or one person deciding.
Yeah, definitely. And so I think to the Chamber's credit in getting this evolved, and really I think Adam Obrecht is providing that community side leadership to it. The Chamber is supporting the staff, but they did ask the city to be involved. So I've been in those planning meetings. You got the business involvement. The connection, I think, to lead DSM and all of their curriculum, I think, has been important as well. I should have also noted there will be a foundation, like leadership philosophy, that weaves through the program as well. So in addition to just education and opportunities, it's what are the attributes of leadership? How could you better develop your leadership skills?
I think having Kelly Royal be on board is she's leads the Youth Leadership Institute, which I've had a couple years experience with and is excellent. And I've talked to Adam about this before he left, and I've talked to Tiffany, and you can imagine the words coming out of my mouth right now, to be intentional, that we include even 50323 residents in this, because I don't think the chamber is more focused on Urbandale businesses, which are obviously not located in Dallas County, because we have like 5. And so I want to make sure that we're being intentional in reaching out to people in Dallas County to participate in it.
I'll make a note of that for sure. Anything else to take back to the next committee meeting?
Yeah, you mentioned parks and green spaces, but just this oftentimes leadership training or development does not include really thinking about conservation, ecology, stewardship, climate, those kinds of frameworks. And I think they're pretty fundamental. It's turning out to be pretty fundamental, so I'd hope we would incorporate that.
Right on.
I'd be happy to help, but I think we need to do that. Yeah.
Perfect.
And do you know, is Clint Dudley around that table?
I think he
If he
is, in
isn't,
fact.
he needs to be,
Yes,
because
yes,
he was the
yes,
chair
yes.
of the GDMLI
Yeah.
initiative for a
Yeah.
couple of years.
Definitely.
I'd also like to revisit one item in the budget here.
Sure.
The last item, the Urbandale Resident High School commemorative item, do we have that figured out what that is?
So it probably ends up, we've been thinking now, could dovetail well with the flag project. So
Okay.
it's an idea at the moment.
There was a champion for this project, and they're no longer on the council. I do not see a value in doing this project.
What is it?
It was giving some sort of commemorative item, medallion or challenge coin or something to high school Urbandale High School graduates throughout our school districts.
And Urbandale did get something, Urbandale students got some sort of a medallion last year, because I thought, when I saw it, I was like, I didn't think we were doing that this year. I don't know where it came from. I just asked Ben if he can remember what it was.
It wasn't
It wasn't
this.
ours.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was like, I don't think it was ours.
I would rather see us invest in some sort of like card that goes to them that encourages them to stay involved and get registered to vote and, that sort of thing that we mail then. And maybe that is just as expensive. I don't know.
It was a
But
council-led
and
initiative. so-
Amy, with also recent high school graduates, I just don't see where this adds a whole lot of value. I know there's State Senator Sarah Trongariot sends out a certificate to all the people in schools in her district. So Urbandale kids are getting that. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that we're going to get our bang for our buck with this.
For any sort of confirmation, I just asked Ben, didn't you get something like a medallion? He's like, yeah, I don't know where it went though.
Okay.
And
I think staff would be neutral on this. This was a council-led initiative. We're happy to help make it happen or not.
And if you'd like to leave it there for something else you consider to be community-based, that has more value?
I mean, I don't know what that is. I would, look to Derek if he had some brilliant idea, but,
There you go. Thanks, Derek. That really works.
That's how it works. Just
Yeah.
ask Derek. But I don't know.
I think of give a discount card to area businesses, like $5 off Bebops and Culver's and Dairy Queen and whatever, because that's what really speaks to them. It's not a medallion, it is their stomach.
Yeah, it
100%.
is.
So I don't know, we leave it there or not. I'm open to suggestions, but I don't think there's value in a commemorative item at this point. I do like the flag concept, but they're not going to keep a little bitty flag either, just like they're not going to keep their medallion.
I should have said this at the beginning of the discussion we had beginning at 8 o'clock this morning. 2 rules in budgeting. Number 1, you can't spend it unless you budget it. Number 2, you don't have to spend it if you've got it budgeted. So again, however you'd like to do that, if you'd like to keep it as a placeholder for something you folks to brainstorm and say, we believe this has value. And that value may be a letter from the city saying, congratulations, go out and be good or something. I have no idea, but at the same time, give yourself those options. And if you say that there's really nothing that you have any interest in, then you don't have to spend it.
Well, I would say then my recommendation would be to leave the $2,500 here, but tell staff to take this off the top of their list of things to do and maybe think if there's other things that might be more effective. I mean, I know it was right up there.
We'll follow
The
council
idea of
direction.
engaging with high school graduates in some way and to have a little place of that, but I think it needs to be something that's going to be meaningful to them.
Got it.
A lot of parade candy.
That's right.
Do we
Great
maybe,
candy.
is there an opportunity to just rename it as something a little broader, like
Right.
school graduate
Engagement.
or something like that, to give it that flexibility to say, there might be an opportunity to do something there, and we just don't have an answer to that yet.
Yeah. You have, remember, this kicks in July 1st of this year.
So it wouldn't be for this graduate year.
Yeah,
You have time.
we got time to figure it out.
You have, and those
Well,
of you,
it's in this budget too.
well, it is in this budget,
Current
it's true.
This is
Yeah, that's true, it is. So that, again,
the third year.
we still have time to make a determination what that's going to be used for. And again, if you don't believe it has, if you can't agree on something, or there's nothing that you think has value, then you don't have to spend it.
Got it.
I will call your attention to two items right above that. First of all, new resident experience and outreach initiative. This came from, I know AJ's communicated, staff has been really working on east-west initiatives, how we can tie the community together more. The new resident experience is one of those. So we have access to the water list. Every time somebody sets up a new water account, we know they're new to town. So there's an opportunity to really reach out and engage with them. So putting that in there. And then second, I know you've been aware because you get the notifications. We've been trying to do a better job of when recognition and heritage months come around, Black History Month, MLK Day, Women's History Month, et cetera, throughout the year. We're trying to do more within the city. So budgeted $5,000 there to make those events more substantial as well.
Yeah, when I was door knocking, a couple of people actually spoke to me about the fact that they recognized we had a lot of cultural diversity in Urbandale that was going unrecognized, and thought how powerful it would be if we had some sort of multicultural celebration. So it's just something to know about. It was interesting to me that I heard that at more than one door. I didn't hear it at 10, I heard it at maybe 2, but it was, yeah.
We have made, again, as Curtis mentioned, we've had a number of events. They tend to be more city-centric to, again, walk before you run to get our employees
Right.
exposed to the different cultural and diversity-related issues in our society.
Yeah.
We've had really good turnout. I will have to tell you that. It's been very warmly accepted by the staff. We've had some great events. And again, looking to have that more significant community outreach, that it just doesn't happen over a noon hour where someone might not have access to it.
Right.
Library's been a really great partner in having, month-long celebrations and recognitions of items. So this is just kind of building on that. We've done some, we'd like to do more. And that's another thing we'll talk about on the city manager's budget.
Okay.
Any questions on that? Speaking of which, the city manager's budget is next. This reflects my office operation, that is myself, Curtis, and John Conyer. John's included under our budget, about 50%, the Director of Risk Management Support Services, specialists, and then 50% share of the city clerk. That's our specialist. If you've met Rita Fredrickson, Rita does a really outstanding job so far. Very impressed with her initiative, with her capacity to do the work, with everything we've thrown at her. So she is really a great addition. And then we have the management analyst, which was suggested that we put something in there for this. I put that in January of '25, not knowing what direction that the council was thinking about or wanted us to direct on the management analyst. Again, until there is a clarity about what you want us to do more specifically, we thought we would use that time to ramp up. I want to get back to the comment I made earlier about the environmental. We listen to the council. We understand, we hear, we've had direct conversations, we've had indirect conversations. And one of the things that we will be emphasizing in the next fiscal year, actually even before then, as we ramp up the fiscal year, is we're going to be looking at two in our office, and Curtis and I have had long discussions on this, is that we're looking at environmental sustainability related issues. John is under our office, and John has taken that on, really diligent, quite honestly. He has led the charge on that and has a interest and a knowledge base on that that really does, he talks the language, so to speak. So when we're talking to outside people and we're looking at events and activities, we're looking at projects, John has that background. I can't remember who I shared it with, but just as an example for John, he drives an electric car and has solar panels on his house. Yes. So he's very much into that personally, but he is a very knowledgeable and very intelligent individual when it comes to that. So one of the things that we talked about is creating really, coming back to you with some action plans about within our budget and the council budget, or maybe some capital expenses in the future, is an action plan when it gets to more specific environmental and sustainability related issues. And they may go beyond just our office, but just projects that we would then highlight and that we would work to accomplish. It would probably more than likely include other departments. So don't think that it's all going to be taken care of with the three of us, or the three and a half or to four of us when there's that full person in there. But those are things that we recognize that, there have been activities along that way. More of a hit and miss when the opportunity presents itself. We've had speakers from UNI. We had the conference that John put together for the Iowa State students. We've had other initiatives that we've done just because we've done them. All the LED conversion in the buildings, just all of those things, the previous actions by council to acquire both hybrid and electric cars when they're applicable. So those are just small components of it, but we thought it would be more important to really have a more viable is probably not the right word, but a more public plan about that. And this is where we thought was the best place to start. I can assign it to anybody else, but they all have different activities and work. And this is something we thought was probably better initiated out of my office so everybody understood the importance of it. So that was one thing. Diversity and inclusion is another item we talked about. We talked about the programs that we've done. We talked about the proclamations, recognizing not only community events, but events that are important that we've heard from the council and the mayor in particular about these are important dates or recognitions to make available to the community. So the proclamations are just a very easy way to proclaim, pick a date, pick an event. And so those will continue. But it's the other events that we're talking about building on to make it a much more community inclusive one. And as Curtis mentioned, we've done a number of them. And they have been, quite honestly, a little bit more employee-centric. And that's good, exposing the employee group to those type of things. But we think that there is an opportunity to take that to the next level. And then we will be working on a work plan to explore how that might be done much more aggressively. So those are two things that we'll be looking at the work product for the next, we'll begin that even before the fiscal year starts. And that may be something that an analyst will take care of as well. Depending upon how that evolves and what we see as the next logical steps, putting that in. So the analyst is budgeted for half the fiscal year. And we'll bring that person on in January of 2024. The city budget really didn't, the manager's budget includes other activities that within the department. There is some training-related issues. I put them down here. For example, an annual conference. I typically don't go to those anymore, but I keep the dollar amount in there just so I can find other training opportunities for my staff. that we're doing. And so I think that's important as well. We also have in here we have a Professional Risk Management Association. Again, those of you who've gotten to know John Conyer, John, Director of Risk Management and Support Services, John's kind of what I like to call my super utility infielder. He does a lot of work, but his specialty has really honed into the insurance component of it, risk management, and that's really important. It's not the most glamorous or sexy position that we have, but it's extremely important because risk management for us, and I've had that a lot of experience in my other communities about this, risk management is ensuring that we get the job done and we send all of our people home with their fingers and toes, and they're back here tomorrow doing the job that we're paying them for. And so at that point, it's really important because we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on insurance. And we have a significant amount of exposure, as you can recognize. We have 24-hour operations, both in police and fire. We invite people into our buildings. We have all those things that put us at risk. And every once in a while, especially the council members who have been at least on a year, we periodically come to you with a closed session on litigation about we are getting engaged in litigation in some way, shape, or form. So again, doesn't get a lot of play, but I always like to promote that because we have a safety and wellness committee that works with our risk and work with HR. We have a committee of employees that look at safety program. John coordinates safety training for OSHA compliance, works with ICAP, which is our insurer. They have programs that they make available to their insured companies, or pardon me, their insured entities. So that's really critical for us. And just informational sharing that he helps coordinate to put out for all of that. Again, sometimes it doesn't move the needle too much, but I can tell you without it, it would be significantly more problematic for us. So I give John a lot of credit for the initiatives he has there. One of the other things, as we talked about, is my imminent departure. And so that will happen at the end of the end of the calendar year. So we have in here, I know I shared with you some options that I think that need to be considered by council, but those decisions will be up to you. And so we do have recruitment money in here. There's going to be a surge. I will discuss that further with you at some point in the near future, but there are options for you to consider. But this is one that, again, if you don't have it budgeted, and if you decide to go that route, you don't have that option, at least monetarily. So it's in there, but again, we have other options I want to explore. And again, just operationally, just the things that keep our office open. Be happy to answer any questions.
So in the beginning of your conversation, it sounded like you were looking for like a work plan for this management or analyst, or you already talked about needing to brainstorm if we wanted to bring someone on in the marketing and communications department, or do you already, I mean, because I've been advocating for this position for my whole tenure.
Right.
So, I mean, I just feel like we need another body to do the work so John can do some of his other work.
Yeah,
when it comes down to it.
Yeah, and that was kind of the impetus. After you and I discussed, I sat down with John and Curtis, and one of the questions we asked is, well, what would this person do? And we want to make, and that's grateful for the recommendation to include it. Don't get me wrong there. But at the same time, we wanted to make sure that as we recruited somebody and we have the opportunity to have someone here, what is it they're going to do? How do you recruit the right person for those things that you want to do? Because if you just say, well, we'll figure it out when you get here, that's not the way to do it. And so that's what we were looking at. And so when Curtis and I had our discussion about, well, how do we maybe set that tone? And some of the things that I like to use the word become institutionalized. It's just not, okay, we're going to celebrate this and then we'll move on to the next flavor of the month. Is that some of these things that have long-term importance to the community, that we thought these were ones that continually come up, and obviously with the council, they have value. And so to build on that value and to have it become institutionalized, that it's no longer just, again, passing fad, that it is the way we do business, then those are the things that we wanted to build upon. And again, I'm still not sure what that position would look like and what skill set we would look after. Someone who has probably, a skill set that is maybe administrative background, but also a skill set that has a knowledge base in some of these areas that we evolve through our discussions. So again, that's why we put it off till the end of the calendar year.
To give yourselves time.
To give us our time.
Gotcha.
And you folks are in the process of finalizing your strategic plan.
Right.
And something may come out of that jumps off the roof that says, we're going to do this. And if that's going to land in my office, I want to make sure I have the capacity to do it. But also, if I go out and recruit somebody, that I have that knowledge base. Because I want to have somebody who's, if it's going to be purely environmental and sustainability, I want someone not necessarily with an accounting background. I want someone who understands the science of it, who understands the process, maybe has experience in grants, working in other, maybe it's an industry person. I don't know. But those are just the things we kicked around. Yet to be determined.
So you've got a placeholder,
Yes,
essentially.
placeholder for that position.
That's fabulous.
So we revisit this after our strategic plan is done.
Well, that's one of our thoughts. I mean, we're going to come up with some ideas of our own, to give you, because those are two categories that we identified.
Yeah.
But depending upon what else you folks come up with, I mean, that's just one of those things. And as I understand, you're working toward finalizing that. And so when that gets there, we want to make sure that we're in the capacity to address those as best we can. Be happy to answer any questions you have. No? Okay. And one other thing. I'm not going on the Washington DC trip, so Curtis and Aaron are probably going to go, so they're going to shepherd you guys around.
Curtis still do our itinerary?
I don't have a city credit card.
I work on a strict reimbursement basis.
We trade off, so those of you who.
That's my favorite.
Those of you who went out last year, I'm not going this year, so I won't be there for introductions.
I was just going to ask.
I won't be there for introductions or to shepherd you from place to place, which I always enjoyed. And you guys are a great group to travel with, but my traveling days are done, so.
Or are they just beginning?
He doesn't really.
Yeah, maybe they're just beginning.
I have no idea. I understand. It's four, we had 4:20. We're going to stop right here. Is that okay with you
Yes.
folks?
Please.
All right. Okay,
The remaining part of it's gonna go quick on Monday.
yes.
Okay.
So we'll hit that. So if you've made place marks in your budget, if you want to make some changes, want alterations, we're going to bring those up because our goal is to finish on Monday night. And I'm hoping that the information that was provided to you that you reviewed today with the directors was informative. I will tell you that this group of people and the directors, they're all experienced. They put together a good budget each year in each of the departments. They are respectful of the opportunity to do the things that they'd like to do, but they also are respectful of the fact that they have a stewardship of the public tax dollars. And those funds are available to them. You make those available. Again, those go up and down, but I will tell you that they are extremely respectful of that opportunity to serve as well. So please know that.
So procedurally, do we stand in recess and we re-adjourn, or we reopen this on Monday evening? Or do you want to adjourn this meeting and you put out another?
There's another agenda for
Yeah.
Monday.
Another
Yeah.